hope I am audible, visible. Hi students, am I audible and visible to you all? Am I audible and visible to you all? Hi people. Hello. Am I audible and visible? I guess I am. Hi students, I hope I'm perfectly audible and visible to you all. Tell me, am I? Hello, hi, what's up people? So welcome to Unacademy NEET English. I'm your biology educator Ambika Sharma, and today it is the part 2 of class 11th zoology marathon. The reason is we know that the syllabus of zoology is vast and we are not just giving you the feel that we are teaching you, but we are actually teaching you, and for that, yeah, we need a time. We need a good amount of time. So when we talk about the zoology, 6 chapters from human physiology, 1 chapter animal kingdom, right? 7 chapters. 8th chapter is your structural organization. 9th chapter is your animal kingdom. I think that I have calculated, and then the biomolecule. So we have 8 to 9. है ना? We have 8 to 9. Isn't it? Guys, how many chapters do we have? We have 8 to 9 chapters. Yes, am I right? Am I right, guys? We have 8 to 9 chapters. So I think, right, if we have to provide the quality content, at least 3 hours for a chapter, they are much needed. Means 27 hours. So we can decrease it, we can keep it up to 25. So basically we need a good amount of time. So it was important to take the part 2, because still we are having time where our students, they can dedicate their 5 days, they can revise their biology, and then they can follow my block strategy, and then they can score the amazing marks. Here you can see the last 20 days ka biology plan, where you can consider that 5 marathons for your quick revision as well. Right people? Right. So tell me, how's your energy? This is a session which is on students' demand, because I believe that you really need to revise the questions. Okay, so how are you people? How are you? I want you people to hit the like and share the session link with your friends as well. Quick, share the session link with your friends as well. Invite more and more people. Quickly subscribe to your own channel, that is your Unacademy NEET English, right? Let's make it 200k ASAP. Let's make it 200k ASAP. So this is not a channel where you are just going to get the updates. This is not a channel where you are just going to get the information which maybe you will just read here and there. It is a channel where you are getting the quality content, you are getting the marathons, you are getting the masti time, the fun time as well. You are getting the important updates as well. But the most important thing is content, right? So we are here to provide you the quality content, right bache, right? So that is my agenda, and I believe you all agree, isn't it? I believe you all agree. I have seen the comment here on this video. One student was saying, why are you saying so? How can you decide that if you are starting now, this video is not for you? But it is important. It is important to say the truth. I cannot see my students disheartening, right? Getting disheartened after their result, right? If you people will be realistic, if you will realize that yes, we started late, we should not expect the result, we need to put the efforts, then that is going to be amazing for you. Don't you think so, people? Don't you think so? Chalo, so let's start the session. Let's start this amazing session. Okay, so let's complete the remaining portion. So in the last class, we started the excretory products and its elimination. I told you about the glomerular filtration and everything. So we will start from the urine formation, countercurrent mechanism, regulation of kidney function, the 3 most important and the most awaited topics. So let's start with excretory product. Let's move to the body fluid. Let's move to the breathing and exchange. Let's move to the biomolecules and animal kingdom. The sequence is fine. So that's what I'm going to cover in today's class. We will be starting with excretory products. We will go for body fluid. Okay, so now the topics that I'm going to cover here are the most important topics. Then I will go for the breathing and exchange of gases. Okay, and then I'm going to go for the biomolecules, and then finally there will be animal kingdom. Okay, so So we will complete our entire syllabus. So in 2 parts, everything will be covered. Isn't it? Everything will be covered. Right, bache? So today I'm going to update you about this beautiful start, our batches. So you can go to any video of mine, even the current one. Okay, even the current one. I don't know what's the issue with the screen. Whenever I try to zoom out, it just stuck. See? Didi, chal do. So you can go to any video of mine. Okay, so in the description box, you will see a link. Fine, you are going to see a link. You have to click on that link. Right, this is for our batches. You know that till 14th of April, you people were getting these batches at a price of 4,999. Now, of course, the price is high, right? Why? See, initially we gave the chance to our learners that they can join us in that particular amount. Now, obviously, company is also having some demands, right? So if they need to provide you the quality education, even they need the resources, they need the money. So yeah, now they have increased the price, but still it's not too much, right? Earlier Unacademy subscriptions used to be 30,000 plus, 40,000 plus, but now our batches, you can still avail it at a price of 94,999, and if you will apply this coupon code, that is Ambika 10, and in that batches our entire team is going to teach you, is going to guide you. Now, why am I telling you about these batches? It's a very simple thing. Dekho, you know that some of you must be thinking ki after NEET we will think of something. After NEET we will decide that we have to join some batch or not. But the point is, if you will start late, okay, then again the backlogs will be there, because your batches, they will start from 17th of April. Okay, their batches, they will start from 17th of April. Okay, so for class 11 student, Nimbus batch is there, right? Nimbus batch is there. Still you can say that, that batches at a price of 94,999 only, and again I'll tell you this is not too much. Let me tell you why. Then Nexus batch is at a price of again 94,999. Basically 1 year subscription it is at this price, and in that 1 year subscription you will be able to access our platform. Okay, not just our batches, some other batches of other top educators as well. Okay, so you will not be only limited to our batch, you can avail other batches also. So Nexus batch is for class 12, Phoenix batch, that is for dropper, this is for your obviously that is for droppers. So basically the point here is the team is amazing. You have seen our enthusiasm. Yesterday you have seen your HSP sir's lecture, you have seen all that mind maps, you have seen my lectures, Wazim sir's lecture, Yawa sir's lecture, right? The way we teach you people. So obviously in our batches, when it comes to guide you personally, you will get our personal mentorship, you will get the quality content, you will get the revision. But yeah, it depends upon you as well. If you will demand more, we will provide you more. So you should have that zeal in you. But the basic things, the quality content, right? The top questions, everything we are going to give you here in these batches. So what you have to do, you have to click on that link. So now just look at this. If you avail this subscription for 12 months, so basically you are paying 792 rupees for a month. And even if you go for any private tuition, right, this is not the amount even for a subject. It is not even for a single subject, right? You have to pay for, you have to pay above 1,000, above 2,000 for one subject. But here in 792 rupees, you will get all the 3 subjects, and not just our batch, other batches as well, right? So be the part of it soon. Otherwise, it will be at a price of 38,000 soon. So do not forget to give your test on Sunday. That is from 2 p.m. to 5:20 p.m. I hope you all are registered for AIMT. So registration is not sufficient enough. Guys, be the part of this batch. Be the part of this test. That will be very helpful for you, right? Be the part of this batch. So done. All that chit chat and everything done. Chalo Ambika. Now come back to the topic. Okay, come back to the topic, because I believe that you are also ready for it, hai na? You are also ready for it. Chalo, let's get started. So let's start with the quick revision of excretory product and its elimination. Right, in the last class itself, I gave you the basic idea, but still. So I'm going to ask few questions and I'm expecting answers in the chat section. Are you people ready? Ma'am, that test is very hard. But if that test is very hard, that will give you the motivation, that will tell you that it is the portion where you need to focus. It is the portion that you need to revise again and again. So if you are skipping AIMT, you should not. It's a humble request. At this point of time, tests, they are important. They will reduce your negative marking. They will tell you how to manage the time. Okay, daily do videos on important topics. Sathana, feedback taken, it will be done. Anything else? Top 500 questions, they are important. They will give you the idea of your complete NCERT. Anything else? Anything else? Can we start now? So answer my question, people. Excretory product and its elimination. In the last class itself we have discussed this. So tell me, which one is the highly toxic nitrogenous waste? Which one is the highly toxic nitrogenous waste? Let me give you the overview as well. When it comes to the excretion, excretion means elimination of the metabolic waste, the waste that is generated due to your metabolism, due to the chemical reactions which are going on in your body. This is the first point. Now when it comes to the nitrogenous waste, we have ammonia, we have urea, uric acid, some amino acids are also there, right? Some purines are also there, but yeah, these are the main three that we are going to consider. The first point clear? The first point clear, right? So what I just said, it is, I just asked you the highly toxic nitrogenous waste. Now let me answer this question. Now, what is the difference in between the excretion and defecation? Right? What is the difference in between the excretion and defecation? Excretion means you are removing your metabolic waste, something which is something which is generated after metabolism, after chemical reaction. But if it is the defecation, it is the undigested food. So if it is something undigested, means it was not the part of our system. Can I say so? If I am saying something is undigested, so it means it is not the part of our system. Okay? It was never the part of our metabolism. That is a clear-cut difference. Now the word is, what is the word? The word is ammonia. Ammonia is very highly toxic nitrogenous waste. Right? The organisms that release it, they are ammonotalic. They are ammonotalic, and the process is ammonotalism. And let me tell you, student, right, only aquatic organisms can afford this nitrogenous waste. Why? Because for its removal you need excess of water. Okay, you need excess of water, and it is highly toxic. It should not be accumulated within the living body, not even in the case of plants. Even plants, they do not allow the accumulation of nitrogenous ammonia in their body. It is that toxic. So in our body, in the case of humans, in our liver, we have urea cycle, we have ornithine cycle, we have urea cycle, which is also known as ornithine cycle, which is also known as citrulline arginine cycle also. So here what is going to happen, your ammonia and your carbon dioxide will combine. Both are metabolic waste, they are going to form the urea. So in our body also, this ammonia is converted to urea. Is that clear, people? Is that clear? So that is something that you need to keep in your mind. So when it comes to these waste, ammonia, urea, uric acid, CO2, water, ions, phosphate, sulfate, they all are the results of metabolic activities. Understood? Understood. So this one is highly toxic, right? Then comes your urea, then comes your uric acid. So uric acid will be there in the case of birds. It will be there in the case of insects. They will release the paste, they will release the pellet. Understood? Understood? Understood. Now we have kidneys. Even this is something that we have covered in the last class. If you are watching this part only, if you have missed the last part, do check the last part, because I started the basic explanation of excretory product and elimination there. Okay, bache? Okay, Swapnil? Okay, Swapnil, so this is the kidney that we have. You know that it is our, the part of our excretory system, of course. It is retroperitoneum. Do I need to repeat it? I don't think so. My students are smart enough, they are consistent enough, they'll manage. Hai na? So it is retroperitoneal. It is retroperitoneal. Its ventral side is covered with the peritoneum, or you can say that it is behind peritoneum. Right? This is retroperitoneum. Your floating ribs, because we have completed locomotion and movement. So I am expecting an answer from you people. Right? Which pair of ribs is the floating pair? Which one is the floating pair of ribs? Excellent, bache. Samiksha, Leharika, Muruga, very good. 11th and 12th pair, right? 11th and 12th pair, it is the floating, it is the pair of floating ribs. It is the pair of floating ribs. Clear, bache? So they are going to protect our kidneys. They are going to protect our kidneys. So kidney, ovary, adrenal gland, they are divided like this. Outer is the cortex part, inner is the medulla. So which question we need to remember here? That when it comes to medulla, in between medulla, see, here, can you see this? In the medulla, you will see these renal pyramids. What are you going to see here? You are going to see the renal pyramids here. Okay, you people are going to see what? You people are going to see the renal pyramids here. Right. What are you going to see here? You are going to see the renal pyramids here, renal pyramids here. Are you getting my point? Right. So here you can see these are the renal pyramids. Here you have the papillae also. You will see that here also nephrons are there. Finally they are opening in the minor calyces, then major callus, and this is the renal pelvis that we have. So the part of cortex is also there in between these medullary pyramid, right? A part of cortex is also there in the medulla. And what do we call it, students? What do we call it? We call it as, yes people, what do we call it? We call it as column of Bertini. Do you remember that? It's a direct PYQ. It is column of Bertini. Yes, it is column of Bertini. It is column of Bertini. Everyone write down this in the chart section. Write down this in the chat section. Because students, this part is specially for you. You know that I am using Yavar sir slot and I am teaching you this. This is something extra. Day after tomorrow, I have another marathon as well. Hope you guys have seen our channel also. Right? Day after tomorrow, I am having another marathon as well. Wait. Let me show you. So I'll be taking your complete class 11th. Okay, I'll be taking your complete class 11th botany marathon. Okay, class 11th ka botany marathon I'm going to take. We'll be starting with the human physiology. We'll be starting with the anatomy. We'll be starting with the human physiology, plant physiology. Then we will go for plant kingdom, biological classification, your living world and morphology. So if right, see. After today, one another marathon. Why? Because we literally want to complete your syllabus first. Then you will get everything. Diagram based sessions. You will get NEET ka replica. You will get your 5 years PYQ practice questions. You will get the complete syllabus ka marathon with all the important topics. One day is for biology, for chemistry, for physics. But I want your support. If you will not motivate me, I'll be like, "Theek hai, why am I taking extra slot? Why am I teaching them? They are not interested." If my viewers are not interested in getting that, why should I? Why should I? Are you getting my point? So I am in a very chill mode today. Okay? Is this chapter is removed? Which one? I am in a very chill mode today. Right? Because I am here to teach you and I enjoy that. Same thing I'm expecting from you. So you have to stay with me till the end. Share the session link with your friends and make sure that you like this. Right? Your Wazeem sir is going to take the marathon tomorrow, and day after tomorrow I'll again take the botany marathon, especially with the plant physiology. So want you people here in this session. Want you people here in this session, and today also, right, just revise it completely. Okay, revise it completely. Okay, so now come to this part. So this part clear, diagram clear. So this is the renal pelvis, this is the ureter, and here you people will see a concavity. So this is the concavity from where the blood vessel will enter, blood vessel will leave, and this is the renal pelvis you have. So guys, right, this is hilum. This is hilum. It is also something that we have covered in the last class. This is our system. So answer my question. Your ureter and your urinary bladder, it is lined with which type of epithelium? Your urinary bladder and your ureter, it is lined with which type of epithelium? And if you want to revise it in detail, do check my last class. Do check my last part. Do check my last part. Exactly. It is lined with Samiksha. Excellent. I'm very happy with your consistency and response. Urothelium. And it is also known as transitional epithelium. So is it a simple epithelium or is it a compound epithelium? Is it a simple epithelium or is it a compound epithelium? Is it a simple epithelium or is it a compound epithelium? Quick. Simple or compound? Simple or compound? It is compound. It is multi-layered. It is compound. It is multi-layered. Okay, it is compound. It is multi-layered epithelium. Okay, it is multi-layered epithelium. Got it? Got it? Okay, so here you can see these blood vessels. In the last class, we have even completed the blood supply. So when it comes to the basic unit here, the basic structural and functional unit here, that is the nephron. That is the nephron. Even this is something that we have completed. So each kidney, the word is each kidney contains 1 million nephron. So basically both the kidneys will have 2 million nephrons, right? 2 million nephrons. These are that microscopic cells. So when you look at these cells, right, this portion here, what's that? This is the woman's capsule, and here it is having the tuft of capillary, that is glomerulus. So both of them together, they form Malpighian, right? They form Malpighian capsule, or you can say that it forms renal capsule. Malpighian capsule or renal capsule, that's the word. Okay, that's the word. So blood is coming, right? Blood is coming. Your renal artery is giving the blood to kidney. It will divide. It will form arterioles. It will form afferent arterioles. A for Anna, afferent arteriole. So it is comparatively wide. So efferent arteriole will leave it. Its diameter is narrow, and this diameter difference is going to create a pressure here, right? It is going to create a pressure here, right, bache? Right, bache? And that pressure will help in the filtration. Pressure will help in the filtration. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Then further, you will see the peritubular capillary network here. Peritubular capillary network here. Yes or no? Yes or no? And then see this part. So this is something which we need to start today. Okay, this is something which we need to start today. So this is your loop of Henle. What is it? It is your loop of Henle. Hanji students, everyone in the class, do let me know what is it, because we are going to start with the countercurrent mechanism. Firstly, I will tell you how these different parts they are helping in the absorption. So students, please tell me quickly, right? Are you able to understand this diagram? This diagram is very important. It will clear majority of the concepts. Majority of the concepts. So see this. This is the descending limb. This is the ascending limb. Descending limb of loop of Henle. Ascending limb of loop of Henle. Thick filament, thin filament, thick filament, thin filament, surrounded by U-shaped vasa recta. But descending limb of loop of Henle is surrounded by ascending limb of vasa recta. Okay, ascending limb of loop of Henle is surrounded by, right, is surrounded by descending limb of vasa recta. Are you getting my point? Descending limb of vasa recta. Are you getting my point? Sure. Sure. So this is descending limb of loop of Henle. Adjacent to its, in its vicinity, ascending limb of vasa recta. This is the ascending limb of loop of Henle. In its vicinity, descending limb of vasa recta. So that's what you need to remember, because this arrangement is going to help in the countercurrent mechanism. So this is something important. And when it comes to the countercurrent mechanism, your juxtamedullary nephrons, which are making, your juxtamedullary nephrons, which are just making, right? Again, I'm repeating, your juxtamedullary nephrons, which are making 15% of the total nephrons, 10 to 15% of total nephrons. These nephrons, my dear students, they will help in the countercurrent mechanism. And what is the role of this countercurrent mechanism? It is something very important, a kind of advanced feature in the higher vertebrates. Where are you going to see it? In the higher vertebrates. Just you can talk about mammals. Firstly, you can talk about aves, that is your birds, and you can talk about mammals. You can talk about aves, that is birds and mammals. So it is a mechanism which helps in making urine concentrated. It makes urine four times more concentrated, than the filtrate. Imagine, 4 times more concentrated than the filtrate. Understood? So 4 times more concentrated than the filtrate. Okay? So before starting it, let's come to this part. The structure clear? See, your PCT, proximal convoluted tubule, your loop of Henle, your distal convoluted tubule, then comes your collecting duct. Okay, so when you look at the position of these nephrons, even in the last class, again, if some students are getting confused, let me show you. That's the lecture. Okay, so that's my last lecture. So see, okay, so see, this is already covered in this class. Okay, it is already covered in this class. Okay, so you guys can just check it out. Fine, you people can just check it out. Understood? So these basics are explained here. Okay, chalo, now come back to this. So when you look at the parts which are arranged, so you can see this, that's how your nephron is placed, like this. Of course, if it is cortical nephron, this part will be highly reduced, right? If it is juxtamedular, it will be deeply embedded in the medulla here. So this is your cortex and this is your medulla, and bache, there the osmolarity, it also differs. Okay, osmolarity, it also differs. So what is the meaning of osmolarity? So osmolarity is meaning, it means solute concentration. What is the meaning of osmolarity? Osmolarity means a solute concentration, the concentration of solute, right? So this is what we need to discuss, and we will see when we move from the outer side of the cortex to the very inner side of the medulla, we will see this salt concentration will change. Okay, and why it is going to change, that's something we have to discuss. Okay, so in the last class, that is what we have revised with pressure, but just for your quick revision, the first step of urine formation is your glomerular filtration. It is also known as ultrafiltration. It is also known as ultrafiltration, right? It is the glomerular filtration, and it is also known as ultrafiltration. Clear, bache? Ultrafiltration. So I told you, you will consider here glomerular blood pressure, you will consider here blood colloidal osmotic pressure, you will consider here capsular hydrostatic pressure. Okay, glomerular blood pressure, blood colloidal osmotic pressure, capsular hydrostatic pressure. So overall, these two pressures, they will inhibit filtration. They are not something which promotes filtration, they stops it. Okay, when it is glomerular blood pressure, it is the one that will favor it. So when you talk about the net effective filtration pressure, the total filtration pressure, that is somewhere in the range of 10-25 mm Hg. Okay, 10-25 mm Hg. So when it is the filtration, the blood will be filtered, the blood pressure is there because efferent and efferent arteriole is having the different diameter. Okay, so you know that, right? This is important. One question can come from this part, so please pay attention. On an average, 1100 to 1200 ml of blood is filtered by kidneys per minute. 1100 to 1200 ml means 1 liter to 1.1 liter to 1.2 liters of the blood is filtered by kidneys per minute. It is something which is filtered by kidneys per minute, and this is basically the 1/5 of the blood pumped out by each ventricle of heart in a minute. You remember this value, this cardiac output, it is 5030 ml, right? Or you can say that roughly it is 5 liters. 5 liter is the amount of blood which is pumped by heart in 1 minute under normal physiological conditions, right? Under normal physiological conditions, right, bache? Right, bache? So of course 1100 to 1200 ml is basically its 1/5, right? 1100 to yes, bache, 1200 ml is basically the 1/5 of that. Okay, it is 1/5 of that. Understood? So how many layers do you have here? Yes, how many layers do you have here? Three. So let's again revise it, because this is something important. So when you talk about your glomerulus, which is the tuft of blood capillary, so of course you will see endothelial cells here. You are going to see endothelial cells here. You know that they will also lie on basement membrane. And when you talk about the inner layer of woman's capsule, you will see, right, it will be having the podocytes. Okay, it will be having the podocytes. Okay, so these are the cells which are arranged in such a way that such an intricate manner that you will see the slit pores there. You are going to see the slit pores there. So obviously it is both the layers, they will lie on the basement membrane. Understood? They will lie on the basement membrane. Understood? Sure. They will lie on the basement membrane. These are the 3 layers from where the filtration will occur. So of course, because we have to, it is the filtration basically, right? So the thickness of these membranes should not be much. Understood? It should not be much. Understood? Right? So of course, here the filtration is going on. Okay, so filtrate will come here in the lumen of woman's capsule. So this is not something selective, right? It's just that from plasma some proteins will not come because they cannot cross these layers, right? Rest everything will be here, right? Rest everything is the filtrate. Okay, rest everything will come here in the lumen. So this filtrate is also containing glucose. It is also containing amino acid which we need to reabsorb. okay, which we need to reabsorb. Yes bachcho, are you up or are you sleeping? So quickly hit the like button and subscribe to the channel as well, right? So are you all up or are you guys sleeping? Nahi madam, we are not sleeping, hai na? NEET is not letting us sleep. NEET is not letting us sleep. Up. Okay, so this is the filtrate. So we need to reabsorb it because there are many things, many important things are present here, and after this absorbing it, whatever we need to secrete like H positive, K positive or any other ion, that will be further added to the filtrate. Understood, right? So remember, when it comes to the glomerular filtration rate, okay, when it comes to the glomerular filtration rate, very important, it is 180 liters per day. What's that? It is 180 liters per day. And for 1 minute it will be 125 ml per minute. It should be 125 ml per minute. So that's important, that's very important. Is it clear? Is it clear? So this paragraph from the NCERT, I'll explain it later. It is something very important, right? It's the part of regulation of kidney, right? But let me explain the other topics first, then I'll explain it, okay? So that's something very, very, very important, and you should not skip it at all. You should not skip it at all. ठीक है जी, चलो. So let's see here. So basically 99% of the filtrate will be reabsorbed. Why? Because when it comes to the urine output, it is near about 1.5 liters. Okay, so reabsorption will be there. Okay, right bache, right. So the next point here is glucose, amino acid and sodium. They will be reabsorbed actively. Actively means by using ATP, by using energy. Again, another important point. Your chloride ions, right? Your water, your urea, it will be reabsorbed passively. It will be reabsorbed passively. Done bache? And when it comes to the tubular secretion, again, H positive, K positive ammonia will be added to the filtrate. And sometimes even bicarbonate is also reabsorbed. Okay, bicarbonate is also reabsorbed. Done? Understood? So this is the part that we need to start. Okay, right. So are you people ready for it? Yes, be quick. Are you guys ready for it? Because this is the part that we need to start. Okay, this is the part that we need to start. So first of all, let's talk about the PCT, and the very important thing is you should know what type of cells are lining PCT, and that is your brush bordered epithelium. Brush bordered cuboidal cells. Brush bordered means they are having microvilli, which will increase the surface area for the absorption, and they are having cube-like shape. Okay, so it is simple. What is the meaning of simple? That this single, it is a single layer, right? It is one cell layer thick. Okay, so this is the part where maximum absorption will be there. 70 to 80% of the electrolytes will be reabsorbed here, and this is the part which will, after all reabsorption, it will also secrete the ions, right? It is also going to secrete the ion to maintain the pH and ionic balance. Understood? So hydrogen ions and ammonia will be released here, and bicarbonate will be absorbed here. So MCQ. Mark it. Hanji, just mark it. It is our important MCQ. Yes, quick. Done. If there is any doubt, do let me know, people. Is it clear? Sure? Should we lock it? Okay, so next comes the Henle's loop. So Henle's loop mein your descending limb. Can you tell me this descending limb is lined by? It is lined by your, yes bache, it is lined by your cuboidal epithelium. Jaise you will talk about the thick descending limb and thin. So thick one is lined with your cuboidal epithelium. It is not brush bordered, simple cuboidal, and thin one is lined with simple squamous epithelium. Okay, it is lined with simple squamous epithelium. So obviously, if brush bordered epithelial is not there, it indicates that reabsorption will not be there from this part. Okay, reabsorption will not be there from this part. Is that clear? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Sure. Sure. Same is the case with the thick part. Okay, just say, let's say I am going to show you this from this diagram. Okay, so let's say this is the descending limb of loop of Henle, thick part. This thick part is lined with cuboidal epithelium. This thick part is lined with, it is lined with cuboidal epithelium. The thin part is lined with simple squamous epithelium. Okay, it is lined with simple squamous epithelium. So same is the case here, same is the case here. And here in ascending limb, let me tell you that thin part is more, right? It is more. So this part clear, this part clear, the kind of cells clear. Now here comes a very important point. Here comes a very important point. Please keep it in your mind. Dekho, we have to follow the NCERT, you know that, hai na? We have to follow the NCERT, you know that, right? So in NCERT they didn't mention it like this. Okay, in NCERT they didn't mention it like this. Like how? They didn't mention it in a way. Let me tell you how. Okay, so in the NCERT, basically when you look at this part, they didn't specify thick and thin part, right? They are saying in general. Okay, they are explaining this topic in general. They are not saying ki thick part say what will be absorbed, what will not be absorbed. So we have to follow the NCERT, so we have to go accordingly. So this is the descending limb of loop of Henle. Here the flow is like this, and you can remember it in this way also, ki from cortex it is descending into medulla, and from medulla this part is ascending into cortex. Understood? So what's the point here, right? What is the point here? When you look at this portion, the descending limb, it is permeable to water, means it is going to allow the water movement in and out, but we will see how will it move, but impermeable to electrolytes, impermeable to electrolytes, that ions, sodium chloride, right, like this, they are, it is impermeable to that, right? It is impermeable to that, right? Clear? And when you talk about this portion, this part is permeable to electrolytes, means it will allow the movement of electrolytes in and out. It will allow the movement of electrolytes in and out, but it is impermeable to water. Another PYQ, right? This is another important PYQ. This is another important PYQ. So now let me tell you, dekho, filtrate is coming, okay? Filtrate is coming. So when that filtrate is coming, look at the diagram of the nephron. See this. When this filtrate is coming like this, its salt concentration, its osmolarity, its salt, yes, its osmolarity, its salt concentration is high there. It's quite high there, right? My bad. Yeah, so when you talk about the salt concentration, it is not quite high there. I'll tell you what is happening. Here water is also present. In this filtrate, water is also present. So if you talk about the osmolarity, it will be somewhere 300, 400, 500 m osmol per liter, then 600, 700, 800, and when this will reach to the deeper layers of medulla, you will see the osmolarities 1200 m osmol per liter. ठीक है, 1200 m osmol per liter. ठीक है, what is happening actually? Okay, your filtrate is coming. This filtrate is having solute. This filtrate is also having water. Filtrate is coming. This filtrate is having solute. This filtrate is also having water. Am I right? This filtrate is having solute. This filtrate is also having water. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Yes or no? So now just imagine, I just told you that when you talk about the descending limb, it is permeable to water. It is permeable to water. So you know that your loop of Henle is placed like this. This is outer cortex, this is medulla, right? So medulla, here in between these loops, it is having the medullary fluid. It is also having the medullary fluid present here, of course, that's obvious. You can also call it as interstitial fluid. You can also call it as interstitial fluid, right? We are calling it as medullary fluid or interstitial fluid. We are calling it as medullary fluid or interstitial fluid. So let me tell you here, right? right? So this part is permeable to water, so obviously water will come out. Water will come out from this part. From this part water will come out, yes or no? Yes or no? Water will come out, water will come out, water will come out. H2O will come out. And you know that what is it? You know that what is it? In the surrounding, what is it? It is the medullary fluid or the interstitial fluid, yes or no? It is the medullary fluid. It is the interstitial fluid. Yes or no? It is the medullary fluid or it is the interstitial fluid? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Clear? So imagine your filtrate was moving here, the water is coming out, which will be added further in the medullary fluid. So don't you think when this solute will come out, it will become concentrated? It will become concentrated, don't you think so? Now don't you think so the solute concentration will change? I'll give you another example. Just say, let's say here you are having a solution. Solution means, what is the meaning of a solution? Solvent plus solute. Solvent plus solute is together making the solution. Now let's say I have 100 gram of water, right, and I have 5 gram of solute. Fine, this is my one solution. This is my one solution. In my other solution, 100 gram of solvent is there and 50 gram of solute is there. Imagine 100 gram of solvent is there. I'm giving you the layman example. 50 gram of solute is there. If you will compare them both, right, if you will compare them both, so basically this one is concentrated, this one is concentrated. 100 gram mein you have added 5 gram of solute. Here in 100 gram of the solvent you have added 50 gram of the solute. So which one is more concentrated? Swapnil, this one is more concentrated, right? So if I have to make it dilute, less concentrated or dilute, I have to add more water here. I have to add more water here, more water here, more water here, right? The another way out is, Leharika, Bunny, the another way out is I can take out the solute. I can just take out the solute. If, right, this is something I can do. This is something I can do. If I have to make it diluted, I can either take out the water, either I can add the water or I can take out the solute. Of course, it is possible. Of course, it is something that I have to do. Now, the another point is, let's say it is a, Hanji, let's say this is a like 100 gram of solvent and you have added 10 gram of solute there. Now from this solution you are taking out water. Now you are just taking out water, not the solute, you are taking out water. Again, don't you think it will become more concentrated? Just here filtrate is coming down, so because from this filtrate water will pass here to the medullary fluid. Don't you think because water is decreasing, the more solute concentration is here, so it will become more concentrated. It will become more concentrated. That is why when you will move your filtrate from the lumen of Bowman's capsule to this part, you will see the osmolarity will increase, the solute concentration will increase, 300 to 1200. It will be like this. We will come to the countercurrent mechanism. You will understand it in a better way. Now when you look at this part, from this side it is permeable to electrolyte, impermeable to water. And remember, from descending limb when solute will pass, from the descending limb when filtrate will pass, it is becoming more concentrated. This is a P by Q. It is a previous year statement. They ask you this thing. What will happen to the filtrate if it will pass from descending limb? Because we know that descending limb is permeable to water, right? It is impermeable to electrolyte, so water is coming out, so it is becoming more concentrated. It is becoming more concentrated, and that's useful because from here we are able to reabsorb the water. That is also important. The another point here that I would like to add is, right, the another point here that I would like to add is, right, listen to me, what is the another point here? The another point here is, this is the filtrate. You will use the word filtrate. It is not the final urine, because final urine will be available once you know everything will be done. Right, this part clear. Now this filtrate, when it will reach here, it is highly concentrated. Its osmolarity is 1200 m osmol per liter. ठीक है, 1200 m osmol per liter. Clear बच्चे? Clear बच्चे? And that is the osmolarity of the interstitial fluid. You know ना, in our body equilibrium, right? जैसे let's say one cell is having more water, another is having less, so the water will move from its higher concentration to lower concentration and equilibrium will be maintained. But that equilibrium is dynamic. Dynamic means still, right? It's not like that if two cells, they are isotonic, there will be no movement. No, movement of water will be there from A to B and even from B to A, but it will be same amount of water will move from A to B, same amount of water will move from B to A. It's like this, it's like this. Okay, so here when the filtrate will reach, it is having the osmolarity 1200 mmol per liter and surrounding is also having the same. Now from this side, from the thin part, passively your NaCl will come out. Your NaCl will come out. Here you will see some ion channels. You will see some ion channels, you will see some pumps. So actively from this side, actively NaCl will come out. So basically if now it is this filtrate, this is concentrated. Why? Because it is having less water, more solute, less water, more solute. Now I am just taking out the solute outside. I am just taking out the solute outside. Again it is becoming diluted. Again it is becoming diluted, and this is also important. Why? Because NaCl and urea, they will maintain the osmolarity of the interstitial fluid. Okay, they will maintain the osmolarity of the interstitial fluid. Okay, osmolarity of the interstitial fluid. Understood? Understood? It will maintain the osmolarity of the interstitial fluid. So now from my filtrate, which was highly concentrated here, right, now when I'm taking out the filtrate from it, now when I'm taking out the solute from it, again it will become diluted. Again it will become diluted. So that is also beneficial for me. Why? Because from DCT, if required, right, I will reabsorb water, and especially from the collecting duct also. That is important. So try to relate it. Try to relate it. Now come to NCERT. So NCERT Didi is saying that reabsorption is minimum in its ascending limb. In its ascending limb. Mark it. Mark it, bache. This is something very important. This is something very important. Please mark it. Ki reabsorption is minimum in its ascending limb. Okay, reabsorption is minimum in its ascending limb. Please mark it. Quick. Quick. Yes, quick. Just a minute, bache. Done? Is that clear? So this is something very important. This is something very important, and what is it? What is it? They are saying ki reabsorption is minimum in its ascending limb. Reabsorption is minimum in its ascending limb. Ma'am, I can't solve question in mock bio above 50 or 55. I'm in fear to can't solve 20. First of all, if you are having that fear, start revising properly. Wherever you are making mistake, Mr. Monster, you need to work on that. And if you will start thinking about the NEET exam today, oh my god, what will I do then? That will not be helpful for you. This emotion is going to basically it is going to lower down your morale. So I will suggest, please practice, please revise. With time this number will increase. Okay, now please focus, right? Please focus. Take care, bache. So this region plays a significant role in maintenance of high osmolarity of medullary interstitial fluid. So loop of Henle is the one that will maintain the osmolarity of our interstitial fluid. ठीक है madam, we got it. Now descending limb of loop of Henle is permeable to water but almost impermeable to electrolytes. Again we got it. Again we got it. This is what we have discussed, and that is why when filtrate will moves down the descending limb, it will be concentrated. Any doubt here? Any doubt here, guys? This lecture is specially for you. If you are not interested in revising this portion, do let me know. I will end the class. I will schedule class in my batch. Okay, I will end the class, right? And I will schedule class in my batch. I do not have time to waste, right? I don't want to take your time. I don't want to waste my time. So guys, if you are genuinely interested in revising it, please be sincere here, or else I will end the class. I'm telling you this thing clearly. Today I'm not committed for this lecture. I scheduled it, right, because I want to do something for my students, but if students are not interested, I'll end it. So you better focus here, guys. You please focus here, okay? So ascending limb is impermeable to water, but it will allow the transport of electrolytes actively or passively. So I told you that from the thick part, actively electrolytes will be reabsorbed, and from the thin part, passively it will be reabsorbed. So concentrated filtrate will again, right, pass upward, it will again get diluted, right, bache? That is what I just taught you. So now when you talk about the DCT, the word that they use is conditional reabsorption of sodium. Conditional reabsorption of sodium and water mean when it is required. If in my body the blood volume is sufficient enough, I'm drinking enough water, then there is no need to reabsorb more and more water from DCT. Then there is no need to reabsorb water from that collecting duct, because already in my body sufficient water is there, right? My body will be like, now I don't need that, right? Now I don't need that. Are you getting my point? But if it is required, then from DCT the word is conditional reabsorption. The word is conditional reabsorption, right? The word is conditional reabsorption. Okay, okay, okay. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So we will understand it once we'll start the regulation of kidney function. Okay, so DCT is also capable, is also capable of reabsorption of bicarbonate. DCT is also capable of reabsorption of bicarbonate and selective secretion of H positive and K positive and ammonia to maintain pH and sodium potassium balance. Understood? Any doubt? Any doubt? Any doubt? And finally, when it is the collecting duct, which is extending from cortex to the inner parts of medulla, large amount of water is again reabsorbed, bache, so that we can make the concentrated urine. So from this segment, right, this diagram, please pay attention. Please pay attention. So see, bicarbonate is coming out. Bicarbonate is coming out, it is reabsorbed. H2 is reabsorbed, NaCl is reabsorbed if required. Same here, nutrients, potassium is reabsorbed, H positive and NH3 is added. So if you will read this part from the text, you will see that here in the PCT part they have mentioned that H positive and ammonia is added, but here K positive, H positive and again ammonia is again added here. Okay, so this is the collecting duct from where water will be reabsorbed so that urine can become more concentrated. Imagine now, urine is coming down, water is getting reabsorbed, it is becoming concentrated. Now when it is moving up, NaCl is getting reabsorbed passively from here, this side, actively from this side, then again this filtrate is becoming diluted. Then if required here in DCT, the water will be reabsorbed, so again filtrate will be concentrated, right? And from the collecting tubule also, right, further from collecting duct further the water is reabsorbed so that we can make the urine concentrated. So finally after all these steps, the filtrate will turn into urine, which is 4 times more concentrated than the filtrate itself. So from this part of the collecting duct, H2O is coming, plus from this part some amount of urea is also coming, right, and that urea is again added to this filtrate. So remember, it is your NaCl and urea that maintains osmolarity, of the interstitial fluid, got it? That maintains osmolarity of the interstitial fluid, got it? Sure. So now the next is mechanism of countercurrent mechanism. Again I am telling you, I'll teach you something that will make your NCERT easy. ठीक है. There are many ways to explain it, but I have seen students struggling in this particular topic. I have seen students not getting this particular topic. I don't know what's the reason, right? I'll be honest about it. I don't know what's the reason, but I have seen students, they don't understand this part properly. Okay, they literally don't understand this part properly. So I will teach you it in a simple way. You remember it like this. You will be able to solve the questions. Okay, right? You will be able to solve the question. So listen to me. In 3 steps or in 4 steps, you have to remember 4 steps for this particular topic. How many steps? You have to remember 4 steps. How many steps? You have to remember 4 steps for this particular topic. Okay, how many steps? People repeat it, please. 4 steps. How many steps, guys? Please repeat. Please repeat. Just a minute. Done? Hanji, this part clear? This part clear? Chalo. So, in 3 to 4 steps you have to remember it, okay? The very first step is this is the descending limb of vasa recta, which is in vicinity of ascending limb of, this is the descending limb of loop of Henle, right? And in its vicinity we will see ascending limb of vasa recta is present. Okay, ascending limb of vasa recta is present. Can you see that? This is descending limb, this is ascending limb. This is ascending limb, this is descending limb. Okay, this one is loop of Henle, this one is vasa recta. What is vasa recta? What is vasa recta? It is nothing but the blood capillary. It is nothing but a blood vessel, or you can say that blood capillary. Okay, understood? 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 So remember it in simple way. You know that from here the water is coming. The water is getting reabsorbed. Where will that water go? Ultimately, where is this step occurring? In the medulla. It is, everything is going on in the medulla. Who's maintaining the osmolarity of medulla? Your NaCl and urea. Your NaCl and urea is maintaining the, it is maintaining the osmolarity. It is maintaining the osmolarity of urea. It is maintaining the, osmolarity of the medullary fluid. Understood? It is maintaining osmolarity of the medullary fluid. Just a minute. Okay? So you know that from this side water is getting reabsorbed, yes or no? Water is getting reabsorbed, yes or no? Yes or no? I am telling you, do not use your logic right now. Do not use your logic right now. Right now, try to remember it. I'll give you 3 to 4 steps to remember it. Then I'll explain you the logic as well. Okay? So what is happening here? Water is coming out. Water is coming out. Water is coming out. From this side, what is coming out? NaCl is coming out. NaCl is, madam, coming out. है ना? NaCl is coming out. NaCl is coming out. Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? Water is coming out. NaCl, 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 and NaCl is coming out. Basically, what is happening? Dekho. Here, the filtrate is moving like this. Like this. Here, filtrate is moving like this. This is the direction. This is the direction. This is the direction, people. I'm expecting an answer. I'm expecting an answer. right? So both the directions of the filtrate, they are opposite. So opposite, counter current means something is in opposite direction. If one is going like this, another is going like this is the counter current. So if you will see both the limbs, descending and ascending, in both the limbs, basically what is happening? In both the limbs, what is happening? The flow of filtrate is in opposite direction. Now when you look at the vasa recta also, this is the descending limb, down, right? D for down. Here, that's how your blood is moving, down. Here, that's how your blood is moving, up, 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 up. So if you will see vasa recta, in both the limbs, the blood flow is in opposite direction. This is also in counter current. And if you will compare descending limb of loop of Henle and ascending limb of vasa recta, they are also having the counter current, the opposite flow. This point clear? This point clear? This is something that you have to retain. If it is clear, do let me know. If it is clear, do let me know. Sure? Sure? ठीक है. So it's like कि you are throwing something. ठीक है? Your friend, your sibling, your brother, whatever you want to consider, that person is picking up something. जैसे I am throwing a ball, you are catching it. Like this. Descending limb of loop of Henle is throwing out water outside. That will be picked up by your ascending limb. Your ascending limb, your vasa recta is not having these type of tantrums कि I am not permeable to this, I am permeable to that. No. Vasa recta is like कि whatever I will get, I'll just take it. Whatever I'm going to get, I will just take it. Whatever I'm going to get, I will just take it. This is the rule of vasa recta. ठीक है? जैसे my students, they are like, oh my God, Unacademy is providing us free of cost test series, that is AIMT, we will take it. Unacademy is providing us free of cost special classes, we will take it. Unacademy is providing us the plus subscription at a rate of 94,999 for 1 year, I will take it. ठीक है? If I am getting something for free, I will take it. If I have to pay a very less amount, I will take it. It's like that. It is like that. ठीक है? Same is the case here. Vasa recta is like I am chill. I do not bother at all. कि oh my God, this limb should be permeable for electrolytes. That limb should be permeable for the water. No. You want to come in? You can. You want to leave? You can. I don't mind. But this loop of Henle is having some tantrums. It is throwing some tantrums. ठीक है? So loop of Henle is saying, this side is saying कि I am going to throw out the water. Ascending limb is like, oh my God, water is there in the surrounding. I will pick it up, like this. ठीक है? Ascending limb of loop of Henle is saying कि I will throw out NaCl. So descending limb of loop of Henle is I will pick up NaCl, I will pick up NaCl because I am getting it for free. ठीक है? जैसे it's like monkeys. Sometimes when you go to the temples, places, the tourist places where monkeys are there, so let's say if they took your specs, right, then you will be like, ठीक है यार, you take this piece of bread, piece of banana and give my specs, spectacles back. So you will give it to them, they'll take it, they'll throw the another thing out. Same is the case. ठीक है? Okay, जैसे imagine, you people will be offended, huh? You are a monkey. I'm giving you this. You took my remote, so I want this remote. So I'll be like, please take my bottle. Give my remote back. Okay. So it is throwing out NaCl. It is picking it up. It is throwing out water. It is picking it up. Ultimately, this is a blood capillary. So when imagine, because ठीक है, it is the NaCl is in medullary fluid, descending limb is taking up the medullary fluid, descending limb is taking up the NaCl from medullary fluid. So here this ascending limb is picking up water. So because now it is picking up water, it will throw out NaCl in the surrounding. I'm repeating this portion again. Descending limb of loop of Henle is throwing out water in the medullary fluid. Now ascending limb of vasa recta is nearby, will be like, de do, give it to me, give the water to me. It will hold the water here. But if you will look at that point, right? If you will look at this particular part, this is the ascending limb which is throwing out NaCl, NaCl. Okay, that will be picked up by this descending limb of vasa recta. But ultimately, here also NaCl is there now. This is just the blood capillary, it is having the blood. So NaCl will come here again. And here, because it is picking up the water from this side it will throw it out as well. It will throw it out as well. Yes or no? It will throw it out as well. Can you see that? Can you see that? It will throw it out as well. Can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? Matlab, what is the meaning here? That if I say ki yaar, water was there in the medullary fluid, that was taken up by this blood capillary. Obviously, blood capillary will mix this water in that blood, and blood volume will increase, of course. But still, right, it will throw out NaCl. So the NaCl which were there in the interstitial fluid, it was there in the medullary fluid. It is taken up by blood capillary. It is again given back to this side. It is again given back to the medullary fluid again, and the water which was taken from the medullary fluid, it was again given back to it. So basically it was like a win-win situation. It was like a win-win situation, right? Right? It's not like that ki NaCl is going somewhere. No, it is still here. If from this side it is getting reabsorbed by blood capillary, it will again be released by blood capillary here. If water is getting reabsorbed from this side of the blood capillary, again it will be added back. So it's not like that it is going somewhere, right? It is just like what? What will be the word that you will use here? What will be the word that you will use here? Like everything is still there. Everything is still there. So this is basically, literally, this is the gist of the topic. If you will read NCERT, it is written. Now I'll explain why this is happening. Right? Why this thing is happening? What is the logic behind this? Simple. You know that filtrate is coming down. I need to reabsorb the water from that filtrate. I need to reabsorb the water from that filtrate. I have to reabsorb more and more water. I have to reabsorb more and more water. Isn't it? Isn't it? So if I have to reabsorb more and more water, imagine this is a cell that I have. I want this cell to give me the water. How is it possible? When in its surrounding, I will increase the solute concentration. It will give me the water. Osmosis. It's a living system. Osmosis is going on here. Isn't it? It's a living system. Osmosis is going on here. Isn't it? Tell me, isn't it? It is a living system. Osmosis is going on here, right? So this is the cell that I have in my surrounding. I have increased the solute concentration because I want to withdraw more and more water. I want to withdraw more and more water. So if I want to withdraw from the water from this descending limb, I have increased. This NaCl will be in the interstitial fluid. So I have increased the solute concentration here, Samiksha, so that I'll be able to absorb the water. I'll be able to absorb the water. That water is again added. That water is again added here, right? Here in my blood capillary to increase that blood volume. Now when I'm moving here, because we need NaCl to maintain the osmolarity, I am reabsorbing NaCl here because I want to make this filtrate again diluted so that I can reabsorb more water, so that NaCl is picked up by this side. So now it will be like, theek hai, NaCl, if it is in the medullary fluid, it can increase osmolarity. So I have to balance it out, right? It will be absorbed by blood capillary. Blood capillary is also adding the water here. Why is it adding the water? Because solute is coming from this side. So we cannot let it become more concentrated. We have to balance it out. Again, some water is coming out. That's how it is maintained. That's how it is maintained. Okay. Okay, this is what countercurrent mechanism is. This is what countercurrent mechanism is. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So when you start from the cortex, look at this side, look at this side. So this is your descending limb, this is your ascending limb, right? This is your ascending limb of vasa recta, this is your descending limb of vasa recta. So they both are parallel, they both are in in the vicinity, isn't it? So see, in the cortex, the solute concentration is 300 m osmol per liter, right? So when you are going down, because water is coming out, from this side, water is coming out. See, this is throwing out NaCl, I just told you, right? And it is not like that, so water is coming out. So you can see, just a minute guys. Okay, so you can see water is coming out, you can see osmolarity is increasing, 400, 600, 800, 1000, 1200. So now from this side, because NaCl is coming out, yes or no? NaCl is coming out, and see, again solute is coming out, the solute concentration in the filtrate is decreasing, again back, when it will reach the cortex again it will decrease. Now when you look at the interstitial fluid in the surrounding itself, ye dekho, you know that ultimately it has to be isotonic. Dekho, in the blood capillary here, because it is descending, it is 300, 400, 600 like this. So at this point it will be 1200. Here in the medullary fluid also it is 1200 m osmol per liter. So that's how it is moving up. So this is the countercurrent mechanism. Again, just to avoid the confusion, you can see this as well. Okay, right? You can see this as well. So this is also something very interesting. So look at it. Water is coming out from this, what do we call it, descending limb of loop of Henle. Water is entering here in ascending limb of vasa recta. Water is the NaCl is coming out, the K positive is coming out from this ascending limb of loop of Henle. So here it is getting added, right? So that's how it is working. So see, it is so NaCl will enter here. So water will again go out in the medullary fluid, but that is again reabsorbed here. So that's how it is working. So after the class, when I will share the PDF with you, you will get these images. So you can also take a screenshot of it. I hope this part is clear to you people. I hope this part is clear to you all. Okay, so now come back to the topic. So basically mammals, they have the ability to produce a concentrated urine. Of course it is important. Why? Because we need to conserve water in our body. We are not living in an aquatic environment, so we need to conserve water in our body. That's the first point. Secondly, Henle's loop and vasa recta, they play a very significant role in this. Of course, that's why we say that juxtamedullary nephrons are going to play the role here. Second line clear? Now, the flow of filtrate in the two limbs of Henle's loop is in opposite direction, and that is why they are forming countercurrent. Of course, ma'am. Ipshita, even it is clear. Now, the flow of blood through the two limbs of vasa recta is also in a countercurrent pattern. We know that. So now when you talk about the closeness, the proximity between Henle's loop and vasa recta, they are also in countercurrent, and they are also helping in maintaining and increasing the osmolarity towards the medullary interstitium. So when you go down, deep down in the medullary fluid, you will see that this is the point. You will see that osmolarity is very high, 1200 m osmol per liter in the inner medulla. So it will be like from 300 to 1200. Clear bache? So this gradient is mainly caused by NaCl and urea. So all these lines are previous year questions. Take it. So NaCl is transported by ascending limb of loop of Henle. It is exchanged with the descending limb of vasa recta. Read it. NaCl is returned to the interstitium by ascending limb of vasa recta. So small portion of urea will again enter the thin limb, right, of ascending limb, which is transported back to the interstitium by collecting tubule. So look at this diagram. See this. Some amount of urea, it will be added here in the filtrate, right? It is added here in the filtrate, but it is again reabsorbed here from the collecting duct. So again, urea is not going anywhere. From this side it will enter, from this side it is coming back. So that's how they both will maintain the osmolarity, and ultimately all the setup is to conserve more and more water in our body. Clear bache? It is to conserve more and more water in our body. Is that clear? Understood? Understood? Sure bache. So it plays a role in the maintenance of pH and ionic balance. Okay, this part is already discussed. Okay, come to this side. So the above described transport facilitated by special arrangement of endless loop and vasa recta. This is our countercurrent mechanism. So this mechanism helps to maintain a concentration gradient in the medullary interstitium, and this gradient helps in collecting the water, right, in absorbing the water. Understood? So that's it, that's all. Next is the regulation of kidney function. So we are about to finish this chapter, then let's start body fluid and circulation, or if you want we can also start animal kingdom. Chalo. So doubt. Hanji, any doubt? Kirtika, this class will go till 10 or 11. Doubt? Sure? So Hanji, Leharika, now is it clear or not? If you want me to explain it again, I will. I'm just kidding. Okay, chalo. Next is the regulation of kidney function. Okay, so here we will discuss vasopressin, the hormone, of course. You remember vasopressin? Just for your quick revision. Do you remember vasopressin? Mr. Hypothalamus. Mr. Hypothalamus, our supermaster gland. Our supermaster gland is having, it is going to instruct our master gland, that is pituitary. So when you people talk about pituitary, it is also known as hypophysis. Do you remember this? It is also known as hypophysis. Then it is having adenohypophysis and adenohypophysis and neurohypophysis. Right, it is having adenohypophysis and neurohypophysis. Right, bache? Adenohypophysis and neurohypophysis. The another important point here is, yes, that this hypothalamus, it is having direct neural regulation. It is under this neurohypophysis is under direct neural regulation of hypothalamus. You know na, they are having biases. In the last class I explained you the reason as well. So obviously hypothalamus will form that hormones, neurohypophysis will store it and release it when required. Will store it and release it when required. Will store it and release it when required. So neurohypophysis, okay, it will be releasing your it will release two hormones, oxytocin and vasopressin. So your vasopressin is also known as ADH, that is your antidiuretic hormone. Right, what is this ADH? It is antidiuretic hormone. Right, so it prevents diuresis. Diuresis means excess of urination. Okay, right, clear? So these two hormones are synthesized by hypothalamus. They are just stored and by they'll be stored in neurohypophysis and they'll be released by neurohypophysis when a signal is given to it. So it is not even considered as a true endocrine gland. Understood? True endocrine gland. So now come back to that paragraph. Okay, now come back to this paragraph. Okay, now come back to this paragraph of NCERT. It's a very important paragraph. they are saying that kidneys have a built-in mechanism for the regulation of GFR. What is GFR? Glomerular filtration rate. How much blood a kidney can filter in 1 minute. That is 125 ml per minute. And if you talk about the entire day, it is 180 liter per day. Okay, it is 180 liter per day. Got it? What is it? It is 180 liter per day. Now what is the point here? The point here is very simple, right? That there is one mechanism here in kidney, that is there is one apparatus here in kidney, that is your juxtamedullary apparatus. Juxtamedullary apparatus. Here this apparatus is having two cells, JG cells, that is your juxtaglomerular cells. I did one mistake. Juxtaglomerular apparatus. Right, so juxtaglomerular cells, these cells are also known as granular cells because they are going to release some granules of your protein renin, of your hormone renin. Second is the macula densa, right? This is what we need to discuss here in the juxtamedullary apparatus. Is that clear? Is that clear? So when you talk about the juxtamedullary apparatus, so we have juxtaglomerular cells, also known as granular cells, and we have macula densa. Okay, right? Yes. Done? Sure. So other than that, we also discuss mesangial cells here, but that mesangial cells are not given in NCERT, right? So that's why we are not going to discuss it in detail, but these three are making the juxtaglomerular apparatus. Now obviously 1 million nephrons are living in one kidney, so obviously they do not have separate apartments. They all are so close to each other. So look at the diagram. Let's say this is, I just forgot to add one diagram here. So this is your woman's capsule, and this is your tuft of capillary. This is afferent atriole. This one is efferent atriole. Right, bache? So when it is coming in contact with the DCT, means the nephron is folded in such a way that the cells of DCT, just a minute, the cells of DCT, distal convoluted tubule. So it's a distal convoluted tubule. Imagine you are taking a cross section of it. So you will see that when this DCT, right, the point where it is coming in contact with atriole wall, this is the afferent atriole now. This one is the afferent. This one is the afferent arteriole, yes or no? This one is the afferent arteriole, yes or no? Yes or no? Yes? Tell me quickly. So when you say that DCT, when this DCT is coming in contact with this atriole here, right, so the cells here, the cells of this epithelium, they will become, you know, thicker than the another. So this is basically your macula densa. Macula densa is nothing, these are the cells of your DCT. These are the cells of your DCT. And when you see these atrioles, right, this is the capillary. So it is also having the smooth muscles. It is also having what? It is also having the smooth muscles. So in the smooth muscles here na, right students, in the basically the smooth muscle cells of these walls na, when they are coming in contact with DCT, just see, these are the this is afferent arteriole, this is efferent arteriole. So they are coming in contact with the DCT. Can you see that? Both the atrioles, their walls are coming in contact with the DCT. So here you will see that the cells of smooth muscles, they will become granular here. Right? What will they form? What will they form? These cells, bache, right. They are kind of swollen and they are having dark granules. Right? The cells, so smooth muscles and the cells present here, basically, right, what's going to happen here, bache? The smooth muscle cells of these walls, when they are coming in contact with this DCT, they will become kind of thicker and they are having some granules, right, some inactive granules, and that granules are basically renin. It is R-E-N-I-N. It's not RENNIN. You should know the difference. RENNIN. This renin is an enzyme. Okay, it is enzyme. It is present in gastric secretion. Okay, in the case of infants we will see this. In the case of calf stomach we will see this. It is RENNIN. This is RENIN, single N, because kidney is already having one N. That's how I remember. Kidney is already having one N, KIDNEY. So here it is RENIN. So when will this renin release? When GFR is low. Low glomerular filtration means in our body low blood pressure is there. That's why blood pressure of glomerulus is also less. That's why GFR is less. So when there is a drop down in the glomerular filtration rate, this apparatus will become active, and this is what it is going to release. Oh, so sorry, these cells are going to release, these juxtaglomerular cells are going to release renin. Okay? Understood? Okay. Sure. So see, one such efficient mechanism is carried out by juxtaglomerular apparatus. So it is a special sensitive region which is formed by modification in the DCT and afferent arteriole at the point of their contact. So this is also a PYQ. So it is afferent. They have specified it. It is afferent. It is afferent. Okay. So a fall in GFR will activate the juxtaglomerular cells, which are also known as granular cells, to release renin, which will stimulate the GFR, and it will be back to normal. But how? This is something that we will understand here. Okay. This is something that we will understand here. Okay. So when there is a fall in glomerular blood pressure, right, these JG cells, they will release renin, which will convert angiotensin into blood. Now see, in our blood what do you have? In our blood what do we have? We have plasma and we have formed elements. Am I right? What do we have? We have plasma and we have formed elements. Yes or no? We have plasma, we have formed element. Now in this plasma many proteins are there, and one such protein is angiotensinogen. Because the word is angiotensinogen, it is inactive. It is inactive. So one question here is that who's going to synthesize the angiotensinogen? Liver. Of course liver. So liver synthesize angiotensinogen. Angiotensinogen, right? And angiotensinogen is what? It is inactive. It is inactive. So when your juxtaglomerular cells, they'll release renin, this renin will act on this angiotensin and it will convert it into it will act on this angiotensinogen and it will make it angiotensin 1. Of course it is active. Of course it is active. Can you see that? Of course it is active. Can you see that? Yes or no? Can you see that? Yes or no? Yes or no? So now this angiotensin 1 will be converted to angiotensin 2. Remember one thing, bache, that will be done with the help of ACE. What is ACE? It is angiotensin converting enzyme. It is angiotensin converting enzyme, and this enzyme is released by lungs, by the epithelium of lungs. Understood? This enzyme is released by the epithelium of lungs. Clear bache? Clear bache? So now when you talk about angiotensin 2, students, even this angiotensin 2 also acts on proximal convoluted tubule, right? It also acts on proximal convoluted tubule. Okay? It will further helps in reabsorption, but okay, that is something different. Now this angiotensin 2, it will act on adrenal gland, and when it comes to adrenal gland, I hope you all remember, adrenal gland is having cortex and medulla. This is what we have covered in your chemical control and coordination. It is having cortex and medulla. So basically this angiotensin 2 is going to act on the adrenal cortex, and in response to that, adrenal cortex will release a mineralocorticoid, that is your aldosterone. That is your aldosterone. That is your aldosterone. Got it? Yes, that is your aldosterone. So cortex is having 3 layers. It is guffer, right? GFR, guffer, zona glomerulosa, zona fasciculata, zona reticularis, right? Right. So this is going to release aldosterone. So what that aldosterone will do, yes bache, that will help in the salt and water retention. Of course, this aldosterone will act on your DCT, on your distal convoluted tubule, or you can say that the later part of the nephron will help in conditional reabsorption of sodium ion. Will help in conditional reabsorption of what? Will help in conditional reabsorption of the sodium ion and the water retention, of course. Right? Sodium ion and water retention, of course. Yes or no? Sodium ions and water retention, of course. Yes or no? And I think you people should relate it, even in chemical control and coordination. When you talk about the reabsorption of sodium, which ion will further be reabsorbed and which ion will be excreted? That's a PYQ, please read it. Please read it. When calcium, more and more calcium is retained in our body, which ion will be eliminated? That is also you need to revise. Okay, so it will act on DCT and it will help in the reabsorption again, right? The salt and water retention again. That will elevate the blood pressure, right? That will elevate the blood pressure. This is the one way. This is a one way, and it will also give a signal to hypothalamus. It will also give a signal to hypothalamus, and in the response of that, hypothalamus will also increase thirst and drinking, and that will also elevate or increase the blood pressure. Further, your angiotensin 2 will also act on PCT, will further help in increasing the blood pressure. So this is nothing but your RAS mechanism, right? This is nothing but your RAS mechanism, that is your renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system. Renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system. Renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system. Okay, renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system. Got it? So angiotensinogen will be form angiotensin 1, then angiotensin 2. So remember, it is a vasoconstrictor. It will constrict the blood vessel. So obviously it will increase the blood flow. Okay? It will increase the blood flow. Done? Done. And angiotensin 2 also activates the adrenal cortex to release aldosterone, which will cause reabsorption of sodium and water from the distal parts of the tubule. Again, the blood pressure will increase. Okay, but yes, do remember angiotensin 1, right? It's a vasoconstrictor, not a vasodilator. It also acts on PCT, right? So this is your renin, angiotensin, aldosterone mechanism, your system. Okay, so obviously it is to increase the blood pressure, but we have to maintain that in our body everything should be at optimum level. You cannot say that if blood pressure is getting higher, it should go, it should just spike. Of course not. We have to maintain it. Okay, so we have ANF, that is atrial natriuretic factor. What do we have? We have ANF, that is atrial natriuretic factor. That is atrial natriuretic factor. So an increase in the blood flow to atria of heart can cause the release of ANF. So that ANF cause vasodilation. That is dilation of the blood vessel. So ANF is released by heart, and it is like a check on the RAS mechanism. Done, bache? Done. So this is all about this chapter. Rest everything will take hardly 10 minutes, and then let's start the next chapter. Okay, then let's start the next chapter. So which chapter do you want me to start first? Body fluid and circulation, or animal kingdom, or biomolecule? Choice is all yours. Majorly animal kingdom. Okay, we'll start with animal kingdom, don't worry. We'll start with animal kingdom, nothing to worry about. And again, as I said, it is a memory based chapter. So right, you should give many rough rounds of revision for that particular chapter. Okay, Okay, so next is micturition. What is it? Next is micturition. What is it? Micturition, passing out of urine. Of course, that is micturition. So urine formed by the nephron will be carried to urinary bladder. It will be stored here till a voluntary signal. And you remember now I told you why we are able to hold our urine for some time, right? When we have the urge to urinate, still we can control it for some time due to transitional epithelium. Why? Because the topmost layer of transitional epithelium is having globular cell. So when in the urinary bladder, the volume of urine increases, the layer, right, the topmost cells, what will they do? They will become flat, they will be distended, the volume will further increase. Okay, so what's going to happen? Of course, voluntary signal means it is as per our wish. So it is given by your CNS, right? When the signal is there is the stretching of the urinary bladder because it is getting filled with urine, and the stretch receptors are there in the walls of urinary bladder. They will send a signal to the brain. Right, so see how your neurons are involved here. So CNS passes on a motor message ki theek hai bhai, okay, right, initiate the contraction of smooth muscles of bladder, and there should be the relaxation of the sphincter muscles so that urine can come out. So this is important. What is going to contract? Smooth muscles of urinary bladder. What is going to relax? Your sphincter muscles. Okay, what is going to relax? Your sphincter muscles. Got it? Got it, bache? So there will be the relaxation of urethral. There will be the relaxation of urethral sphincter causing the release of urine. Clear, bache? So process of release of urine is called micturition, and neural mechanism causing it is called the micturition reflex. Got it? It is called the micturition reflex. Done, bache? So an adult human can excrete on an average 1 to 1.5 liter of urine per day. It depends upon our diet also. It depends upon various things. Okay? Right? But it is something in general. So urine formed is a light yellow colored watery fluid which is slightly acidic, bache. Again, it depends upon our diet. And near about 25 to 30 gram of urea is excreted out per day from our body. Done? Done. And we know that if in the urine glycosuria or ketone bodies which are water soluble, when our body is in a condition of starvation, right, so body may ketone bodies will form. Ketone bodies are water soluble. How are they going to form? I'm not going to discuss that, right? So all I can just tell you is that when these two things are there, it is a signal of diabetes mellitus. And again, just for your quick revision, I'm telling you, when there is the hyposecretion, when there is the hyposecretion of ADH, of anti-diuretic hormone, when there is the hyposecretion of ADH, right, bache, that will result in diabetes insipidus. Okay, that will result in diabetes insipidus. Now, okay, I just missed that paragraph. Let me come to that. Okay, that how your ADH, that is vasopressin, is helping here. It is anti-diuretic hormone. Diuresis means excess of urination. It will prevent that. Dekho bache, when you might have seen alcoholic people, right? So when they have alcohol in their body, they urinate again and again. They go to urinate again and again. Why is it so? Because blood volume is high, right? Already blood volume is high. There is no need to conserve more water in our body. So body will not secrete ADH at that point of time. Same is for the other beverages also, just like tea, coffee. In that case also, the ADH secretion is low, right, bache? So if ADH is low, excessive urination is there. Yeah, urination is there. When ADH is high, urination will not be there because we need to conserve the water in our body. So here you can see that there are osmoreceptors in the body. Right, of course, osmoreceptors that can detect change in the salt concentration, yeah, ionic concentration, yeah, solute concentration, right? So when there is a change in blood volume, which will also cause change in body fluid volume and ionic concentration, these osmoreceptors, they will become active. Right. So excessive loss of fluid from the body will activate these receptors. These receptors will tell hypothalamus to release ADH. Okay, right. So ADH will be released from your neurohypophysis. So it will again help in reabsorption of water from the later parts, mane from DCT, from collecting duct. Okay, from collecting duct. So that's how it prevents diuresis. That's how it prevents diuresis. So when there is increase in body fluid volume, it will again switch off. So that's how it also maintains GFR. Done. So do I need to discuss his role of other glands? Right. So basically you know that your lungs, they can remove large amount of CO2. So the value is important, 200 ml per minute. Imagine 200 ml per minute. It is 200 ml per minute. Okay, and lungs, they also remove some quantities of water. So liver, being the largest gland, secretes bile containing substances like your bilirubin, biliverdin, cholesterol, degraded steroid hormones, vitamin and drugs, right? So that is how it is also excreting. So because of these pigments are excreta, that yellowish colored, okay, because of these pigments. Okay, and from sweat and sebaceous glands, understood? From sweat and sebaceous gland in the skin, it can eliminate certain substances through their secretion. It can eliminate certain substances through their secretion. So the sweat which is produced by sweat glands, it is nothing, watery fluid having NaCl, small amount of urea, lactic acid, etc. Right? So the primary function of the sweat is to facilitate a cooling effect, of course. Right, urina evaporation will be there, that will result in cooling. Okay, waste will be removed, and sebaceous gland, they will also eliminate sterols, hydrocarbon, waxes. Right. Okay, and the secretion will provide a oily covering to our body. That's all. Baki uremia, when urea is accumulated, of course it is because when kidneys are not functioning well. Okay, when kidneys are not functioning well. So malfunctioning of kidney will result in accumulation of urea, that is uremia. Done. It can result in kidney failure. When it is hemodialysis, you are talking about the artificial kidney. Okay, so let's talk about it directly. So ye dekho. Okay, we don't have diagram. Dekho bache, when it comes to the artificial kidney, it is based on the principle of what? Do you know that? Again, the diffusion. Right, again the diffusion. Basically from a convenient what? Artery or vein? Can you tell me? Can you tell me convenient artery or vein? How are we going to take out the blood? Obviously artery, है ना? Obviously artery, yes or no? Yes or no? So basically from a convenient artery, the blood will be taken out, है ना? Let's say blood will be taken out. So outside the body, okay, the blood will be coagulated, and we do not want that. So what will we do? To this blood we are going to add some chemicals, जैसे anti-heparin. Heparin like chemical. Heparin is natural anti-blood coagulant. So heparin like chemical will be added to our blood. Heparin like chemical will be added to our blood. So what will happen? We will pass this blood to a dialyzing unit. Okay, and here in this dialyzing unit, basically these tubes, they are nothing, they are basically cellophane. And if you remember, cellophane also shows semi-permeability. Imagine this is a kind of tank. Here you have that cellophane tubes. Just imagine that, right? These cellophane tubes, they are covered with the dialyzing fluid. Okay, it is covered with the dialyzing fluid. So when you talk about the composition of this dialyzing fluid, right, when you talk about the composition of this dialyzing fluid, it is just like the blood, it is just like the plasma except the nitrogenous waste. Right, this dialyzing fluid, its concentration is just like plasma except the nitrogenous waste. So now just imagine, right, here also your blood is flowing. Right, in the surrounding you have dialyzing fluid. It is just like plasma. The only difference is it is not having urea. It is not having urea. So of course, the diffusion, due to diffusion, the urea will diffuse out here. This is how we are basically cleaning our blood. Okay, right? And then obviously from a convenient vein, after adding anti-heparin, right? After adding antiheparin, it will be passed back to that patient's body. This is how it works. So question can come, what is the composition of dialyzing fluid, on which principle it depends, blood will be taken out by artery or vein, that kind of questions can come in your paper. That's it, that's all, right? So the next thing is renal failure. Of course it is the kidney failure, right? So in that case the transplantation from a donor will be done. Okay, when it is renal calculi, you are talking about the stones which are nothing but the insoluble masses of crystallized salts like oxalates formed within the kidney, and glomerular nephritis, inflammation of the glomeruli of kidney. So you will get nothing beyond it. That's all. Okay, that is it, that's all. So you want me to start animal kingdom? I will do that. Fine, we'll start animal kingdom after this. Okay, let's start animal kingdom, then let's go for the body fluid in circulation. Of course, we'll be targeting the most important topics today. Okay, then biomolecules. Okay, let's start animal kingdom. Any doubt? Any doubt? Sure. So in animal kingdom, what do you think? What do you think that what do you think what's important? According to you, what's important in animal kingdom? Yes? ठीक है, examples नहीं यार. You should know basis of classification, you should remember the name of the phylums, you should know the peculiar features, and then of course examples that we need to know. ठीक है. So before starting the animal kingdom, let's talk about the name of the phylums. Okay, so we start with Porifera. Yes, then comes Cnidaria, then Ctenophora, then Platyhelminthes, है ना, Platyhelminthes, then Aschelminthes, Annelida, Arthropoda, and जी, repeat it. Try to remember first 5 names in a sequence, then next 5 names. Basically, these are the 11 phylums that you need to remember, okay? So in a sequence you should remember it. So Porifera, Cnidaria, Ctenophora, Platyhelminthes, Aschelminthes, Annelida, Arthropoda, Mollusca, Echinodermata, Hemichordata, Chordata. ठीक है, so Porifera, Cnidaria, Ctenophora, Platyhelminthes, Aschelminthes, Annelida, Arthropoda, then Mollusca, then Echinodermata, then Hemichordata, and finally Chordata. So we belong to phylum Chordata. We belong to phylum Chordata, है ना? We belong to phylum Chordata. ठीक है. So Porifera, Cnidaria, Ctenophora, Platyhelminthes, Aschelminthes, Annelida, Arthropoda, Mollusca, Echinodermata, Hemichordata and Chordata. ठीक है, Hemichordata and Chordata. If you will ask me the peculiar feature, so whenever I'll start with Porifera, I'll talk about choanocytes and canal system. Cnidaria, I'll talk about the nidoblast cells, I'll talk about the polypid medusa things. If you ask me Ctenophora, I'll talk about the tentacles, I'll talk about the complates, I'll talk about the bioluminescence. Platyhelminthes में I'll be talking about the flame cells mainly, right बच्चे? Aschelminthes में sexual dimorphism, H-shaped rennet cells are also there, right? Muscular pharynx is there. This is what I will discuss. Annelida में I think I missed something. इसके हाँ 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 it's fine. हाँ Annelida में I'll be talking about the metameric segmentation. Even in the platyhelminths I will also discuss the symmetry. ठीक है, I'll come back to that later, but I'm talking about peculiar feature. Annelida में I'll talk about the metameric segmentation, the Nephridia part in the Annelida, Arthropoda, the largest phylum, the chitinous exoskeleton, Mollusca, second largest phylum, shell is there, foot is there, mantle is there, right? Echinodermata, again, water vascular system is there, right? That ambulacral system. Okay, Echinodermata. Then again, Hemichordata mein worm-like body is there. Plus, you will see it's a connecting link in between chordata, hemichordata, proboscis. You'll be discussing about the proboscis. Then chordata mein to there are so many characters, the notochord and everything. That's what we have to cover. So you should know the peculiar feature. You should know the peculiar feature. When you hear that word, when you hear the name of the phylum, you should be like, acha, in this phylum, that's what we have. Okay, that is how you have to recall. That is how you have to revise. Understood? Understood? That is how you have to revise, that is how you have to recall. Okay, okay. So now we all organism, even a lizard is there in the animal kingdom, even a butterfly is there in the animal kingdom, right? Imagine a squirrel, that is also the part of animal kingdom, right? Imagine a spider, that is also the part of animal kingdom, that rat and lizard, they are also. So basically we are so different from each other. We are so different from each other, but still we are placed in the same kingdom. Right, means we share something, right? We have some general character, we share some common characters. Then let's say if we are placed in the phylum Chordata, even a dog is placed in phylum Chordata, even a fish is placed in phylum Chordata, even a snake is placed in phylum Chordata, means we also share some similarities. Now when you talk about the mammals only, we are mammals basically. A dog is also a mammal, a rat is also a mammal, a rabbit is also a mammal, a bat is also a mammal, a dolphin is also a mammal, means we share more and more similarities. Okay, so there are certain characters on the basis of which we divide, right? We discuss it, right? So we need to talk about what? In that case, the basis of classification. What should be there, right? What should we understand? What should we need to discuss first? Basis of classification, right? So firstly, let's start with the level of organization. Level of organization. So we are the part of animal kingdom. We are the part of animal kingdom. See, it's very simple. You have a cell. Group of cell is going to form what? Tissue. Tissue will form what? Organ. Organ is going to form organ system. That organ system is going to form a complete organism or a living body. A complete organism and a living body. That is what we have. So when you talk about the level of organization, so you will see that a particular animal, is it a multicellular body, is it having organ, or is it having something else? So this is the first character that we consider. This is the very first character that we consider. So we talk about the cellular level of organization, tissue level of organization, organ level of organization, and then organ to organ system, right? Then of course organ to organ system level of organization. So when it comes to the cellular level, that's Porifera, pore bearing organism. You have sponges there. Okay, examples are important. As I said, examples are important. When you people talk about the tissue, you have Cnidaria and Ctenophora. What do you have? You have Cnidaria and Ctenophora. Organ system, organ mein you will discuss about Platyhelminthes, and then when it is the organ system level of organization, then from Aschelminthes to Chordata. Okay, Aschelminthes to Chordata. So that is what you need to know. Understood? That is what you need to know, right? Right? So we'll come back to that flowchart later. As of now, just focus here. So basis of classification and examples should be there. So when you talk about the levels of organization, if you will remember the phylum names in a sequence, right, then that will be easy for you to remember it further. Okay, ji? Okay, okay. So when it is a cellular level of organization, cells are arranged as loose aggregates. Okay. right? So some division of activities occur among the cells. Now in coelentrates, arrangement is more complex. Here you will see tissue level, right? Then organ level will be there in platyhelminths and other higher phyla. You will organ system level. ठीक है बच्चे? Okay. Done. So organ system in different group of animals, it exhibit different patterns of complexity. जैसे digestive system in platyhelminths. So platyhelminths maybe you will see that at some level the systems are formed, right? At some level you will see the systems are there. Not all the systems are there, but yeah, in platyhelminths they are taking a step towards it. Clear बच्चे? So it has only a single opening, right? जैसे for an example, you know here what are we discussing? Tube within tube body plan. You see, you are talking about the level of organization, the basics clear. So now I'm saying, I'm telling you about the body plan. So body plan mein one is blind sac body plan, another plan is tube within tube, another plan is tube within tube body plan. Right, another plan is tube within tube body plan. Let me tell you, blind sac means there is only one opening like this. Only one opening. What will be there, students? There is only one opening. Only one opening. Single opening is there. Single opening is there. Got it? Blind sac body plan. Now you are talking about a platyhelminths. You are talking about a flatworm. It is having just one opening, right? So from this opening, food will come in and excretion will be there. So in such type of body plan, blind sac body plan means only one opening. You will see incomplete digestive system is there. What are we going to see? That the digestive system is incomplete type. What type of digestive system is there? It is incomplete type of digestive system. Now when you are talking about the tube within tube body plan, let's say outer body wall and there is a gut wall, proper gut wall. So you will see there is a mouth and you will see there is an anus. Okay, there is a mouth, there is an anus. So it is tube within tube body plan, right? It is tube within tube body plan. Okay, tube within tube body plan it is. Okay, so such type of digestive system, such organisms will have complete digestive system because there are two different openings for the ingestion and egestion. There are two different openings for the ingestion and for egestion. Understood? Then other than that you will also discuss, because I just said that different level of complexity will be there in different organisms. You cannot say that the level of complexity that we have, the same level of complexity will be there in Arthropoda, though they are also having organ system level of organization. No, of course it is not possible. So when you talk about the open type, now we see after digestive system we are talking about the circulatory system. Now you know that, right, that blood is pumped out by heart and the cells and tissue are directly bathed into it. Let's say cockroach. It is the heart of the cockroach. Okay, so it is having open circulatory system. So without any exception, students, without any exception, again I am repeating, without any exception, in the Arthropoda, all the organisms are having open type of circulatory system. All the organisms are having open type of circulatory system. So it is the heart, you know that it is dorsal. Even if you don't know, don't worry, we will discuss it. Okay, so dorsally placed heart is there. I am giving you the example of Arthropoda right now. So when heart will pump the blood, these are two large blood vessels, yeah, not just the two, right? I'm not specifying the number here. From these large blood vessels, blood is coming out. This is the cavity, right? This is the cavity. Body organs are placed here. They will directly swim in that blood. So basically we do not have the proper closed blood vessels Closed blood capillaries that will innervate these organs and will give them the blood supply. Open type of circulatory system. Now in our case, what kind of circulatory system do we have? Closed type of circulatory system. We have a blood, we have a heart, we have the blood vessel, they are innervating all our body organs. So that will be the closed type of circulatory system. Got it? So on this basis we are talking about the complexity. So next character that we need to discuss is symmetry. Okay, symmetry. So in symmetry there are three things: asymmetrical, radial symmetry, bilateral symmetry. These are the three words. Hanji, so please give me the example of radial symmetry. Quick. Give me the example of radial symmetry. Quick. Yes, I am talking about the radial symmetry. See, asymmetrical body which is not having any shape, जैसे ginger, not having proper shape, है ना? You cannot say it has a cylindrical structure, spherical, like it is asymmetrical. You cannot divide it into equal halves, right? You cannot divide it into equal halves by using any plane. Asymmetrical body. So sponges are mostly asymmetrical. Sponges means your poriferans. They are mostly asymmetrical. Mostly is the word. You cannot say that all the sponges are asymmetrical. That is what you need to decode. Okay, that is what you need to decode. So sponges are mostly asymmetrical. So all the sponges are not asymmetrical. All the poriferans are not asymmetrical, right? Mostly they are asymmetrical. So you can write down exception. So exception is your cycon. Exception is your leucosolania, right? These two are having radial symmetry. Got it? These two are having radial symmetry. Okay, right? Next is, so they are saying asymmetrical means any plane that passes through the center doesn't divide them into equal halves. Now let's say you have now next example is of our starfish. Okay, let's take the next example of starfish. Right? Please pay attention. Starfish. In a very fun way, in a very simple way, we will be discussing it. This is one plane. See. Next is a radial symmetry. You have an organism. Any plane which is passing through the center. It can be from top to bottom, bottom to top, or left to right, right to left. Anything, any plane which is passing from the center. Be it this, or this, whatever it is, it will divide body into two equal halves. Okay, let's say if this is a center. Okay, so if the plane is like this, okay, then again it is basically dividing the body into what? It is dividing the body into equal halves. Just quoting one example. Let's say this is the plane. It is also dividing the body into equal halves. Let's say this is the plane. It is also dividing the body into equal halves. So that type of symmetry is radial symmetry, where any plane which is passing through the center, okay? Any place which is passing through the center will divide the body into two equal halves, right? That type of symmetry is, right students, that type of symmetry is radial symmetry. That type of symmetry is radial symmetry. What type of symmetry it is? It is the radial symmetry. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Again, let's repeat it. What type of symmetry it is? It is the radial symmetry. What type of symmetry it is? It is the radial symmetry. Got it? Pakka, sure. So when it comes to the radial symmetry, you have the example of next phylum, of course, Cnidaria, which is also known as Coelenterata. Okay, then you have Ctenophora. Now one exception that you need to write down is key. Hanji. Next is adult echinodermates. Adult echinodermates. They are also having radial symmetry. So you can say that these three phylums are having radial symmetry. But there is one thing that you need to remember. But larvae of echinoderms, they have bilateral symmetry. They have bilateral symmetry. What do they have? They have bilateral symmetry. So this is something you need to remember. Okay. Okay. So when any plane passing through the central axis can divide body into two equal halves, it is radial symmetry, coelenterate, ctenophores and echinoderms. So why are they mentioning echinoderms here? Because we have to consider the symmetry which adults are possessing. So adults are having radial symmetry, so we are saying overall that phylum is having radial symmetry. But yes, this is something that you need to remember, that larvae of the echinoderms, they are the larvae of the echinoderms, they'll have the bilateral symmetry. Done, bache? Then next type of symmetry is next type of symmetry is bilateral. What is the meaning of bilateral? Bi means two, lateral means sides. So basically when only one plane when only one plane is dividing the body into, when only one plane which is passing through the center is dividing the body into two equal halves. If you will cut it like this, if the plane will be transverse, it is not going to divide the body into equal halves. So when only one plane, it is dividing the body into two equal halves. So the first phylum where you will see bilateral symmetry is your Platyhelminthes, right? Is your Platyhelminthes, isn't it? Then your Platyhelminthes, your Aschelminthes, okay, your Annelida, your Arthropoda, right? And what about Mollusca? What about Mollusca? Initially they are symmetrical, isn't it? Initially, like some of them, they will undergo torsion, then you will see that they will become kind of what? Unsymmetrical. Right. So you need to remember that. But in general, yes, we say that from Platyhelminthes to chordate, we say the organisms are having bilateral symmetry. But again, right? So just remember, Platyhelminthes is the first phylum where you people are going to see the, yes, bache, what type of symmetry? Bilateral symmetry. Done, bache? Done? So see, look at this. Right? Bilateral symmetry. Only one plane is dividing the body into two equal halves. Next is diploblastic and triploblastic organization, and on the basis of that we will also talk about the coelom. Dekho, it is very simple. You know that we all are developed from a single cell that is known as zygote. Yes or no? Yes or no? We all are developed from a single cell and that is zygote. Right? Right, it's a diploid cell, it is a totipotent cell, right, which will further divide, it will form a multicellular body, slowly layers will form and they will result in the formation of the germ layers, right. So we all develop from the zygote, and we know that when there is a cleavage, it will become morula, blastula, it will form gastrula also, right. So when we use the word gastrula, means it is going to form the germ layers. Right, when we use the word gastrula, so it means it is going to form what? It is going to form the germ layers. Yes or no? It is going to form the germ layers. So when you talk about these germ layers, they are the one that will form body organs, right? Germ layers, they will do what? They will form body organs. Just for an example, if I talk about the human, ectoderm will form the nervous system, your mesoderm will form skeletal system, it will form your muscular system like this, okay, like this. So gastrula means the structure which is having the germ layers. So when you talk about the germ layers, right, basically we have ectoderm, outermost mesoderm, middle one, innermost is endoderm. Ectoderm, mesoderm and endoderm. Ectoderm, mesoderm and endoderm. So if any organism is having only two germ layers, that organism will be diploblastic. Okay, diploblastic, right? It is diploblastic. So that germ layers will be ectoderm and yes बच्चे endoderm. ठीक है, that germ layer will be ectoderm and endoderm. So if the organisms they are having three germ layers, they will be triploblastic. ठीक है, they will be triploblastic. So triploblastic में ectoderm, in between mesoderm, then there will be the endoderm. Okay, there will be the endoderm. So this is the meaning of that germ layers. Now the next part. Okay, now the next part. Let's say this is one germ layer. अरे यार, 1 second. See, look at this. So outermost will be your ectoderm when the organism is diploblastic. Okay, outermost is your ectoderm and innermost will be endoderm. Now bache, when the organism is diploblastic, so in between these two germ layers, okay, in between these two germ layers, there is one undifferentiated cell, undifferentiated layer, right? It is undifferentiated, means cells are not there. In between ectoderm and mesoderm, what do you have? What do you have? You have mesoglia. What do you have? You have mesoglia. So it is undifferentiated layer. Okay, what is it? It is undifferentiated layer. It is not made up of any cell. You can take the example of Aurelia, the jellyfish, that jelly wala part, we call it as mesenchyme, right? Basically it is this mesoglia. Clear bache? Clear bache? Clear? Not understand? Like Sumaya, can you just specify? Can you just specify? ठीक है, so in between this ectoderm and in between this ectoderm and the endoderm, what do you have? What do you have? You have mesoglia. So it is undifferentiated. It is undifferentiated. It is not made up of any cell. Okay, right? So of course, when it is the triploblastic organism, three germ layers are there. Now let's talk about Porifera first. Porifera is just having cellular level of organization. देखो बच्चे, in some books no doubt it is written that Porifera, Cnidaria and Coelenterata. It is mentioned there that Porifera, Cnidaria and Coelenterata, these three, okay, sorry, Cnidaria and Ctenophora, because Coelenterata and Cnidaria is same na. So Cnidaria and Ctenophora, they are diploblastic, right? They are diploblastic. They are having two germ layers. But actually bache, what is the point? That's what you need to remember. When you talk about poriferans, that is pore bearing organism, you know that they have cellular level of organization. They have cellular level of organization. So it is believed that they do not have any germ layer, right? They do not have any germ layer, right? That germ layers, they do not form there. No germ layer is there in the Porifera. Cnidaria, Ctenophora, they are diploblastic. Okay, in some books, right, they mention it as diploblastic, but actually they are not. Poriferans, they are having no germ layer. They are having no germ layer. Your Cnidaria and Ctenophora, they are triploblastic. Now, from your Platyhelminthes to Chordata, they all are, right, they all are what? They all are triploblastic. Now answer my question, which phylum is having bilateral symmetry. Which phylum possess bilateral symmetry and is triploblastic? Which phylum is the first triploblastic phylum of the animal kingdom? Which phylum is the first triploblastic phylum of the animal kingdom? Quick. Quick. Yes, Platyhelminthes, exactly. So which phylum is the first phylum of animal kingdom having bilateral symmetry? Again, your Platyhelminthes. Okay, again your Platyhelminthes. So this is what you need to remember. Okay. Now one more thing is there. So diploblastic, triploblastic, clear. So diploblastic mein they have just mentioned the sealant traits. So undifferentiated layer mesoglia is there. I told you already. Right. Third germinal layer is mesoderm in between ecto and endo. It is in the triploblastic organism. Again, these are the diagrams. Okay. Now see, this part is solid. It is showing that this is not a proper cell layer. It is just something undifferentiated. Right. Here it is solid. The cells are there. Cells are there. It is showing mesoderm. Right, bache. So now bache, you will get a 15 minutes ka break. So from 6:30 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. you'll get a break. So see you all after it. Let's finish animal kingdom, biomolecules, and then let's move to the human physiology. Done? Chalo, so see you all after 15 minutes. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. So I think you all are done with your tea break. है ना? Okay, so this diploblastic, triploblastic part clear? This diploblastics, triploblastics part clear? Bache, I am not a cute panda. First of all, thank you for the word cute, but I am not a panda. And your Wazim sir na, in front of screen, he looks very skinny or like thin, though he is, but he is having that, you know, that chotu sa tummy. He has that tummy. Just imagine a man who's tall, he's quite tall, right? Who's lean and having ye chotu sa pet, right? That tummy. He is having that tummy. Okay, so imagine, जैसे, see, a tummy is, I'm not able to draw it. Just imagine a tummy like this. Sir is having that, okay? Sir is literally having that. He is having that, I'm telling you. I look chubby on screen, but I am not. I am, but little bit. Not what I look on screen, but he looks very thin. He is thin, like he is having a lean body, but he is having that tummy also. Acha khasa wala tummy. Chalo, come back. So diploblastic, triploblastic done. Okay, so I told you about the tube within tube body plan also, right? Now we need to talk about the coelom. If you understand diploblastic, triploblastic thing, then the coelom part will be very easy for you. What's the word, bache? Coelom. Coelom means body cavity. Coelom means body cavity. What is the meaning of coelom? Coelom means body cavity. So now students are having some confusion. Let me tell you. For an example, when you talk about the acoelomates without body cavity. But ma'am, what is the meaning of this body cavity? Hannah, what is the meaning of this body cavity? Right, bache? Right? Let me explain you. So, coelomates, the organisms having body cavity. So, you will talk about, right, coelomates are the one having body cavity. So, let me explain you what is it. Let's say, there is an organism, imagine me, like someone will cut my body like this. You will get the transverse section, something like that. Imagine a living organism, you are cutting that living organism like this, and now you are checking ki, okay, fine, this organism is having this and that, right? Take it like this. Just for an example, now the organisms, having, right, for an example, the organisms having tube within tube body plan, especially tube within tube body plan. Let me explain. Tube within tube body plan means they are having a gut wall, they are having an alimentary canal, they are having a gut wall, they are having an alimentary canal. They say you have mouth, right? You have anus, right? Mouth and anus is there. Mouth and anus is there. Now when you look at the sides, what is this? This is the body wall. Right, outer covering, outer body. In our case also, take the example of any human, we are having outer protective layer, outer body wall, and within, what do we have? We have the gut wall. What do we have? We have the gut wall. So now within this gut wall and the body wall, dekho, this gut wall, this outermost layer, actually it is made up of ectoderm. It is made up of what, bache? It is made up of ectoderm. It is made up of what? It is made up of ectoderm, this outer body wall. Now when you talk about this gut wall, this is actually the endoderm. This is actually the endoderm. It is made up of that endoderm. Now between this body wall and gut wall, between this body wall and gut wall, if there is a cavity, if there is a space, if there is a cavity, if there is a space, right, bache, plus that space is lined with mesoderm. If there is a cavity in between body wall and gut wall, if there is a cavity, if there is a space, plus, that space is lined with mesoderm. that space is lined with mesoderm. Are you getting my point? Plus that space is lined with mesoderm, then you will say that organism is coelomate, that organism is having the body cavity. Now it's a kind of longitudinal section, okay, section. Now if I have to show you the transverse section, so you can imagine it like this. This is the inner gut wall, means it is lined with endoderm. Fine. This is the outer body wall, it is lined with, not lined with, it is made up of ectoderm. Now there is a space in between, and that space is lined with mesoderm, right? That space is lined with mesoderm like this. Both are having a space in between. That space is lined with mesoderm. So obviously this organism is what? This organism is coelomate, right? And here what will be there? Body viscera. Are you able to understand it? Right? Can you understand the meaning of coelomates? So acoelomates, which are without body cavity. Jaise from phylum Porifera to Platyhelminthes. From phylum Porifera to Platyhelminthes. Porifera to Platyhelminthes, they are acoelomate. They are without body cavity. Right, bache? So now some students, they ask me, when you talk about the poriferans, means sponges, that's how we draw it. We say na that they are having, inner side is having inner layer is having choanocytes, है ना? So we say that okay, they are having this cavity in between, spongocoel in between, right? So some students, they ask me, ki ma'am, they are also having the cavity. They are having spongocoel. Hydra is having paragastric cavity. How can you say that they are acoelomates? Arey, it's very simple. When you are saying coelom, it should be lined from the it should be lined with the mesoderm. Okay, it should be lined with the mesoderm. That's what you have to remember. So when the word is coelom, the cavity which is lined with the mesoderm, like this. Understood? So look at this diagram. So when you see this diagram, this is the endoderm, this one is the ectoderm, and the space is lined with mesoderm like this. The space is lined with mesoderm like this. Okay, so we have another word also, that is pseudocoelomates. Pseudo mane pseudocoelomates. Pseudo mane false, right? They are not true coelomates. So the best example is Aschelminthes. So now what is happening here? See, this is ectoderm, this is endoderm. So here this space is not lined with mesoderm, but in between some mesodermal pouches are there. That mesoderm has formed some pouches. So that type of organisms are pseudocoelomates. So the example that we have is of, yes bache, we have the example of Aschelminthes. That is why, right, in phylum Annelida, for the first time you will see the coelomate, you will see the organism having true coelom. Okay? That's what you need to remember, right? So acoelomates, no coelom. They have ectoderm, they have mesoderm, they have endoderm, but there is no space in between. So these are the coelomates. Okay? These are the coelomates. So now students, one more thing related to it. So when you talk about the coelomates, right, there are two words. Okay, there are two words. These two words are not given in NCERT, but I believe you should know about it. One is schizocoelomates, another is enterocoelomates. One is schizocoelomates and another is enterocoelomates. So organisms from phylum Annelida to Mollusca, they are schizocoelomate. And from E for enterocoelomates, E for Echinodermata. So from Echinodermata to Chordata, what are they? They are enterocoelomates. What are they, Leharika? They are enterocoelomates. Now what's the difference? S for schizo, S for split. S for schizo, S for split. When there is a split in mesoderm, just say you have the mesoderm here, you have the mesoderm here. Let's say now your body cavity is formed when there is a split, a kind of split in mesoderm, and that split obviously is growing. You are having a space in between, schizocilomate. Enterocoelomates, when from this gut wall, you know, some structure, some projection is forming, then it is growing, right, from both the sides. Still it is lined with mesoderm, but that space is there. They are enterocoelomates. They are enterocoelomates. That's how you have to remember. Understood? This part clear? So now answer my question. The phylum, right, the first phylum, which is triploblastic, three words I'm using. First phylum, which is triploblastic, coelomate, phylum which is triploblastic, coelomate, and having bilateral symmetry. Name the phylum. Which, right, and of course the first phylum. You have to name the first phylum. You have to name the first phylum. Exactly, Annelida, because Annelida, right. So in the Annelida, for the first time we see this character. Okay, so presence or absence of cavity between the body wall and gut wall is a very important classification. Plus that cavity should be lined with mesoderm. So now your NCERT will be very easy. So coelomates are this. Okay. So when body cavity is not lined with mesoderm, inside mesoderm is as scattered pouches, right? So that is your pseudocoelomates. Example is Aschelminthes, and you know what are acoelomates. Understood? Next is segmentation, to divide the body internally, externally, or internally or externally into small segments, into small segments. Segmentation, right, into small segments. Segmentation. Are you getting my point? Segmentation. So for segmentation we also use the word metamerism. We also use the word metamerism. Which word do we use? We also use the word metamerism for it. Just suppose, let's take the example of Annelida, because this is the phylum where for the first time you will see true segmentation. Let's take the example of arthropod. Let's take the example of earthworm. Right. So in the case of earthworm, externally and internally you will see that segment. Right, externally as well as internally, you people are going to see the segment. Just say externally, you see some grooves like this. Just imagine an earthworm, you see the grooves like this. We use the word annulus for it. Annulus, singular, annuli, plural. These grooves, these are showing external demarcation, right? These are showing external demarcation. Now internally, see this. Internally, ये देखो, internally also segmentation is there. Small segments are there. This is what? This is septa. So septum is for singular, septa is for plural, right? So this is one way to define it. Plus when we define segmentation, we also see that when there is the repetition of certain organs in our body, right? Just external, either external or internal segmentation is there, or there is a repetition of certain organs. That is what segmentation is. So Annelida, in the case of Annelida, in the case of earthworm, you can see it very carefully. So external, these annulus, internal septum, septa, and here you will see nephridias, that tubular nephridia for the excretion. They are present, they are repeated. In the case of human body, if you talk about it, in our case, the repetition of vertebrae is there. The repetition of vertebrae is there. So Annelida, for the first time you will see this segmentation in Annelida, right bache? So body is externally and internally divided into segments with a serial repetition of at least some organs. So in our case, that vertebrates, they are repeated. Here nephridia are also repeated. ठीक है बच्चे? Right. So this is metamerism. So these segments are also known as metamers. Now one more thing is there. We also talk about the pseudo metamerism. Do you know that? We also discuss pseudo metamerism, false metamerism, and that we see in the case of platyhelminthes. Do you remember tapeworm? In the case of tapeworm, you see some segments. Right? So it is the example of pseudo metamerism. Why? Because these segments, they are forming from forming from the neck region. They are dividing from that neck region. These segments are not embryonic. they are not present in the embryonic stages. They are not embryonic, they are not present in the embryonic stages. This is what we need to remember. Understood, bache? Next character is of notochord. Notochord is nothing, it is mesodermally derived. Once we'll start Phylum Chordata, we will discuss all the 4 basic characters. As of now, we are just talking about the notochord. So notochord is mesodermally derived. What is the meaning of being mesodermally derived? It is made up of mesoderm. And what kind of structure it is? It's a rod-like structure, right? It's a rod-like structure, kind of flexible structure it is, present on the dorsal side, students, right, bache? So if notochord is present, right, if notochord is present, the organism is a chordate. The organism is a chordate. If it is not present, then organism will be a non-chordate. The organism will be a non-chordate. Are you getting my point? The organism will be a non-chordate. Are you getting my point? So Porifera to echinoderms, they are non-chordates, and then further even hemichordates, they are not the true chordates, they are not even the chordates, they are just a connecting link in between chordates and non-chordates. Got it? So that is something you need to remember. Okay, so let's look at this flow chart. Look at this flow chart. Mammalia multicellular. Which type of cells are there? Eukaryotic cells are there. So cellular level, mostly asymmetrical, acoelomate, porifera. Tissue level is there, but radial symmetry, acoelomate, these two. Right? Organ level is there. Right, without body cavity, platyhelminthes, but they do have the bilateral symmetry. Organ system maybe, that's how you have to remember. So here to Echinodermata, they have mentioned a star mark. So in that star mark, they have clearly mentioned that adults are having radial symmetry, and larvae, they will have bilateral symmetry. Any doubt? Any doubt? Any doubt? Any doubt? So revise flow chart. Revise flow charts. Okay, just revise flow charts. Okay, understood? Understood? Okay, so next is Phylum Porifera. You people ask for the tricks and I am providing you the tricks, but here I am not in the favor of tricks. Why? Because to remember them, you have to make a trick to remember these tricks. That's why. That is why. Okay. Okay. So pour all your side. Pour all your side. Porifera, Spongilla, Euspongia, and then comes the cycon. Okay. So Euspongia, then Spongilla, Spongilla. It's a fresh water sponge. It's a fresh water sponge. This Euspongia, it is the bath sponge, right? There are different other examples also. Okay, so this is the trick you people can note down, but I am literally not in the favor of these tricks. Why? Because we have to work, we have to make another trick to remember this. So if you want it, you can use it, right? You want it, you can use it. Clear, bache? Yeah, one more character is there that I think we should discuss. That is Protostomus and Deuterostomus. So bache, now you have completed your syllabus. Okay, you have completed your syllabus. So I believe you know few things. Like you know that during embryonic development, we all develop from a single cell zygote that will form morula, that will form blastula. So during that, we also see a pore-like structure, blastopore. We also see a pore-like structure, blastopore. So here I'll give you one trick, and that trick is bad. Right, the trick is bad. So B stands for blastopore, A stands for anus, D stands for deuterostomus. Okay, D stands for deuterostomus. So the organisms in which blastophore forms the anus first, right? They are deuterostomus. They are considered as advanced. So your echinoderms to chordata, they are deuterostomus, rest are protostomus. Why? Because here blastopore is going to form the mouth first. Got it? Blastopore is going to form the mouth first. Got it? Hanji. So it is also important. I know it is not given in NCERT, but still it is important. Take care. So write down. Okay. So protostomes, deuterostomes, protostomiates, deuterostomiates. So from platyhelminths to mollusca, protostomiates, and echinoderms to chordata, deuterostomiates. Doubt? So largest phylum is Arthropoda, second largest is mollusca. Second largest is mollusca. So this is the trick for the poriferans. So look at this. Look at the diagrams. Okay. Now bache, of course you should know the peculiar feature, and this is what I am going to explain. Okay. We will be discussing about the peculiar features here because we have to start the biomolecule and body fluid of circulation as well. That is why I am telling you. Okay. That is why I am telling you. So it's very simple. Okay. It is very simple, right? It is just simple, very simple. Porifera, pore bearing organism. They are very simple kind of organism, right? Before the study of their embryonic development, it was considered that these organisms, before the study of their embryonic development, even it was considered that these organisms, they used to be they were placed in plant kingdom. Why? Because they are sessile. Sessile means fixed, attached to the substratum. They were not movable. So it was believed that they are plants. But later on, when we studied their embryonic development, we got to know that they are animals, right? They are that primitive. Okay, and you know some of the questions already. See, they are generally marine, right? Generally marine means they are not. Right? Not all the members are marine. So we have one more question on the basis of that. You know, there are some phylums where organisms are exclusively marine. Where organisms are exclusively marines, like your Ctenophora, okay, like your Echinodermata, and your Hemichordata. The organisms are exclusively marine here. Okay, okay means all the organisms will be there in the marine water. You are not going to find them in the fresh water. But here we are saying that they are generally marine, means not all the organisms are marine. So we have the example of Spongilla, which is a fresh water sponge, right? Which is a fresh water sponge. This part clear? This part clear? So obviously multicellular body is there. Now in their case, of course, I am not going to discuss it in detail. Like I'm not going to teach you anything extra. Let's stick to the NCERT here. So when you look at their body, right, they are having different shapes, cylindrical, flower base like they are having different types of shapes. So why do we say they are pore bearing? Because they are having the pores throughout their body, right? They are having the pores throughout their body, right? What do they have? They are having the pores throughout their body. Is that clear? Is that clear? So small pores through which water will enter, they are ostia. Singular, of course, singular is ostium. Small pores through which water will enter, ostia. Then they are having a cavity in between. We'll call them as spongiocele. Cele word means cavity, but that doesn't mean they are coelomates. I told you what kind of cavity it is. And this one is osculum, through which the water will go out. These minute pores, they are nothing but ostia, then spongiocele, and then you have osculum. Then you have osculum. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So now in their case, what do you need to remember? That when you take a section of their body, right, what will you see? Outer layer, of course, that epidermis, in between mesenchyme, which are having some cells. The main point is of innermost layer. So we have a kind of cells, right? What kind of cells? They are flagellated cells. What kind of flagellated cells? It is flagellated, not ciliated. Remember, flagellated cell. And this cell is nothing but it is a choanocyte. What is it? It's a choanocyte. It's a peculiar feature of Porifera. You are going to find these cells here only, right? These are the choanocytes. We also call them collar cells. We also call them collar cells. We also call them collar cells. Okay? So look at it again. See this, flagellated cells they are, collar cells they are having a flagella. That flagella will maintain the water current. For an example, see, this is the layer. That is how the cells, these choanocytes, they will be arranged. That is how these choanocytes, they will be arranged. Can you see it? Right? So we are taking a section. Okay, we are taking a section of these poriferans. What are we doing? We are taking a section of these poriferans like this. Okay, so water will come, water will enter through ostia. This is a spongiocele, so it is lined with the cells, collar cells. So you call this layer as choanoderm. Derm mane layer, so it is a layer of choanocytes, collar cells. So these flagella, they will beat and they will maintain a water current. They will maintain a water current. So now your poriferans, they are very simple type of organisms, bache. They are very simple type of organisms. So they are having intercellular digestion. So basically each cell in their body will digest the food. So this water, so this this setup of water, actually it is forming water canal system in their body. In the body of the poriferans, you will see water canal system. What are you going to see? You are going to see water canal system. You are going to see water canal system. So this water canal system is having various degrees. Okay, this water canal system is also having various degrees, right? Simplest one, advanced one, again not the part of our syllabus. We are not discussing it. So the layer which is made up of choanocytes, choanoderm, it is the lining the cavity. This cavity is nothing, it is the spongiocele, right? So here water is coming in. There is a water canal system in the porifera. This water is helpful, right bache? This water is helpful. This water is helpful, right, for the excretion also. It is bringing the food also. It is basically for the exchange of gases also. This is how it is. Understood? Understood? So these are the most important points here. Understood? So water enters through the minute pores ostia, right, in the body wall into a central cavity spongiocele, through which it will go to the osculum. So the pathway of this water transport is helpful in food gathering, in respiratory exchange, and in the removal of waste, right, and in the removal of waste. So choanocytes, they line the spongioceles. So digestion, as I said, it is intracellular, within the cell. Okay, so on the basis of different type of spicules, this phylum is further divided into classes. Again, not the part of our syllabus. Not the part of our syllabus. So what do we need to remember here? If they have silica, right, if silica, see these spicules will help us to divide it into different classes. Okay, so spicules are spongian fibers. So some spicules are made up of calcium, some spicules are siliceous, and some spongian fibers are there, right? Some spongian fibers are there. Baki sexes are not separate. So remember one more trick, that's BMH. BMH. B stands for, just say the car, the company, BMW. So from that we have to remember BMH. So B stands for bisexual, M stands for monoecious, right? H stands for hermaphrodite. H stands for hermaphrodite. Are you getting my point? H stands for hermaphrodite. So hermaphrodite means bisexual, means male and female part is in the same body. Okay, male and female part is in the same body. So asexually and sexually they can reproduce, right? They have the fragmentation also, gamete formation is also there. So larva is present. Indirect development means larval stages are there. That's what you have to remember, and you can see the examples here. Understood? You can see the examples here. And do you remember some internal endogenous pores, gemmules? Do you remember gemmules? Gemmules we discuss in the case of sponges, something like this. Do you remember that? So they also form here. Keep it in your mind, it is important. Now let's move to the next. So diagram clear, next move to the next phylum. So you can take the screenshot again. So mnemonic is, physics objective exams में Adam और George ने pen hide किया. Basically this is in Hindi, ठीक है? This is in Hindi. So you can modify it a bit. Otherwise, see. So that's the trick that we have here. So this is in Hindi actually, right? You can modify it a bit, right? But again, as I said, for these phylum names, if you are going to make mnemonics, you have to make another mnemonic to remember that. So here it is my advice, right? It is literally my advice, people. Please try to remember it as such. Okay, okay, so you can just take this, you can just take a screenshot. Understood? So Phylum Coelenterata, also known as Cnidaria. So as I said, you need to remember about the cnidoblast, also known as nematoblast, also known as stinging cells. Okay, and you will see the alteration of generation, that is polymorphism here. Polymorphism here. So before, see, so you know some general characters: tissue level of organization, diploblastic, radial symmetry, right? You know it very well, isn't it? You know it very well, isn't it? Do you know that? Do you know that? Thank God you know that. Anna, thank God you know that. Otherwise I'll get a minor heart attack. Ki, oh my God, they are not aware of it. Okay, they are not aware of it. Okay. Done. Okay, so I'll start with the cells. I'll start with the cells first. Look at this diagram. Dekho, it is a released cell. Means when you look at it, it's something like this. I'll talk about the peculiar features first. It is something like this. It is the discharged nematoblast. Okay? It is what? It is a discharged nematoblast. Bache, what is it? Hanji, tell me quickly, what is it? It is a discharged nematoblast. Right? Again, I'm repeating. What is it? It is a discharged nematoblast. Actually, in the case of these Cnidaria, you have seen many examples. Just say I'll start with because it is a marathon, we have to move quickly, right? So that's why I am focusing on the most important characters. But yes, if you will see this channel, right, you will find a detailed video as well. You are going to find a detailed video as well. Okay? So it is something like this. You are taking the example of Hydra. Okay, so Hydra mein, this is the mouth. This is the mouth. Below the mouth, if something is there, you will call it as hypostome. Because for stome word somewhere you use for mouth. These are the tentacles that we have here. Okay, this is the body. Right, this is the body. We have seen that. Now these tentacles are having some kind of cells. I'm not talking about the layers in detail. So that cells na, they are the stinging cells. What kind of cells are they? They are the stinging cells. Actually in these cells here, what will you see? You will see a capsule. You will see a kind of cyst-like structure here. We call it as nematocyst. For cell, you are using the word nematoblast. You are using the word cnidoblast. But here, this is nematocyst, right? Or cnidocyst. So it is something which is having that toxin, right? It is the part which is having the toxin. It is the part, right? So whenever there is any danger for the defense, right, they will release this cell. This is the discharged nematoblast. This is the discharged nematoblast. It is having the toxin. This thread will come out, right? It will puncture the predator's body. Okay, this is one way. It is also used for the food capturing. It is also used for what? It is also used for the food capturing. So this is the undischarged one. So this is that stinging capsule which is present in between. Understood? So tentacles are having this. So one cell will be used once. So once it is used, a new cell will come. Okay, so it's like that. Understood? It's like that. Now we will see the polymorphism there. Poly means many, morph mane form. So here you are going to talk about two forms. One is polyp, another is medusa. One is polyp, another is medusa. Right? P for plant. Plant is fixed. M for medusa. M for mobile. M for movable. So there are two forms. One is polyp, one is medusa. Some cnidarians in their life cycle, they possess both the forms. In some cnidarians, only polyp form is there. In some cnidarians, only medusa form is there. It's like this. So P for polyp, P for plant, it is fixed. Like your Hydra. Hydra is a freshwater cnidarian. Hydra is having this form. This is the polyp plant. It's like this. It's like this. So I am the plant. These are my tentacles. Can you see that? These are my tentacles. Can you see that? Can you see that? I am a polyp. Okay, I am a polyp. Are you getting my point? I am a polyp. I am Hydra. I am fixed to one place. This is the epistome. Here I am having the mouth. My tentacles are having cnidoblast. Okay? So it's like this. Now when it is the medusa form, which is the motile form, which is the movable form, I will go like this, the inverted umbrella. Okay? I will go like this. So imagine. So now I cannot show that on screen. So obviously mouth will come like this, downwards. So it is kind of, right? So this is kind of, you can consider it as inverted umbrella. Then it is umbrella like structure. Yes. Okay, so mouth will be like this. This is medusa. So medusa form, it is the movable form, mobile form. So what is the trick that we have here? It's PAM. It is PAM. What is the trick that we have here? It is PAM. What is the meaning of PAM? P stands for polyp, A stands for asexually, M stands for medusa. P stands for polyp, A stands for asexually, M stands for medusa. P stands for polyp, A stands for asexually, M stands for medusa. Means polyp asexually form medusa. Means polyp asexually form medusa. Got it? Polyp asexually form medusa. Got it? Sure? Are you sure? Right. P stands for polyp, A stands for asexually, M stands for medusa. Means polyp asexually forms medusa. So if polyp is forming medusa asexually, medusa will form polyp sexually. Again, important. So this is polymorphism. This is the alternation of generation. Means during the life cycle, the sexual and the asexual stages are there. Simple. These are the two peculiar features here. Now look at this. They are aquatic, mostly marine, sessile or free living. So if word is sessile means you are talking about the polyp, free living means you are talking about the medusa. What type of symmetry is there? Radial, we just discussed it. Okay, so cnidoblast. The name Cnidaria is coming from cnidoblast or cnidocytes. Cyte means cell. Right, so these cells are having the stinging capsule, nematocyst basically. So it is present on the tentacles. So they are used for anchorage, they are used for defense and for capturing of prey. Understood? So tissue level of organization is there. They are diploblastic. So they have central gastrovascular cavity with a simple opening mouth on hypostome. So this diagram, clear? So mouth below this hypostome. So mouth is present over hypostome. So basically a paragastric cavity is there. Why? Because in the case of these coelentrates, you will see inter means that individual cell will also digest the food, and in that cavity also food will be digested. So intracellular digestion is also there. Right, intracellular digestion is also there. Got it? Intracellular digestion is also there. Got it? So digestion is extracellular or intracellular. Extracellular means intercellular basically. So some of the cnidarians, जैसे कि corals, you know that, right? Corals having the higher productivity, so they are having calcium carbonate. So they have two basic forms like polyp and medusa. So polyp is sessile, cylindrical, like your hydra, like your adamsia. Adamsia means sea anemone. Remember, sea anemone. Okay, so later is umbrella shaped, free swimming, aurelia or jellyfish. Right, jellyfish. So jellyfish mein that jelly is basically that mesenkyme. Yeah, you can say that mesoglia. Okay, so alternation of generation is there. We call it as metagenesis. Alternation of generation is there, metagenesis. So polyp asexually produce medusa. So obelia, right? Obelia is the example where both polyp and medusa forms will be there. Right, obelia is the example. Understood? Obelia is the example where both the forms are present. Understood? Done? So it is also known as sea fur. Okay, it is also known as sea fur. So Pennatula is sea pen. It looks like a pen. Gorgonia is sea fan, and Meandrina, brain corals. Meandrina, brain corals, examples are important. So bache, Physalia is Portuguese man of war. Actually there is a story about it. So see, Medusa or polyform, sea anemone or jellyfish. Okay, sea anemone or jellyfish. So when you talk about Physalia, which is the Portuguese man of war, actually it was, I don't remember exactly, but just it is believed that Portuguese, when they attack na, they always they just hide themselves, and whenever they are, you know, their enemies, they approach, they just get out and they just kill them. Right, this is the strategy that Portuguese have followed during their wars. So when you talk about Physalia, why do we call it as Portuguese man of war? Because they also behave like this. Like it will be in a very dormant kind of state where it is not so active, it is not reacting that way, and whenever it will see its prey and it is going to attack immediately. That's the point. Okay, that's the point. Done. So next is Ctenophora. So as I said, Ctenophora they are exclusively marine. Right, all the organisms will be in the marine water. And here you will notice one more thing, that sexual reproduction is there only, no asexual reproduction. In the last phylum, when you talk about Hydra, okay, in the last phylum, when you people talk about Hydra, you will still see in some organism that budding thing is there, right, but here you will only see sexual reproduction. So they are exclusively marine. In their case, you will talk about some coloblast cells. They are also known as lasso cells. They are basically adhesive. They will help to get attached to the substratum. And here one more thing that you people are going to see is bioluminescence. Sense property, means these organisms, they emit light. And why? Because they have luciferin protein, due to which they emit light. Okay, so they are also known as comb jellies. Why? Because when you look at their body, some are having tentacles, some are without tentacles, but they are not using that tentacles for the locomotion. Some are with tentacles, some are without tentacles, but they are not using that tentacles for the locomotion. But like some, you know, simple organisms like unicellular organisms, they are having the cilia. 8 plates are there on their body, right? So it looks like that cilia is arranged in such a way that it looks like a comb. Okay, it looks like a comb. So comb plates are there. Comb plates are there. ठीक है बच्चे, comb plates are there. So they are commonly known as sea walnuts. They are known as comb jellies. They are known as sea walnuts. They are known as comb jelly. They are exclusively marine. They are radially symmetrical. They are diploblastic with tissue level of organization. So body bears 8 external. Body bears 8 external rows of ciliated comb plates. Right, 8 external rows of ciliated comb plates, right, and that is actually helping in locomotion. So the organisms are with tentacles or without tentacles. They are with tentacles or without tentacles, but still students, still the tentacles are not used for locomotion. Instead of that, that cilia is used, right, that cilia is used. Digestion again, both. Bioluminescence is there. Reproduction by only by sexual means. Only is the word. So fertilization external, pleurobrachia and Ctenoplana is the example. Ctenoplana is the example. So obviously we cannot miss the example. Okay, okay, right. So next is Taenia, Planaria, Fasciola. Okay, basically Platyhelminthes. So Platyhelminthes, right? Okay, Platyhelminthes means flatworms. Okay, means flatworms. So their body is actually flat, just like a leaf. Right, so this is liver fluke. Okay, this is liver fluke, Fasciola hepatica. Liver fluke, that is Fasciola hepatica. This is Taenia solium. Okay, so obviously they are pathogenic also, right? They'll cause the disease, right? So let's talk about it. So you know that bilateral symmetry. Right, what we need to discuss here, bilateral symmetry, but they are acoelomates. They are triploblastic bilateral symmetry, but they are acoelomates. They are triploblastic bilateral symmetry, but they are acoelomates. So dorso-ventrally flat body, so they are flatworms. Mostly endoparasite, means within the right, within the body, right, they are living. So obviously if they are living within the body means they will get the digested food. They have no need to go and to find out the food. No, in my body my food is digested, right, they are going to take that food. So basically by diffusion they will get their food. So in such cases they do not have the they do not have the digestive system. They don't need that. They don't need that. They will just get the digested food. Now because they are living within my body, so they have to make sure that they are using hooks or suckers so that they will get attached to the cells. Okay, so that they will get attached to the cells, attached to the body. So this is what they need to take care. Okay, so they are the endoparasite, right? So they have hooks and suckers. These are the parasitic adaptations. Digestive system is not there. Okay, digestive system is not there. Clear, bache? Clear. So again they are bilaterally symmetrical, they are triploblastic, they are acoelomates with organ level of organization. So hooks and suckers are in parasitic forms. They absorb nutrient from the host directly. So they have what type of cells, right? The peculiar feature that we need to remember here is flame cells. So I am not giving you any extra point here because obviously we are running out of time. We need to master our NCERT first, that's why. So flame cells, they are also known as selenocytes. They are also known as protonephridia. Okay, so they are basically for the osmoregulation, excretion and osmoregulation. So what is osmoregulation? To maintain salt and water. Okay, to maintain salt and water. Got it? To maintain salt and water. So specialized cells called flame cells which will help in osmoregulation and excretion. So sexes are not separate. Fertilization is internal. Development is through larval stages. So planaria, which is also known as Digesia, is having great power of regeneration. DUGESIA. Okay, it is having great power of regeneration. Okay, it is having great power of regeneration. Understood? Okay. So here also what will you say, that the sexual dimorphism is not there, but you should know one example that is a kind of exception. Schistosoma. Schistosoma is a blood fluke, right? So it is a platyhelminthes, but still it shows sexual dimorphism. This is an exception, that's why I am telling you this. So it shows sexual dimorphism. Okay, it shows sexual dimorphism. Understood? Right, it shows sexual dimorphism. Clear? So that is schistosoma. It shows sexual dimorphism. So basically we will say that there will be a unisexual large male which will carry the female in a groove. Okay, which is going to carry the female in a groove. Clear? Okay. Okay, so tinea, that is your tapeworm. Fasciola, that is your liver fluke. Okay, so diagrams. Diagram. Okay, so hooks and suckers, okay, it's done. So next part is the Aschelminthes. Yes, please. So this is bache your planaria. Okay. Planaria. Digesia. Can you see that? So it is the eye spot. It's not a proper eye. Okay. So here also you will see some cerebral ganglia. Ganglia I told you na, it is composed of cell body. Right? It is composed of cell body. Okay. That aggregates of nerve cell basically. Aggregates of nerve cell basically, it is forming these ganglia. They are composed of nerve cells, means they are the aggregates. So can you see that? So you see, this is the that flame cell. Okay, it is that flame cell. It is having the excretory pore tube cell like this. Okay, this one is the flame cell here, and if you will see, it is a ladder like, right? It is a ladder like nervous system. Can you see that? They are having the ladder like nervous system. But once I'll start Phylum Chordata, I'll tell you the that basic differences in between chordates and non-chordates, right? So on that basis you will realize, okay, the basic differences between, guys, my voice is not audible? I don't think so, hai na? Is my voice audible? So they are having what? They are having ladder like ladder like nervous system. ठीक है, ladder like. So when we will discuss that now, what do we call it, Phylum Chordata के characters, then you will realize it in a better way. कि अच्छा ठीक है, then what is the meaning of having the dorsal nerve cord या ventral, then we will discuss. So here if you will see, like you can see that बच्चे, the transverse nerves are there, the longitudinal nerves are there, right? This is how they are arranged, right? Mouth, anus, it's all same. Why? Because they have tube within tube body plan. There is only one opening. Okay, there is only one opening. Got it? Next is this Ascaris. Okay, next one is this Ascaris. What is it? It is Ascaris. So it is the round worm, right bache? It is the round worm, right? It is the round worm. So it is the phylum where for the first time we will see sexual dimorphism. What is the meaning of sexual dimorphism? Sexual dimorphism means, what is the meaning of sexual dimorphism? That male and female, now they are the different, they are in a different body. They are basically unisexual. They are not bisexual, they are unisexual. So look at this, right? Look at this male, okay, right? Comparatively short, coiled here. Look at this female, comparatively tall. Okay, so here the trick is Agent Ron will find all hackers. So Ascaris, R for roundworms, Wicheria, F for flareal worm, and Cyclostoma, that is hookworm, right? So you can take the screenshot. You can take the screenshot. Okay, done, right? So here when you talk about, so first thing is the sexual dimorphism. Secondly, you know that they are pseudocoelomates. Okay, they are pseudocoelomates. And if I talk about that particular that peculiar feature, we will see the muscular pharynx here. You will see the tube within tube body plan, and for excretion there are H-shaped rennet cells. There are H-shaped rennet cells. Okay, there are some H-shaped rennet cells. Okay, okay, that is what we are going to see here. So Aschelminthes, roundworms, they are also known as nemathelminths, right? Right. So why do we call them as roundworms? Because they appear circular in the cross section. Okay, so they may be free living. On this basis we divide them. Free living means they don't need any host. They are aquatic, they are terrestrial, or they are parasitic as well, right? They are also affecting the plants. You remember Melodygyne incognitia? Melodygyne incognitia, we discussed that in biotechnology. RNA interference, Melodygyne incognitia, hai na? So that's how you have to relate it. So roundworms, they have organ system level of body organization. They are bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic and pseudocoelomates. So alimentary canal is complete here, right? Means they have a mouth for ingestion, they have anus for egestion, and they have the muscular pharynx. Understood? What do they have? They have the muscular pharynx. Got it? They have the muscular pharynx. Clear, bache? Sure? Sure. Are you sure? Done. So if you will take the cross section, no doubt you will find a transverse body, right? And here you will see bache hydroskeleton, right? Basically kind of fluid is there that will maintain their body and shape. Just you know that they are pseudocoelomates, but still you will see a hydroskeleton, some fluid is there. Just you can say that mesenchyme is present. Okay, mesenchyme is present. Baki H-shaped rennet cells, they are for the excretion. Other than that, you also talk about some phasmids. You also talk about some amphids. So basically they are the part of nervous system. They are having some sensory papillae, bache, right? They are having some they are having some sense organs like some papillae, some amphids, some phasmids. Okay, some amphids, some phasmids. Okay. So amphids, they are chemoreceptors. They are basically chemoreceptors. Okay, They will detect the chemical change in the surrounding, of course, right? So phasmids, they are chemoreceptor. Amphids are also the chemoreceptor. Both are basically the chemoreceptors. Okay, both are basically the chemoreceptors. Understood? Understood. So again, here also you will see a kind of ring. So see, excretory tube removes body waste from the body cavity. Sexes are separate, so it means they are unisexual, they are dioecious. Okay, fertilization is internal and development may be direct. May be direct means directly from that zygote, right, the living organism that adult is forming, okay, and then indirect also. So which area is the example? You know na, filarial worm, filaria, right? We consider it as ovoviviparous. In some books it is just written as viviparous, or you can call it as ovoviviparous. So there is no proper placenta, but from that egg, within the body itself, that egg will hatch and it is going to form the worm. So it is also known as the filarial worm. Clear, bache? Right, it is viviparous. Understood? So you remember now which area it causes elephantiasis. It causes elephantiasis. Right? Can you name the vector here? It causes elephantiasis. Can you name the vector here? The carrier host. Hanji Leharika. Yes, bache. Laya Shruti, Dream Queen, Samiksha. Yes. Anyone? Elephantiasis, elephantiasis. You remember na, Culex is the carrier here. Culex is the carrier here. Then Encyclostoma, which is also known as hookworm. Okay, so it lives in small intestine of the host. It lives in small intestine of the host. Okay, done. Let's move to the next phylum, that is Phylum Annelida, where for the first time we are going to see what? We are going to see metamerism. We are going to see that organisms are coelomates. They are schizocoelomates. Plus, you will also see that they are having closed circulatory system. What type of circulatory system will be there? Closed circulatory system. So no person should exit exam hall before time. No person should exit exam hall before time. Okay, you can again take the screenshot. No person should exit exam hall before time. But here you are having very simple examples. Just say you have the Nereis, right? Nereis. So when it comes to Nereis, it is also known as clamworm. Okay, and it is dioecious. What is the meaning of dioecious? Like it is unisexual. Plus, during its development, you will also see its sexually active structure, that is heteronereis. Okay, it is quite interesting, but again we are running out of time, so I cannot talk about its life cycle, but that's important. Other example is your Pheretima posthuma. Pheretima is nothing but it is the earthworm, right? Pheretima posthuma, it is nothing but it is the earthworm. Are you getting my point? Pheretima posthuma, it is nothing but it is the earthworm. And then comes the leech, and that leech is also nothing, that is the Hirudinaria. That leech is also nothing, that is the Hirudinaria. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So this leech, this Hirudinaria, it is doing what? Hirudin. Are you getting my point? Hirudin. It is having hirudin, natural anti-blood coagulant. You know na, leech, it is having the anterior posterior suckers. It is having the anterior posterior suckers. And when you talk about the Nereis, what you need to remember? Parapodia. What are they? They are for the locomotion, right? They are for the locomotion, right? So in Phylum Annelida, we will be talking about setae, right? There are some S-shaped chitinous structures. There are some S-shaped chitinous structure. This is also for locomotion. You will see it in the case of earthworm. Okay, and parapodia you will see in the case of Nereis. So in heteronereis, these parapodia, they will having a kind of different shape. Here in the case of leech, mainly the suckers are present, bache, right? With the help of that muscles, it will move. Okay, done. Okay, so chitinous setae and some muscular appendages, parapodia are there for the locomotion. Okay, right? So when you talk about the muscles, circular and longitudinal muscles are there. First of all, they are marine and freshwater. They are marine and freshwater. They are terrestrial also, they are free living also, and sometimes parasitic also, right? So organ system level of organization is there: bilateral symmetrical, triploblastic, and coelomates and metamerically segment. Then their body system is distinctly marked out into segments. Again it is discussed bache, right? So they are having longitudinal and circular muscles which help in locomotion. If you remember this part of digestive system, it's ICOL. In the case of human digestive system, this is the trick, ICOL, inner circular, outer longitudinal. But here what is going to happen? Outer will be the circular one, inner will be the longitudinal one. So these muscles are present and these muscles will help in the locomotion. So in the case of Nereis, again this is something you should know. Nereis is dioecious, earthworm and leech, they are what? They are monoecious. Monoecious means they are bisexual, right? Monoecious means they are bisexual. Is it clear? Monoecious means they are bisexual. Clear bache? So aquatic Annelida like Nereis, they possess lateral appendages, parapodia that help in swimming. So a closed circulatory system is there. Nephridia is there for the excretion. It is not protonephridia, it is nephridia. So in earthworm, 3 types of nephridia is there: pharyngeal, integumental, septal nephridia. Hope you know about it. Okay, so it will help in osmoregulation. So neural system mein again paired ganglia are there, right? Paired ganglia are there, and there will be the lateral nerves, right? There will be the double ventral nerve cord. Sorry, not like this. Just let's say this is the dorsal side, this is the dorsal side, this is the ventral side. So towards this ventral side there will be the nerve cord, and that will be double. That will be double. Clear bache? That will be double. Understood? Understood. So three examples are there. Next is Phylum Arthropoda. Of course, it is the largest phylum of animal kingdom. What is it? It is the largest phylum of animal kingdom. Hanji, what is it? Yes, everyone. What is it? It is the largest phylum of animal kingdom. Yes or no? Yes or no? And you know that out of 10 animals, right, 7, minimum 7 they are insects. Okay, out of 10 animals, minimum 7, out of 10, 7 are going to be insects. And why they are so widely spread? Because of the degree of protection. They are having exoskeleton, right? So it is protecting them. So and that exoskeleton is chitinous, made up of chitin. It is made up of chitin. So if you remember, then very good. If you don't, then write down. This chitin is also present in fungal cell wall. It is also known as fungal cellulose. Plus, it is made up of N-acetyl glucosamine. Right? Chitin. It is made up of NAG, N-acetyl glucosamine. It is made up of NAG, N-acetyl glucosamine. It is a homopolymer. It is a homopolymer. Same type of monomers are going to form it. Okay. So examples, of course, that is something we need to remember. So when you look at it, you can simply say that arthropods, they are also the vectors, right? They spread the disease. They are also having economical importance, right? But just you know that they are also gregarious, means they move in groups. They have that swarms. Okay, they are pests also. They are carriers also. They are pests also. Okay. So when it comes to economically important, Apis for honey, Bombax silkworm for the silk, of course, Lecifer lac insect. You will get lac from it. Okay. Okay. And now there is one more word given here, that is living fossil, right, which is king crab, that is Limulus. Can you tell me the meaning of living fossil? Yes, students, can you tell me the meaning of living fossil? Yes. Yes. And one more thing, again I am mentioning, both parapodia and setae absent. Parapodia and setae absent. I just forgot to mention it. Okay? Understood? Sure? So let's talk about the phylum Arthropoda. So Arthropoda, jointed appendages. What is the meaning of Arthropoda? Jointed appendages. Okay. jointed appendages. Is that clear? So what is it? It is the largest phylum of Animalia. Okay, so over 2/3 of all the named species on earth are arthropod. They have organ system, bilateral symmetry, triploblastic, coelomates, right bache? So they have chitinous exoskeleton. You can relate it with cockroach also. You remember cockroach, right? So we say chitinous exoskeleton. We use the word sclerites for it. Sclerites for it. Jैसे let's say कि chitinous tiles, there are some chitinous tiles, sclerites, so they will be fixed over the body. They are having a kind of membrane which will provide it the flexibility. If you remember, arthrodial membrane या articular membrane, do you remember that? It is from cockroach, arthrodial membrane या articular membrane. जैसे this side is having terga, these sclerites are, sclerites of dorsal side are terga, sclerites of ventral side are sterna, sclerites of lateral sides are pleura, right? Do you remember that? Terga or tergites. Ventral में it will be sterna or sternites, and lateral में it will be pleura. So why that flexibility is there? Right, due to the arthrodial membrane, also known as articular membrane. Guys, literally, is there any issue with my voice? I don't know why some students face it. Right, even after the class when I check it na, I don't see any issue in voice. हाँ जी, समीक्षा, Learica, Faizan, is it so? Is it very low? Because some students are saying it's fine. So guys, if the voice is fine, send this. Otherwise this, please. I'll get to know. Okay, done. Okay. So of course they are also externally segmented. They will have that head, thorax, abdomen. You remember cockroach having 3 segments in thorax, 10 segments in abdomen, right? 3 segments in thorax, 10 segments in abdomen. ठीक है बच्चे? 10 segments in abdomen. Moreover, what do you have here? Right? Moreover, what do you have here? See, you need to remember one more thing, that it is not always that head and thorax they are, you know, present as a different segment. No, sometimes they are fused also, and we use the word cephalothorax. We use the word cephalothorax. Okay, when head and thorax both are fused. So you can see that in the arthropods we will see cephalization. What is the meaning of cephalization? Means formation of head. Cephal word is associated with head, so it means formation of head. Even in bachcha, even in Annelida also you will see, जैसे nearest में head formation is there. Cephalization is the word. Cephalization is the word. Got it? Got it? So body of arthropod is covered by chitinous exoskeleton. It is having head, thorax, abdomen. Jointed appendages are there. So this is the first phylum where you will see a proper respiratory system, a dedicated respiratory system. This is what you are going to see, right? A dedicated respiratory system. Before that, even in Annelida, skin is there, right? Diffusion. Right now also diffusion is there, but it is the skin or the general body surface. But here in the, right, what you people are going to see, the dedicated respiratory system. Like if I talk about the insects, tracheal system is there. Right, if I talk about the insects, the tracheal system is there. Just for an example, right, let's say, so here laterally spiracles are present. I am taking the example of cockroach. You know that cockroaches are part of our syllabus. So in the cockroach, 10 pairs of spiracles are there. 2 pairs are in thorax. Okay, it's a previous year question, please note down. And 8 pairs are in abdomen. Okay, 8 pairs are in abdomen. So spiracles are compared with the human nostrils. They are present on the lateral sides. So they are the pores through which the air will enter. Now in the body of these insects, you will see some tubes are there. These tubes will further, you know, break. They will form, these tubes are trachea. They will form tracheoles. So obviously these tubes are going to carry the oxygen, right? And when it comes to the tissue, okay, so tissue may, of course, by a diffusion it will get exchanged. Okay, it will get exchanged. Do you remember that? So these tubes, they are just providing, this network of tube is present there. It is just providing a pathway through which, you know, the air will pass to the tissue, and then the exchange will be there, the diffusion will occur. Are you getting my point? Then the diffusion will occur. Are you getting my point? Are you sure? Are you sure? Right? So basically the blood is not involved here. Blood is not the one which will carry or which will transport the oxygen. So kind of direct respiration is there, but this is how it will be done. Okay, so tracheal system, where are we going to see it? This is important. Tracheal system, where are we going to see it? In the case of insects, right? Where are you going to see the tracheal system? In the case of insects. Then comes the gills. So what about gills? Hanji, what about gills? Where will you see the gills? Anyone in the class? Where will you see the gills? Where will you see the gills? Any example? Prawn. That's a crustacean. Yes, prawn. Right? Prawn. If you talk about the book gills, where are you going to see the book gills? In the case of Limulus, that is your king crab. That is your king crab. Right? Then you have book lungs, or right? Then you have book lungs. Right, bache? So where will you see that book lungs? Book lungs will be there in the case of Scorpio. That is an arachnid. And of course the tracheal system is there in the case of insects. So examples should be clear. Examples should be clear. Now for the sensory organs, may antenna, eyes. So what type of eyes do they have? They have simple eye, which will just differentiate in between the darkness and the light. Simple eye. It is ocellus is the word that we use for it. So ocellus is singular, ocelli is plural. Then the compound eye is also there. So that compound eye, it is made up of very small subunits, and that subunits are nothing but they are ommatidium. Ommatidium again for singular, ommatidia is for plural. So compound eyes, they will give mosaic vision. Jaise, see, when you switch on the light, let's say late night you are going to your kitchen, you're switching on the light, what will happen? If cockroaches are there, they will run immediately. They will run very fastly, right? So we use one word for them, cursorials. Cursorial. Cursorial means fast runner, right? And now they are able to, like, let's say if a cockroach is like this, like let's say a cockroach is at a particular position, you are even moving a little, like you are even moving little bit, that cockroach can identify that cockroach will run. How is it possible? Because of this mosaic vision. So they have, the eye is made up of many different ommatidia. Now even if any object, even if it will move a little bit, they can capture that. So resolution of image is not good, right? But still they can, like, each segment will form different images. Are you getting my point? Yes? Okay, right? So statocyst is present, right? That is for balancing. Okay, bache. So excretion will take place through Malpighian tubules. So again, bache, Malpighian tubules are present in insects, right? Malpighian tubules are present in insects. And where? At the junction of, right? Where? At the junction of midgut and hindgut. It's a PYQ. At the junction of midgut and hindgut. Understood? At the junction of midgut and hindgut, you will see these tube-like structures, 100 to 150. These Malpighian tubules are present. Okay, these Malpighian tubules are present. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? So other than that, we have yes, we have another excretory organs also, जैसे coxal gland. It will be in the case of spider or scorpio. You have green glands. That is in the case of crustacean, that is your prawn. Right? Can you just tell me the another name of this green gland? Yes, can you just tell me the another name of green gland? Anyone in the class? Yes. Can you just tell me the another name of green gland? बच्चे antennary gland. Okay, done? Sure. Okay, so examples, you know that they are important and they are mostly oviparous, means egg-laying. Next is Mollusca, the second largest phylum, soft-bodied shell-bearing organisms. They are having a muscular foot. Okay, Mollusca. So it is the second largest phylum. So they are having the shell. So it's not mandatory that all the organisms are going to have shell. Some are shell bearing, sometimes shell is external, sometimes internal, sometimes absent as well. Like this is your devil's fish. You know not devil's fish. It is not a true fish. It is devil's fish. It is octopus. It is without shell. Okay, it is without shell. So same way I want to give you one more example. Lepisma. It's a very commonly asked question. They say if you will, let's say your clothes are there in your almirah, you haven't taken it from so long. So you will see, when you will take them out, you will see a kind of silver colored insect. Even in the books, especially in the books, if you will go to library, if you will go to a section where very old books are there, you're going to see that shiny kind of insect. Okay, you are going to see that shiny kind of insect. Clear, bache? That is nothing but the lepisma. So lepisma is known as silverfish. So in the paper they can ask you this question. They can give you few options. They can ask you, out of the following, which one is the true fish? Just say silverfish, it is not a true fish, it is an arthropoda. Devil's fish, it's not a true fish, that is a mollusca. Flying fish, it is a true fish, that is Exocetus. It belongs to the class, the superclass Pisces. Okay. So people of Paris save light current on all days. So these are the examples: Pila, apple snail, pink tada, pearl oyster. Right, it forms pearl. Right, why? Because of the layer nacre. So pearl is nothing, it's just the immune response of that mollusca. Let's say you have that pink tada, you are going to insert the impurities. Now body will recognize that impurities, body will try to protect itself, a layer will produce this nacre. So in the pearl industry, if you will see, they have the setup like this. They deliberately insert the dust material there in their body, and then they will move these mollusca in such a way that when these mollusca, they release nacre, it will acquire a circular shape. Right. So pearl oyster is your pink tada, sepia cuttlefish, loligo is squid, Chaetopleura is chitin. This chitin is having 8 plates, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's how you can recognize it. Okay, octopus is the devilfish, Aplysia is the sea hare, Dentalium is the tusk shell. It's like that. So, okay, so just take a screenshot please, then we'll discuss it further. Okay, so it is the second largest phylum. Soft-bodied and shelled organism. They are marine, freshwater and terrestrial as well. Done? Okay, so mollusca. Done? Okay, so let's discuss it. So of course they are soft-bodied and shelled organism. They are having a shell. Now bache, when you talk about mollusca, rest all the points are correct, that they are also triploblastic, they are also coelomate. But in their case, when you talk about the symmetry, okay, when you talk about the symmetry, Firstly, like they are bilaterally symmetrical. Like normally they are bilaterally symmetrical, but what is going to happen that in some mollusca, initially, just say in few mollusca, you will see a property known as torsion. Not given in NCERT, but important. Torsion is nothing but it's a kind of rotation. It's a kind of rotation. Like let's say 180-degree rotation of the body organs. It's a kind of twisting. Twisting will be the word. Right? Twisting will be the word. That body organs will show that twisting. So initially that type of mollusca, they are bilaterally symmetrical, but then they will become asymmetrical. Why? Because in that shell they need to, they need to fit in their body there. Right? They need to fit in their body there. Right, bache? Right, bache? So there will be the torsion. So after the torsion, what's going to happen? They'll be asymmetrical. Clear, bache? Just you will see the example of snail. Snail, right? You all have seen that, having tentacles like this. This is the muscular foot, and then this is a shell where body organs are present. Understood? Where body organs are present. Clear, bache? Clear, clear, clear. Okay, so body is unsegmented here. Yes, body is unsegmented. I told you initially, right? So we have an exception, which is Neopilina. Neopilina is the segmented mollusca. Okay, it is the segmented mollusca. And let me tell you, students, it is a connecting link. Can you define what is a connecting link? Can you just define what is a connecting link? Yes. Can you just define what is a connecting link? Anyone in the class, what is a connecting link? It is a, right, it will show the characters. So it is going to show the characters of Annelida and Mollusca, Neopilina. It's a connecting link in between Annelida and Mollusca. So it is having the character of both these phylums, Neopilina. It is the example of segmented mollusca. Okay, so that segmentation, it's a character of Annelida, na? That is why we are saying this. Okay, so they are having the head, the visceral mass is there, and muscular foot is there. So basically, let's say this is the shell. Okay, let's say this is the shell. So shell is of course calcareous. It is made up of calcium, and here you will see visceral mass. Okay, visceral mass or the hump, right? All the viscera, all the body organs here, and this muscular foot is for locomotion, of course. This muscular foot is for locomotion, of course, right? So in the case of mollusca, the characters that we need to discuss is, of course, you should know about the torsion, and you should know about the radula, right? You should know about the torsion, you should know about the radula, you should know about the organ of Bugenus, that is again for the excretion. Okay, here in the case of apple snail, we will also talk about Cnidaria, right? I'm just giving you the code words. You should know about mantle. Okay, that is also known as pallium. So this is something we need to know. Okay, this is something we need to know. So it is the second largest phylum, as I said, right? So terrestrial or aquatic or organisms are there, right? Bilaterally symmetrical, but I told you that in few, what is going to happen? They will become asymmetrical. Why? Due to torsion, due to twisting of the body axis. Due to torsion, due to twisting of the body axis. Clear, bache? Clear, bache? Then the next is body is covered by a calcareous shell and is unsegmented. So we have the example of Neopilina, which is a segmented mollusca. Okay, so a soft and spongy, very important, layer of skin forms a mantle over the visceral hump. Jaise, let's say this is the viscera, body organ, that visceral mass. Then you will see a layer of tissue. We'll call it as mantle. Is that clear? This is something very important about it. Okay, so this, clear, clear, clear? Yes. So now there is a space in between viscera and this mantle. This is actually the mantle cavity. This is actually the mantle cavity. Right, this is actually the mantle cavity. Understood? Yes, so this mantle is basically going to secrete the shell. Okay, this mantle is basically going to secrete the shell. So in between the, this is important. So in between the visceral hump and mantle, the space is mantle cavity. Then here you have the shell, which is further released by this mantle. Clear bache? So space between, again, the hump and the mantle is called mantle cavity, and they are having feather like gills. I told you na, some feather like gills they have, right? We call it as Cnidaria. But what is special about this Cnidaria? It is not only helping in this breathing but also in the respiration. Okay? So they have respiratory and excretory function both. Again, another PYQ. Okay, they have respiratory and excretory function both. Very important. So head is having tentacles, mouth is having file-like, rasping organ, that is your radula. Okay, so you will see the transverse rows there. So it is radula, it is basically just like a grater. Okay, it is just like a grater for this mollusca. It is present in buccal cavity, this radula. It is present in buccal cavity. Understood? It is present in buccal cavity. Done? Sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Done. Any doubt? So they are also having open circulatory system, bache. Right, they are also having open circulatory system. But yes, one more thing is there, right? Just say you are talking about this na, your pila, your aplysia. So because it is apple snail, look at the diagram. This is the pila, this is the apple snail. So in this case, one thing should be clear, that they both are asymmetrical. Okay, they do not have the symmetry due to torsion. Understood? Secondly, dentalium. In the case of dentalium, there is also a very peculiar feature. It respire by mantle. Okay, it doesn't have the Cnidaria, it respire by mantle. Okay, and one more example, this one. So okay, sepia, loligo and octopus. Sepia, loligo, octopus, that is your devilfish. They are cephalopod. They belongs to the class Cephalopoda, and they have closed circulatory system. It is a previous year question. Okay, it is a previous year question. They have closed circulatory system. Understood? They have closed circulatory system. It's a previous year question. Okay. Okay. Done. So this Neopilina, this example is important. So remember, it is also a living fossil. Limulus in the Arthropoda is also a living fossil. So what is the meaning of living fossil? The organism which is showing the characters of the fossilized organism. Yeah, you can say that the organism which are not evolving, they are showing the characters of their fossilized relatives, like this. Okay, like this. Clear. So here you can see the mantle, the foot, see in the visceral hump how organs are arranged, and see the Cnidaria here, right? So they have osphragma which will detect the which is basically chemoreceptor. So see the paired ganglia here, unsegmented bilateral symmetrical body. So that's how it is arranged. Okay, so rasping organ is a radula. Like, right, see this. Okay, see this. Soft bodied organisms they are. What are they? Soft bodied organisms. Okay, done. So next is what? So diagrams clear. So next is your echinoderms. Okay, so we are about to finish it. Then let's start biomolecule. And guys, do not forget about your batches. Okay, right? So you know that you have amazing batches here in Unacademy. Right, the complete team of Unacademy NEET English is going to start that. So Nimbus batch is for those who are moving from 10th to 11th. So again I'm telling you, right now the subscription is at a price of 9499, where monthly for all the 3 subjects you are paying money even less than 800 rupees you are paying for all the 3 subjects. And it is not just our batch that you people can access, you can also, right, you can also see other batches also in case if you need. Okay, but there is no need, because you will get the quality content, you will get everything here in these batches. So that's the coupon code that you people need to use, bache. In the description box itself there is a link. So Nimbus batches for class 11th, your Nexus batches for class 12th, and your Phoenix batches for class for droppers. So again I'm telling you, there are no hidden charges, right? In this amount it is for 1 year. It is for 1 year. So you will get test series, you will get study material, you will get doubt sessions, you will get revision classes as well. Okay, so do not delay. Okay, this is what I can say. Do not delay. Do not delay. And if you are in, like, let's say some students after class 12, they have decided that their preparation is not up to mark and they need to take a drop, right? Because might be during their 11th or 12th they were more focused on their board exams. Okay, so if you have planned it, we are going to start the batch on 17th of April. So I will suggest you people, I'll suggest you people that be the part of this batch, so that you will be able to finish your syllabus in 6 to 7 months. So when you will finish your syllabus in 6 to 7 months, you will get sufficient time for the revision, for the practice. Okay, for the revision, for the practice. So that's what you guys can do. And do not forget to give the test every Sunday before your NEET examination. Okay, chalo. So let's start again. Let's start again. So let's start with the Echinodermata, which means spiny bodied. You know, this phylum, it is having similarity with the chordates, but it is having very primitive features. It is having no heart, no brain. Can you believe that? No heart, no brain. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Right, it is heartless, brainless. It is that primitive. It is having water vascular system. Water vascular system. It is not water canal system. It is water vascular system, and it is also known as ambulacral system. It is also known as ambulacral system. Okay, where you will see a ring canal, you will see that arms are also having that channels, you will see podia, right bache, right? So what is it? It is the animals, they are having endoskeleton. So imagine endoskeleton, it's a feature of chordates. We are having the internal skeleton, so that's how it resembles the chordates. Moreover, this endoskeleton here is mesodermal in origin. That is the advanced feature. Imagine. Moreover, they are, you know that they are deuterostomous. So again, it is resembling with the chordates. Plus, it is also enterocoelomate. And again, this phylum is exclusively marine. Okay, the organisms of this phylum, they are also exclusively marine. So they have endoskeleton of calcareous ossicles. So echinoderms, they are spiny bodied. All are marine, exclusively marine, because all members are marine. Organ system level of organization is there. Adults are radially symmetrical, larvae bilateral. So triploblastic coelomate, simple. Digestive system is complete with mouth on the ventral side, anus on the upper side. So if you will see the starfish, so its mouth is on the ventral side, its anus is on the dorsal side, right? Its anus is on the dorsal side. That's what you need to remember. And you know what the most distinctive feature of echinoderm is presence of water vascular system, which will help in locomotion, capturing food and transport of food. But sexes are separate. Sexes are separate, means they are dioecious. But you know, you are not going to see the sexual dimorphism. Do you know that? You are not going to see a sexual means you will not see two very different forms. For an example, if there is a male starfish and there is a female starfish, you cannot just look at it and you can say this one is a male starfish, this one is a female starfish. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. Okay, right? You have to check their anatomy. If you want to say which one is male, which one is female, you have to study their gametes. Okay, and moreover, starfish is like, dekho, starfish is like simple life, no tension. If let's say, if any animal will come and will hold starfish's arm, so starfish will be like, oh my god, what do you want? You want me to fight with you? No chance. Starfish will be like, take my arm, I'm going, I'll grow the new one. Okay, take my arm, I'm going I'll grow a new one, right? This is what your starfish is going to do. Starfish is quite chill. Starfish is quite chill. So it is having that property of autotomy. It can cut its own organs, okay? Autotomy, okay? They can break off their arms for their defense. So obviously circulatory system is reduced and open type of, and Asterias starfish, Echinus sea urchin, Antedon sea lily, Cucumeria sea cucumber, Ophiura is the brittle star. So of course examples are important, and see the water vascular system here. Look at this, the ring canal, the central canal, see in the arms. So sides may you will see the tube feet, right, for the exchange of gases and for the fixation as well. So see the anus is on the dorsal side, okay, okay, done. See this, look at this diagram. So it is the madreporide. Actually it's a sieve like structure. Water will enter from this side, okay? So this is that ring canal, and see how will it move further. Any doubt? This is the water vascular system, ambulacral system. Next is the hemichordata. It's a balanoglossus. Balanoglossus is a connecting link in between hemichordate and chordate. But their digestive system is having a structure which is known as stomochord, right? That is known as what? That is known as stomochord. That is known as stomochord. So it is in their gut, right? In their gut or diverticulum. Earlier scientists thought that it is notochord. So they put these organisms into the phylum chordata, but later on when they studied it further, they were like, nahi, they have stomochord, which is kind of part of digestive system. So they put them, they placed these organisms into a different phylum, that is your hemichordata. Okay, that is your hemichordata. So they were earlier considered as a subphylum, right? But now it is as a separate phylum. They have rudimentary, means remaining structure in their collar region, that is stomochord. Okay, it is similar to notochord, but actually it is not notochord, it is just the part of their digestive system. So it is having worm-like organisms, of course, right? Bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic, cylindrical body, but they have anterior proboscis, a collar and a long trunk. So this proboscis will help in that excretion. That proboscis gland will help in that excretion. Okay, so circulatory system, here also it is open type. The respiration is through gills, gill slits are there rather. You will see the gill slits there. Excretion is through this proboscis gland, and sexes are separate. So there is nothing difficult here. Hemichordata is very easy. Hemichordata is very easy. So excretion is through this proboscis. Understood? Excretion is through this proboscis. So next is the phylum chordata that we need to start. But before that, if you people are having any doubt, do let me know. If you people are having any doubt, do let me know. Chalo. Okay, tell me. If you guys are having any doubt, do let me know. Kirtana soon. So any doubt? I'm just reading your charts. Quick. If you guys are having any doubt. But it is not rudimentary notochord. It's just that it looks like notochord, but actually it is not. Okay, it looks like notochord, but actually it is not. Understood? Understood? Okay, anything else? Tell me anything else? Sure? Understood. Ipshita se पूछो मैम. हाँ जी Ipshita, what's the doubt? हाँ जी, what is the doubt? देखो you people were crying ना कि madam what about the remaining chapters. Now I'm taking the sessions and now you people are not asking the doubts, right? Aishwarya, we are going to start that. अच्छा, similarities they are between chordates and hemichordates. Again Aishwarya, they are what we call it, hemichordates or chordates में what we call it, that deuterostomous thing, that enterocoelomate thing, you can compare it. Sure? Okay, so let's start. So phylum Chordata, cord bearing organisms. What kind of organisms are they? They are cord bearing organism. But yeah, before it, please tell me after this which chapter do you want me to start? Right, after this which chapter do you want me to start? Hanji, please make it clear. Accordingly I'll give you a break now. So which chapter do you want me to start? Biomolecules. And what about body fluid and circulation? What about breathing and exchange? Genetics is already done, yeah, Goku. Body fluid, biomolecules, biomolecules, body fluid, biomolecules. अच्छा अरे chemical coordination is done, यार. Fluids, molecules. Like it's almost equal. Chalo, I'll decide then. Chalo, I will decide. Acha, theek hai. Let's finish the animal kingdom, and I'm thinking to directly jump on the topic of enzymes. Right? I'm thinking that I should directly start the enzymes. Matlab, I'm not going to tell you the basics of the carbohydrates first. Enzyme is a very different topic. Right? Enzyme is a very different topic, and 2 questions will come from it. So we can start the enzymes. Okay? After the enzymes, I'll start blood and blood clotting. Okay? So no one will be upset. Right? No one will be upset. Okay? You all will be happy. Okay, yaar, she is teaching enzymes. Now she is teaching body blood and that blood group and that blood clotting wala part. Because it will hardly take 40 minutes. Then biomolecules में then protein and lipid wala part. What say? Okay? Is it good? Is it better? Nahin? Is it good? Is it better? Okay? I am going to support. Acha, you are supporting something. Acha, matlab Leharika, I am bad. Acha, matlab I am bad. Arey yaar. Chalo, let it be. I think I should teach breathing and exchange of gases. Neither biomolecule nor body fluid and circulation. है ना? That is better. That is better. है ना? That is better. Or I should start the botany. चलो ठीक है, let's start plant physiology. Forget about everything. That is surely that is best. Okay, I am not listening to anyone. Chalo, let's not waste time. Phylum Chorda. So chorda means a kind of string. Atta means to have, right? The organisms that are having a kind of string, right? Chordates, right? Of course, you are talking about a notochord here. Okay. So presence of notochord is going to decide this. So whenever you talk about the phylum Chordata, there are 4 basic characters. Some students, they even mention the character of heart, but I am talking about the 4 basic characters. So if in your paper you have 4 basic characters, right? If in your paper you have 4 basic characters of chordates, right? Then do you know what you need to mention? Once again, bases of chordate. 4 basic characters of chordate. Four basic characters of chordates. So when you talk about it, you have presence of notochord, presence of dorsal hollow nerve cord, right? Presence of pharyngeal gill slit, and presence of post-anal tail. These are the four basic characters of chordates, right? These are the four basic characters of chordates. So presence of notochord, right? Presence of notochord. So look at it, right? Notochord is nothing, it is mesodermally derived, means it is made up of mesoderm. Okay, it's a rod like structure. Clear, bache? So this is the notochord here, this one is the notochord here, then nerve cord. So when you talk about the chordates, the nerve cord is on the dorsal side. It is dorsal hollow nerve cord. It is on the dorsal side and it is hollow. See, even in the previous year paper you are going to get this question, students, right? When you talk about the chordates and non-chordates, when you compare them, right, chordates will have dorsal nerve cord, like this is my dorsal side, we are chordates, dorsal nerve cord, this is dorsal side, this is ventral side, this is lateral side. Okay, so our nerve cord is present on the dorsal side. It is hollow like bamboo. You know about bamboo, right? It is hollow, it's skull, it's skull, hollow stem means skull. Okay, so in the case of non-chordates, right, if they have the nerve cord, it's not mandatory that all the nerve cords are, all the non-chordates are going to have the nerve cord, but if they have that nerve cord, it will be on the ventral side. For an example, cockroach is a non-chordate. In the case of cockroach, the nerve cord is present on the ventral side. It is ventral nerve cord, and bache, it is solid. It is not hollow, it is solid. It is not single, it is double. It is double. It's important. It was there in NEET 2020, right? It's a PYQ of NEET 2020. Okay. So dorsal hollow nerve cord, and in the case of non-chordates, it will be ventral, and it will be solid and double. Okay. So pharyngeal gill slits they are the opening in the pharyngeal region. So chordates are the one that are having these characters either in their embryonic stages or in adult stages. It is not mandatory that chordates should always have these characters. It should be the part of their lifespan at one point of time, right? If they exist, very good. If they don't, still, but they should be the part. Okay, and then comes the post-anal tail. Understood? Right? These are the four basic characters of the chordates. Now we also divide this, right? As per syllabus, we have to study it up to class level. So phylum is Chordata. Now you know why do we call it as Chordata, right? So it is having 3 subphylums. So you can win, right? You can win. Okay, so you can win. This is V, this is not W. U means Urochordata, C means Cephalochordata. Cephal word is related to head, remember this. Win means vertebrata. Now, Urochordata and Cephalochordata, they are primitive type of chordates. We also call them as protochordates, right? They are primitive. Bache, Euro mane tail, right? Urochordates are very smart. Urochordates are very smart. Urochordates are like, yaar, I want to take entry in the phylum Chordata. So what should I do? I should possess these characters. I should have that characters even in my, if I will get that characters in my larval stages, now I will take entry in the Chordata. Right? I am going to take entry in the Chordata. That was the agenda here. Right? That was the agenda here. So Urochordata, tail. Okay, Urochordata. What's the meaning here? Tail. So now you must be thinking, Hanji ma'am, so Urochordata माने tail. Now in the Urochordata, in the larval stages, you will see the chordate characters. You are going to see the chordate characters in their larval stages. And let's say this is the larva. In the tail of the larva, you will see the chordate characters. Okay? And in the case of adult, no chordate character is present except pharyngeal gill slit. No chordate character is present except, yes bache, except, this is important to know. Okay, so in the case of adult, okay, in the case of adult, what will you see? In the case of adult, what will you see? That no chordate character is present except pharyngeal gill slit. Pharyngeal gill slits. Let me explain. देखो, larval stages में chordate character in the tail region. Which chordate character? Of course, we have to pick up that main one, and that main one is nothing but the notochord. So you will see notochord in the larval stages only in the tail region. So uro mane tail. So only in the tail region you will see notochord, and that too in larval stage only. Right? Adults are not going to possess. So see, they are so smart. See, they are so smart. So adults are not going to possess this. Right? These chordate characters except the pharyngeal gill slit, urochordate. Now tell me, larval stages are having chordate characters. So don't you think larval stages, they are advanced? They are advanced because these larvae, they are also movable. They are also mobile. If you will talk about the adult, they are primitive. Why? Because they don't have larval stages, and these adults are also sessile. Right? Means fixed to the substratum. They are mobile. So can I say that in the case of urochordates we see retrogressive metamorphosis? Can I say so? Just let's say in the class 10th you scored 98%. You have 98% marks. In class 12th you have 50% marks. So obviously you are not progressing. Right? So same is the case here. Larva is advanced but adult is not. So it is the retrogressive. Right? It is the retrogressive metamorphosis. Right? It's a retrogressive metamorphosis, isn't it? Right? Right. So adult is not advanced but the larval stages are advanced. So these are the urochordates. So you have right, these are the urochordates. Now cephalochordata. Cephal mane head. So here what will you see? That chordate like characters. Chordate characters, yeah, once again. Chordate characters are persistent. They are throughout the life. Okay, they are persistent. They are throughout the life. Like if you talk about the organism, you will see that notochord is present from head to tail. Okay, it is present from head to tail and it persists throughout the life. Okay, it persists throughout the life. Okay, and here what kind of metamorphosis you people are going to see? Progressive. What kind of metamorphosis you people are going to see? Progressive. Okay, so they are cephalochordates. What are they? They are cephalochordates. Wait, come to the NCERT part. 4 characters done. Come to this part. Okay, so urochordates में they are often referred as protochordates. Why? They are primitive. They are exclusively marine. This is important. If in the paper they are asking you which phylums are exclusively marine, Ctenophora, Echinodermata, Hemichordata. But if they are asking which subphylums are exclusively marine, then it will be your urochordata and cephalochordata. Urochordata and cephalochordata. Urochordata and cephalochordata. Understood? So in urochordata, notochord is present only in larval tail, while in cephalochordata it extends from head to tail region and is persistent throughout the life. Throughout the life it is present. Okay, so urochordata में Acidia and Salpa is the example, and Doliolum is the example. Cephalo में Branchiostoma, Amphioxus or lens slit. Okay, Amphioxus or lens slit. Got it? Hanji, got it? So urochordata में even you will see कि open type of circulatory system is there. Fine, open type of circulatory system is there. Done. So Cephalochordata clear. Notochord persists throughout the life. Notochord persists throughout the life. And here you will see blood vascular system is closed. Now move to the phylum Vertebrata. Move to the phylum Vertebrata. So Vertebrata may, right, in adult you will see notochord is replaced by vertebral column. Notochord is replaced by vertebral column. Okay? That is why we say that all the vertebrates are chordates, but all the chordates are not vertebrates. All the vertebrates are chordates, but all the chordates are not vertebrates. Do you remember that? All the vertebrates are chordates, but all the chordates are not vertebrates. Hanji, clear? So notochord is replaced by vertebral column. It can be cartilaginous, it can be bony, but yes, it will be replaced. Understood? Understood? So now let's focus on this flow chart. Vertebrata. Again you are dividing into groups. Agnatha, which lacks jaw. Important it is. Gnathostomata, that bears jaw. So here you have one class only. Another class was also there. That was your here it was placodermy, na PCO. I don't know. Ostracodermy, right? One more class, ostracodermy, was there, but that is extinct. Let's not talk about it. So Agnatha, right, which lacks jaw. So example, class Cyclostomata. Right, so class Cyclostomata. So cyclos, circular mouth is there, so it lacks jaw. Okay, circular mouth is there, so it lacks jaw. Understood? It lacks jaw. Then bache, Gnathostomata, that bears jaw, so they have two super classes first. So Pisces and Tetrapoda, right? Pisces and Tetrapoda. So Pisces, that bear fins. So you will talk about the true fishes here. So there are two classes. One more class was there, that is Plecodermy, that is again extinct. So let's talk about Chondrichthyes, Osteichthyes, and here tetrapods, they have aram, right? Amphibian, Reptilia, then Aves, then Mammalia. Amphibian, Reptilia, Aves, and Mammalia. Please repeat. Amphibian, Reptilia, Aves, and Mammalia. Understood? Understood? So Vertebrata, two groups are there, bache, right? Agnatha and Gnathostomata. Agnatha, that lacks jaw. Gnathostomata, that bears the jaw. Okay? Now you know that next part is very easy, right? Right? Right. Next part is very easy. So let's continue. Okay? Right? Let's continue. So phylum Chordata, four basic characters clear. The difference in between chordates and non-chordates clear. So four basic characters clear. So one thing is heart is ventral in the case of chordates. Of course you can take your example, and in our case in the non-chordates, if it is present, it will be on the dorsal side. It will be on the dorsal side. Clear bache? It will be on the dorsal side. Okay? So let's talk about the class Cyclostomata. So circular mouth is there, remember? Circular mouth, that's how the, and cartilaginous vertebral column will be there. Cartilaginous vertebral column will be there, and here you are not going to see paired fins. You are not going to see paired fins. Okay? So they are ectoparasites on some fishes. There is a large fish, this Cyclostomata, it will join there. So whatever, let's say that fish is feeding, and whatever will be the remnant, that will be eaten by this. Okay? So what you need to remember, yes, they do have the gill slits, but they are 6 to 15. Okay? 6 to 15 pairs. They have a sucking and circular mouth, of course without jaws, and their body is devoid of scales. So if we have to compare, so we will see, if we have to compare the true fishes and Cyclostomata, true fishes, they have scales, but here you are not going to see that. And true fishes will have that paired fins, but here you are not going to see that. So 6 to 15 pairs of gill slits are there. Sucking and circular mouth is there, which is without jaws, and body is devoid of scales, means without scales and paired fins. Okay? And one more thing, bache, one more thing, when you talk about this flowchart na, so remember these two are acraniata, means without cranium, means without brain box, and we are craniata with the cranium, brain box. So can you tell me how many bones are there in cranium? 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 8. Can you name them? Hanji, can you name them? Yes. Array, no, cranium. Frontal, parietal, temporal, occipital, ethmoid, sphenoid, hyoid bone nahi. I'm talking about cranium, I'm not talking about the skull. I'm talking about cranium, I'm not talking about the skull. Okay? So cranium and vertebral column is cartilaginous, circulation closed. They are marine but migrate from spawning to water. Spawning means the release of gametes. They'll release gamete externally, they will fuse, obviously larva will form. So spawning, for spawning they will show the migration. This is sometimes freshwater to seawater, seawater to freshwater. So migration is there, right? Migration is there. So after spawning, within a few days they will die. So their larvae after metamorphosis return to the ocean. It is not always mandatory that from ocean to freshwater there will be the spawning. Sometimes fresh to, right, fresh to seawater is also there. There are different names for it. Let's not talk about it. Now what you need to remember here, see, larval stages are there without any doubt. See, you have to remember the example of Myxin. Because that is an exception. Myxin hagfish, we also, it looks like, if you look at its mouth, it looks like an old lady, right? Old lady, right? So Myxin shows no migration. According to me, you people should know about the exception. So in the case of Myxin, you people are not going to see any exception. Okay? You are not going to see any migration. Write down. You are not going to see any migration. Okay? Done. In the case of Myxin, right? So they are saying कि larval stages. बस ठीक है, right? So Myxin में no migration, so its lips look like an old lady, right? Or Petromyxin में there is larva, that is ammocoete larva, right? That is ammocoete larva. Do you remember that? Which larva is there? Ammocoete larva in the case of Petromyxin. Now of course, so see, jawless vertebrate. Chondrichthyes, cartilaginous fishes, ठीक है, endoskeleton is cartilaginous. Then they are viviparous also. Remember, no swim bladder or air bladders are there. No swim bladder and air bladders are there, right? And mouth will be ventral. Remember, what type of scales will be there? Placoid scale. Placoid scale, which are dermal in origin. ठीक है, dermal in origin. In the case of males here, you will see claspers. You will see claspers. These are the points that should be very clear in your head, right? They should be very, very, very clear in your head. This is something very, very, very important. So because now you are talking about the true fishes, okay, that is what you need to know. And yeah, one more thing is missing, that they have 1 to 7 pairs, right? 1 to 7 pairs of gill slits. Understood? So Chondrichthyes, also known as elasmobranchi, your Osteichthyes, they known as teleost. Understood? Or tail, when you will see the tail na, it will be heterocircle, means it is not divided equally. So you will see heterocircle tail here. Understood? This is what you people are going to see. Understood? Okay. So what are they? They are marine animals with streamlined body, and they have cartilaginous endoskeleton. So mouth is located ventrally. Mouth is located ventrally. Is that clear? Mouth is located ventrally. Is that clear? Is that clear? So notochord is persistent, but you know that it will be replaced by the cartilaginous vertebral column. Yes, one more point. Gill slits are there, but they are without operculum. They are without that kind of, you know, without operculum, kind of that covering lid. So skin is tough, having placoid scale. Teeth are basically modified placoid scales here, right? Jaws are powerful, they are predaceous. You know na, shark. So imagine, sharks cannot take a rest, they have to move always, otherwise they'll sink. Okay, to avoid sinking, they need to move continuously. So due to the absence of air bladder, they have to swim constantly to avoid the sinking. Bache, heart is two chambered, but if you remember, two accessory chambers are also there. Can you name that? Two accessory chambers are also there. Can you name that? Yes, there are two accessory chambers. Can you name it? Anyone? Can you name it? Sinus venosus, truncus arteriosus. Sinus venosus, truncus arteriosus. Understood? Right. So they have electric organs also, some of them. So E, electric, E. Now focus on the trick. E, electric. So torpedo, edo, E. Trigon, G is there. From this G you have to remember sting. So poison sting. The electric sting is your trigon, but when it comes to the torpedo, it is having the electrical organ. ठीक है बच्चे? So only your aves and mammals, they are endotherms, yeah, homeotherms. Okay, they are endotherms or homeotherms, right बच्चे? Or you can say that warm-blooded, means they can regulate their internal environment, they can maintain constant internal conditions, But if you talk about the fishes, the amphibian, the reptiles, they are poikilotherms, cold-blooded, they cannot regulate their internal body temperature. So sexes are separate. Males में I told you clasper is there, so you need to remember which fin will bear it. So it is pelvic fin. So clasper is to open the female, it is to open female genitals. So they have internal fertilization, very important, and many of them are viviparous, right? They will give birth to young ones. So dogfish, your pristis, right? Pristis. So in the starting you will see that it is having this rostrum. It is also a true fish. Carcharodon, great white shark. Trigon, stingray. Okay? Trigon, stingray. Understood? Done? So this is pristis. This is rostrum. So look at the tail. So mouth is always ventral. Okay? So look at the tail. It is heterocircle. It is not divided. Tail fin is not divided equally. Understood? Tail fin is not divided equally. Next is Osteichthyes. Bony endoskeleton is there. So it is teleosed. Okay? It is teleosed. Understood? Yes, it is teleosed. Clear, bache? Hanji, clear? Teleosed. Okay. So here obviously only 4 pairs of gill slits. So do they have a swim bladder? Yes. Gills covered with operculum. What type of scales are there? Cycloid, even ctenoid, some teeth-like, even ganoid. Tails mostly homocircle. Okay, so see, they are also both marine and freshwater. They are with bony endoskeleton. Body is streamlined. Mouth is mostly terminal. So exceptions are there. So compare it with excretory products and its elimination. Okay, compare it with excretory product and elimination. Read it from there. What type of waste is there in the Chondrichthyes? What type of waste is there in the bony fishes? Okay, so operculum, gills are covered with operculum. 4 pairs of gills are there, right? 4 pairs of gills are there. ठीक है बच्चे? 4 pairs of gills are there. They are covered with operculum. So skin is covered with cycloid, ctenoid, and okay. ठीक है. So skin is covered with, right? So heart is 2-chambered. You know that. Rest everything is clear. So here usually external fertilization, and here internal fertilization. So keep it in your mind. Okay, keep it in your mind. Understood? Done. Understood? Sure. So examples में you can say that Exocetus flying fish, Hippocampus is seahorse. Here male is pregnant. Okay, male is going to provide the parental care, right? So it is the only male in the animal kingdom which is pregnant. So basically Hippocampus is having a brood pouch, female will release the gametes there, male is having the gametes, so obviously the fusion fertilization will take place there, so male is going to take care of that babies. Okay, so Libiorohita, Catla, Clarius, Magur, which is also the what we call it, catfish, right? Aquarium mein you have the betta fish, that is fighting fish, Pterophylum, angelfish is there. Okay, so that's the hippocampus, brood pouch, that's it, that's all. Move to the next chapter. So amphibia, amphi means dual, so they have the dual habitat, right. They have the dual life, they have the dual habitat, so they can live in aquatic as well as terrestrial habitat. Okay, so body is divisible into head and trunk, no neck. Important, frog is the part of our syllabus, so we should know this. Tail may be present in some, जैसे Anura, it is the order which is tailless, okay, which is tailless. One is Urodela, right, like salamander, tailed amphibian. One is Apoda माने without limbs. So yes, when you talk about the amphibians, we have the example where that amphibian is even without limbs, right? Amphibian is without limbs. Are you getting my point? जैसे your Ichthyophis, right, that is the limbless amphibia. This example is important, right? So skin is moist, बच्चे, eyes are having eyelids, tympanum, that is the middle ear, represents the ear. Alimentary, so alimentary canal, urinary means excretory system, and reproductive tract, they all will open in a common chamber, we will call it as cloaca, right? We will call it as cloaca. It will all open in a common chamber, we will call it as cloaca. So respiration में gills, lungs and through skin. So if gills are there, the word will be cutaneous, right? If lungs are there, the word will be branchial. Understood? If skin is there, the word will be, okay, gills are there, the word is branchial. My bad. Gills means branchial, right? Lungs means pulmonary, skin means cutaneous. Heart again 3 chambered बच्चे, and what type of circulation will be there? Incomplete double circulation. Why? Because it is going to pump the mixed blood. Okay, because in the ventricle the oxygenated and deoxygenated blood will get mixed. Okay, so they are oviparous and development is indirect. So बच्चे hyla, tree frog, bufo toad, rana frog, and please in the comment section after the class do let me know that what is the difference in a toad and a frog. So amphibian, thick skin is there, dry skin is there, right बच्चे? You know that they are having the lungs बच्चे, they need to survive on the land habitat, they need to conserve more and more water, right? So they are the creepers or the crawlers, right? This is the locomotion that they have. So repair or raptor means to creep or crawl. So terrestrial mostly, even they are, you know that. Aquatic also, but mostly terrestrial. So dry and cornified, that horny skin is there because they need to conserve the water. So scales or scutes are present, do not have external ear openings, that will only be there in the case of mammals बच्चे. Tympanum, that is middle ear, will represent the ear. So limbs are present, they are absent also like the snake. Heart is usually 3 chambered, but exception is of your crocodile, right? So I really don't think that we need to explain something here. So skin will be cast, skin shedding will be there by snakes and lizard. So there will be the skin cast, and you know that we call it as ecdysis or molting, right? Ecdysis or molting, the shedding of skin, right? This shedding of skin. Understood? Sexes are separate, fertilization is internal, they are also oviparous. So examples बच्चे, they are important, ठीक है? Right? So Hemidactylus is wall lizard. So one more thing that you need to know is which one is the poisonous snake and which one is the non-poisonous. Okay, which one is the poisonous snake and which one is the non-poisonous? This is something that you should know. Which one is the poisonous snake and which one is the non-poisonous snake? ठीक है? Okay, can you just tell me Yes, can you just tell me poisonous or non-poisonous? Like you should know the difference, but see, these three are poisonous. The python, you all know about python. Python is a non-poisonous snake. That's it, that's all. So no need to go beyond NCERT because we have already so many things to remember. So when it comes to the chelone, right, one more thing. See, here you have chelone, that is turtle, testudo, that is tortoise. So when you look at this picture, this is a chelone. Actually, it is an aquatic organism. How can you say that? Look at this. It is fused. It is fused. So it will help in water. When you look at the tortoise, you will see the digits there. Okay, you are going to see the digits there. That's what you need to know. It is chelone. It is aquatic. It is aquatic. Right? This part is fused here. It is aquatic. Clear, bache? Clear, clear, clear. So now in the case of Aves, you know that four-chambered heart is there, warm-blooded they are, and here you will also see air sacs. So air sacs are just attached to the lungs. They will supplement the respiration. They are not directly playing any role in the exchange of gases. They are just supplementing it, one thing. Secondly, you will also see the keel sternum here, to which flight muscles are attached, right? To which flight muscles are attached. You will see the pneumatic bones here, hollow bones, because they need to fly. So of course their bones should be hollow. Okay, only one pair of ovary is functional. So see, their most peculiar feature here is again feathers. Okay, right? So there are some flightless birds like ostrich, kiwi is also there. So they are having a beak, right? They are having a beak. They don't have teeth. So you can relate it with evolution. Lithographic, what is that? I just forgot. The missing link in between reptiles and birds. Anyone? Missing link in between reptiles and, thank God, Leharika. Archaeopteryx lithographica. Archaeopteryx lithographica. So forelimbs are modified into wings. Hind limbs are having scales. They are modified by walking, swimming, clasping. Skin is without gland. They just have one gland, that is oil gland, also known as preen gland, also known as uropygeal gland. Right? It is also known as uropygeal gland. Okay? So preen gland, uropygeal gland. It is also known as preen gland and the uropygeal gland. Understood? So endoskeleton is fully ossified. Long bones are there with air cavities. They are pneumatic. Digestive tract is having additional chambers. Crop and gizzard, right? So in NEET 2022, right, the majority of questions were on the basis of examples. So they were mentioning the character that out of the following, which one is having crop and gizzard, like this. Crop and gizzard is even present in insect. Okay, so you need to read that examples carefully. Okay, so crop is for what? For the storage of the grains. Gizzard for grinding, and for gizzard we also use the word proventriculus. Okay, proventriculus. Understood? Understood? So they are warm-blooded, right? So air sacs are connected to lungs, which will supplement the respiration. Sexes are separate, and that's what you need to remember. So corvus, crow, columba, pigeon, Cetacula, parrots, toothy ostrich, pebo, and this. Okay? So you can do one thing, students. You can just save the number of your friends with the name of, with their scientific names, right? The scientific names that you are not able to retain for a longer period. In that case, you can do this thing, right? They say, I still remember Bubalus. It is for buffalo, right? I was not able to remember it. So what I did, I saved the name of one of my friends with this. Okay? So whenever I used to call them, I was like, theek hai, okay. You can use it for your siblings. You can use it for your friends. You can even use it for your family members, especially for the relatives. Okay? The bird, the animal that you don't like, right? Save the name of that poisonous relative with the name of that poisonous lizard. That's best. Trust me, it works. It helps. Let's say if you take a stroll every day just to freshen up your mind, then you just name, you can give such names to your street dogs. Kya bro, you are this, you are that. That's the best way. In my room, if there is any soft toy, any teddy bear or something, I'll be like, you are Vipera, you are Bangaras. In this way. This is the best way. You are laughing, but it is the best way. Trust me on that. Trust me, it is the best. Try it. ठीक है. So see this, lungs are attached to air sac, so it is going to supplement the respiration. It is playing no role in the direct gaseous exchange. Then is the mammals. Do I need to talk about it? Here, mammary glands in the case of females, right? So obviously here also we divide it into further classes, okay, right? Subclasses are there, right? So prototherians are the primitive mammals, eutherian are the advanced one, they are having the placenta, right? So here the examples, जैसे Oinotherus, Ornithorhynchus, that is platypus, duck-billed platypus. So it is a connecting link in between mammals and reptiles. Okay, it's a connecting link between mammals and reptiles. So there are many exceptions like this. Okay, so you know that we'll talk about the placenta here, we will talk about the mammary glands here. Okay, right. Then heart is 4-chambered, so examples are important. Okay, do not forget the examples. Do not forget the examples, that's important. Fine. Right, so eutherians, you know that. What are they? They are having placenta. Prototherians, egg-laying. Metatherians, marsupials. You know, na, metatherians, marsupials. Okay, so this is all about the animal kingdom. Here we have a table that you can use for your quick revision, and do not forget about the do not forget about the different batches which are going to start in English language from 17th of April. Okay, so in the description box there is a link. Okay, so next chapter, next topic is enzymes that we are going to start. So do you need dinner break or not? Do you need dinner break or not? Like after dinner break I'll take hardly 1.5 hours to finish it. So I think it's 9:12. You'll be free till 11:30. We'll start it, don't worry. We'll start with the enzymes. I'll take the most important topic first. Chalo. Break time. So enjoy your dinner, then we'll see you then. sorry for being late again yaar, I was just having my meal. Oh my god, look at the time. Ma'am was 5 minutes late. How rude yaar. Oh my god, I am so sorry. I've used these 4 minutes for my dinner. I'm sorry because I have to cook first, then I have to eat first. I am very sorry. I'm so sorry I wasted your 4 minutes. Yeah, I'm so guilty. Sorry. I am so guilty. I am. See the guilt in my eyes. No one has given me the target to finish the syllabus. Still I want to finish it nicely. I don't want to give you the feel of the syllabus. I really want you people to understand the syllabus. Okay, but I'm sorry. I'm very guilty here. I'm very guilty. See, I'm crying also. I'm crying. Chalo, let's start the biomolecules and let's start from the amino acids. Why? Because yaar, ek minute, huh? No. 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 Done. So we will start from the amino acids. Why? Because we'll talk about amino acids, we'll talk about proteins, we will talk about enzymes. Is it good? Is it good? Oh my god, HSP Baba comes at exact time. I know yaar, I know. He is such a dedicated person, and trust me, even I am learning also. So when I'll be 50 years old, I can guarantee you I'll be on time. I'll reach before time. Acha, Wazeem sir come at time. Acha, matlab you are comparing today कि यार all others they come at time, ma'am only you are late. You know, creative minds, they are like that only yaar. Matlab you are basically, you all, Leharika basically today you are against me, है ना Leharika, today you are against me. You are like कि नहीं यार ऐसे कैसे madam. He doesn't cook na. He'll get the cooked food, and you know what, if Wazeem sir will not get the food for the entire day, he'll be happy. Matlab you have to force him ki bhai sit and eat something, if right. But in my case yaar, I'm a food lover. I want it properly on time basically. But yaar Leharika, and I don't know. अच्छा मतलब basically this is what you are doing, but नहीं यार, this is not right. Good cop, bad cop, नहीं यार, नहीं यार. Okay. Wazeem sir is very punctual. मतलब ठीक है, now you are judging my punctuality as well. छड्डो यार. हाँ, I have this issue. I am going to admit that. Yeah, I am not punctual. I am aligned. I am not punctual. Even in my classes also, sometimes I reach late. That is something very bad. But trust me, I am working on it. ठीक है, you can trust. You can trust that thing. I am working on it. Seriously. Arey Varun, it is more than sufficient, yaar. It is more than sufficient. Trust me. It is more than sufficient. So I'll change one day. ठीक है? Okay, so tell me, what do you know about the amino acids? Everyone in the class, please let me know, what do you know about the amino acids? What do you know about the amino acids? Everyone be quick. Amino acids, substituted methane, good. Building block of proteins, good. ठीक है लेहारिका, फाइन. टीम वजीम सर ना, ओके फाइन. ठीक है, मतलब आई एम टेकिंग लेक्चर्स, आई एम जस्ट trying ki theek hai, matlab I should deliver everything, because there are some students that are dependent on our lectures only. Still, this is what you people are doing with me, hai na? This is what you people are doing with me. You are just okay, koi baat nahi, right? Koi baat nahi. Thank you so much bachche, thank you Sarvasya, thank you so much, thank you. Okay, so when you talk about the amino acids, yes, you are right, they are substituted methanes. What are they? They are substituted methanes. So what are methanes? What are methanes? It's CH4, right? What is what is methane? CH4, right? That's methane. So obviously, on what basis we are saying that amino acids are the substituted methane? That's the thing, bache. Let's say one side will have amino group, another side will have COH group, one side will have hydrogen group, another side will have either hydrogen or alkyl group. So of course it is a substituted methane, right? Carbon, you know that it is having it is tetravalent, right bache? So one side will get amino group, one side will get carboxylic group, one side will get hydrogen, and another side will get hydrogen and the alkyl group, right? Hydrogen and the alkyl group, this is what we know, right? So that is why we are saying that they are substituted methanes. And what is the another thing here? When you look at this carbon, this is the alpha carbon, right? Which carbon it is? It is the alpha carbon. Actually bache, these are it is a asymmetrical carbon. Why is it an asymmetrical carbon, right? When will you say that it is an asymmetrical carbon? When all the four sides are going to have different groups, right? For an example, I'll give you the example of one amino acid, that is glycine. So this side, the left side will have amino group, the another side will have carboxylic group, the another side will have hydrogen, and here also hydrogen will be there. So in the case of glycine, when you look at this glycine, right, when you look at this glycine, what is going to happen here, right? You will see that two sides are having same group. So it is not the asymmetrical carbon. It is not asymmetrical carbon in the case of this glycine. Got it? It is not asymmetrical carbon here. Okay? It is not alpha carbon here, right? Right? So it is the glycine which is the simplest amino acid. Got it, everyone? It is the glycine which is the simplest amino acid. Got it? Got it? Sure? Sure. So amino acids, they are substituted methanes. I explained you why. I explained you the structure of glycine. So this is the basic structure of an amino acid, and you people are right. They are what? They are the building blocks, right? They are what? They are the building blocks of protein. Yes, people, what are they? They are the building block of proteins. Got it? Yes, got it? Okay, they are the building blocks of protein. Now what is the next point here? See, in the case of amino acids, they will be in acid soluble fraction. Where are you going to find it? Acid soluble fraction. Which one is the acid soluble fraction? Which is basically the filtrate. It is something which is dissolved in the acid. And bache, amino acids, they are obviously, they are molecular, they are biomicromolecule. Why are they biomicromolecule? Because their molecular weight is less than 1000 Dalton. Okay, their molecular weight is less than 1000 Dalton. So this part of amino acid clear, everyone? This part of amino acid clear? So when you talk, overall there are 200 to 300 amino acids. Overall there are 200 to 300 amino acids. But when you talk about the protein forming amino acid, there are 20. How many amino acids are there? 20. Right, but two more are added, 21 and 22. So 21st is your selenocysteine, 21st is your selenocysteine, and 22nd is your pyrrolysine. Right, 22nd is your pyrrolysine, 21st and 22 selenocysteine and pyrrolysine, not mentioned in NCERT, but yeah, it is important. So you know that I remember the name of 20 amino acids. So right now I don't want to brag, but okay, fine, you should know about it. Jaise alanine, arginine, asparagine, aspartic acid, cysteine, glutamine, glutamic acid, glycine, histidine, isoleucine, leucine, lysine, methionine, proline, phenylalanine, serine, threonine, tryptophan, tyrosine, and valine. These are the 20 amino acids. If you can remember it, very good. Otherwise, it's again your wish, right? Because we related with the genetic code also. So I hope you have seen the I hope you have seen the video section there. So in that video section there is a trick for genetic code. If you will focus on that trick, of course you will be able to remember the name of the codes of all the amino acids, right? If you have completed the syllabus, you can focus on it. If you will ask my trick, right? If you will ask my trick, so my trick is just that key in alphabetical order I remember their name, and it is simple as well. Let me tell you, it is very simple as well. So when you talk about the amino acid, this R group here is, this R group here is going to decide the nature of that amino acid. You have basic amino acid, you have acidic amino acid, you have neutral amino acid. So I am just sticking to the NCERT right now. So when you talk about the acidic amino acid, which amino acid? Acidic amino acid. You have aspartic acid, right? You have aspartic acid, you have glutamic acid, right? So bache, amino acids na, they are also having, like, in short form also you write them ASP, aspartic acid, right? GLU, glutamic acid, but they are also having one letter code. Okay, they are also having one letter code, right? You can check this. Just arginine ke liye, it is R, like this. It is also like this. So yes, you need to remember this name, these names, because they are important. So when you are saying acidic amino acid, they are going to have one NH2 group. Okay, I'm not going to write down the formula. One NH2 group and two COH group. So if they are having two carboxylic acid ka group and one amino acid ka group, then obviously, right, then obviously what will you see? You will see that net charge will be negative. So of course your acidic amino acids are negatively charged. Your acidic amino acids are negatively charged. Now when you talk about the basic amino acid, for basic amino acid there is a trick. The trick is Hall. What is the meaning of Hall? Hall means histidine, right, arginine and lysine. Histidine, arginine and lysine, that is the meaning of Hall. So here what will you see? That there will be two NH2 group. What will you see? That there will be two NH2 group and there will be one COOH group. There will be two NH2 group and there will be one COOH group. That is the meaning of basic amino acid. So obviously net charge will be, they will be positively charged. Understood? They will be positively charged. So this is the trick, histidine, arginine and lysine. But yeah, when you talk about the histones, they are having this lysine and arginine, right? You know na, histone protein is made up of basic amino acids. Yes bache, right. Histone protein is made up of basic amino acids. So that is how you have to relate. So rest 15 are going to be the neutral amino acid. Rest 15 are the neutral amino acid. Is that clear? Is that clear? Chalo. So next part is your sulfur containing amino acid. Rest part is your sulfur containing amino acid. So when you talk about the sulfur containing amino acid, again you have the trick, that is CMS, Chief Minister Sir. So cysteine, then comes the methionine, cysteine, then comes the methionine. They are what? They are the sulfur containing amino acids. Okay, they are the sulfur containing amino acids. So even in the insulin, you see that sulfide, disulfide bond. So actually your cysteine, it is having that SH group that will make the bond. Right, it is having the SH group that will make the bond. Okay. So now the next part that you should know, you should remember, is essential amino acid. So can you just tell me what is the meaning of essential amino acids? Right, can you just tell me what is the meaning of essential amino acid? Essential amino acid, essential amino acid. So that essential amino acids are the one that should be there in our diet, because our body is not able to synthesize them. Right, which amino acids are the essential amino acid? You can even write down. Right, you can even write down the definition, the amino acids which are not synthesized by our body, so they must be the part of our diet. Right, they must be in our diet, essential amino acids. So in the essential amino acid, the trick that we have is private Tim Hall. What is the trick? The trick is private Tim Hall. Again I am repeating, the trick is private Tim Hall, right? Private Tim Hall, right bache? Right bache? So P stands for phenylalanine, of course. P stands for phenylalanine. V stands for valine, your neutral amino acid. T stands for your threonine or tryptophan. What should be there? Yes, threonine or tryptophan, there are two T's. Obviously you will consider both, but when you talk about the T alphabet, from the T alphabet there are 3 amino acids bache, right? There are 3 amino acids. So you don't have tyrosine here, but threonine and tryptophan is there. Okay, I means isoleucine, M means methionine, H means histidine, A means arginine, and L means leucine and lysine here. It is leucine and lysine here. So these are the essential amino acids. So the trick is private Tim Hall. So the trick is private Tim Hall. What is it? The trick is private Tim Hall. Understood? Understood? Right, bache? So here you can add one note also, right? Here you can add one note also, that histidine and arginine are considered as semi-essential amino acids. Okay, they are considered as semi-essential amino acid. What are they considered? They are considered as semi-essential amino acid. Why semi-essential? Because in the adult body their synthesis will start. Okay, in the case of adults their synthesis will start, right Samiksha? Right bache? Okay, so that is what you have to remember. So histidine and arginine, they are considered as semi-essential amino acid, right? So one more example is there, that is of aromatic amino acid. Okay, that is of what? That is of aromatic amino acid. So can you just give me the example of aromatic amino acid? So aromatic means the one that are having the ring, and it is given in NCERT, so one question can come from this part. So aromatic amino acid, yes, aromatic amino acid. Anyone in the class? Aromatic amino acid, quick. Yes, which one are the aromatic amino acids, right, which are having the ring? So can you just tell me, can you just give me the example? Anyone? Are yaar, 3 names are there, tyrosine, right, your phenylalanine and tryptophan is considered as the most complex amino acid. Okay, it is considered as the most complex amino acid. So I hope you remember this tryptophan. It is also helpful in the auxin synthesis, if you remember. It also synthesizes the neurotransmitter, right? It is also used for the synthesis of many neurotransmitters, especially in the case of serotonin. Tyrosine is important for the synthesis of melanin. Remember, melanin. So if you will relate it with the genetics, phenylalanine, you remember phenylalanine hydroxylase will form the tyrosine, right, from phenylalanine, and that tyrosine is very important for the synthesis of the skin pigment melanin. Okay, that tyrosine is very important for the synthesis of the skin pigment melanin. So yes, you should know these names. Okay, you should know this. So now when you look at this, in our body mostly L amino acids, they are very common. L amino acid where NH2 group is on the left side. Okay, NH2 group is on the left side. So here if NH2 group is on this side, that will be D amino acid, right? So it's mostly you have L amino acid in your body, right? You have L amino acid in your body. Okay, so now when you look at these amino acids, see if it is NH3 positive, because it is having this amino group, basic group it is, right? Basic group it is, like amino acids, they have the property. So at the isoelectric point, right, or you can say that in different pH, they can form the they can get converted into the ionic forms. They can form the ions. This is the property of amino acid, right? They can form the ions. This is the property of amino acids. So if you will see here, the NH2 group, NH3 positive, it is the cation, positively charged. So they can also form what? Anion, CO negative, NH2. Let's say here also. So this is an ion. So at isoelectric point, it will give us the Zwitter ion. So what is that Zwitter ion? Very important it is. See, this is the Zwitter ion. Right, this is the Zwitter ion. You can see this. So this one is cation, this one is anion, and this is the zwitterion. So when you look at this zwitterion, you see amino acids can form zwitterions, right, at different pH and different solution. This is important. Question can come from this part. So it is NH3 positive, it is COO negative. It's like CO has given its H to this, right? So basically 1 plus 1 minus charge is there. 1 plus 1 minus charge is there. So can I say that it is electrically neutral? Can I say that it is electrically neutral? Or you can also use the word dipolar ion, right? You can also use the word dipolar ion. Can I say so? Of course, right? Can I say so? Of course, right? Of course. Right, so this is the zwitterion, and that is also you need to remember. Now the next point is, I told you that amino acids are the building blocks of protein, means they are going to form the proteins. How will they form the proteins? Of course, they will join together and they will form the protein, isn't it? They are going to form the, they will join together and they will form the protein, isn't it? Isn't it? So how are they going to join? See, you have, let's say you have one amino acid here, C, NH2, C double bond OH, this is R2, this is H, okay, and here you have another amino acid, so what is going to happen here? Your water will come out, the dehydration is there, right? The dehydration is there. So after this dehydration, what will form, bache? Peptide bond will form. Which bond will form? Peptide bond. So what is that peptide bond? It is your the CONH, right? It is your the CONH bond. It is your peptide bond, right? It is your peptide bond which is formed after the dehydration. So of course what's going to happen here, right? So when water is eliminated, it will join like this. This is your peptide bond. So when two amino acids, they join together, okay, when two amino acids, they join together, you will call it as dipeptide. You will call it as dipeptide. Are you getting my point? Right, it is known as dipeptide. Clear, bache? Right, it is the dipeptide. So that is how amino acids, they will join, they will join, they will join, and what will they form? They will form the polypeptides. Okay, so let's come to the NCERT portion now. Let's discuss it from the NCERT. Okay, so here it is given. I hope all the doubts are clear, right? So they are organic compounds, of course we know that, right? They are having the amino group, yes ma'am. And an acidic group as substituent on the same carbon, of course, the alpha carbon. So they are alpha amino acid when all the sides are having different groups, bache, right? So hydrogen, carboxylic group, amino group, and a variable R group. So R group will decide the nature, right? So this is also we have covered. This diagram is clear now, that this B is the zwitterion, which is dipolar, having one positive, one negative. So it is electrically neutral. It is electrically neutral. Understood? It is electrically neutral. So the next thing that we need to discuss is proteins. But yeah, before that, please do not forget this part. I will suggest you people, see, 3 amino acids are given here. One is glycine, another is alanine, another is serine. If you will read molecular basis of inheritance, right, there also they have formed the tRNAs. In translation, there also they have formed the tRNAs in translation. So there also they have used the word serine. They have used this. So you should, at least you should remember the codons, right? At least you people should remember the codons that code glycine, alanine, and serine. This is just my suggestion. Rest is your choice. So glycine, simplest amino acid, H is there. When at the place of H you have CH3, it will be alanine. When at the place of CH3 it is CH2OH, it will be serine. Okay? When at the place of if it is CH2OH, it will be serine. That's what you need to remember. Okay, that is what you need to remember. So what are we going to discuss now? We'll be talking about the protein. Okay, right? So we will discuss everything from the NCERT, so don't you people worry. So as I said, proteins, they are what, bache? They are bio-macromolecules, not the micro, but they are bio-macromolecules. What are they, people? They are bio-macromolecules. What is the meaning of bio-macromolecules? Their molecular weight, right? Their molecular weight is above, yes, above 10,000 Dalton. Above 10,000 Dalton. And where are you going to find it? You will find it in where? Where are you going to find it? You will find it in, yes bache, acid insoluble fraction. Why? Due to their molecular weight, right? It will be in acid insoluble fraction, and we call it as heteropolymer. Okay, we call it as heteropolymer. Why? Because it is never made up of same type of amino acids, right? Same type of amino acids are not going to form your protein. Different types of amino acids, right? Different types of amino acids are going to form your proteins. That's what you need to remember. Okay, that is what you need to remember. So when you talk about the structure of the proteins, okay, if I simply talk about the structure, let's start with the primary one, secondary, tertiary and quaternary. So primary structure means you are talking about a linear chain. I'm not going to mention it. It is the most unstable structure. Okay, I'll just mention the keywords, rest you have to write it, rest you have to note down. So it is most unstable. It is just like a linear, it is just like a linear chain of amino acids. What is it? It is just like a linear chain of amino acid. So your ribosomes, they form the proteins, your ribosomes, they form the protein. So that simple unstable protein is basically your primary structure. Clear bache? That basically your primary structure, right bache? And of course this primary structure is going to decide the specificity also, what type of amino acid it is having, right? So further, this is the first thing, primary structure. Then comes the secondary structure. Then comes what? Then comes the secondary structure. So when you people talk about the secondary structure, right, see the further folding will be there. Here you will see alpha helical, which is always right-handed, right, which is always right-handed. Alpha helical, which is always right-handed. Clear bache? Then beta pleated structure, it is having these two forms. So it is formed when the primary structure is further coiled. So if it is coiled like this, right, in the helical form, which is right-handed, alpha helical, then it is the beta pleated as well. This is saris, pleats of sari. You have seen that how are they placed, right? How are they placed? So one polypeptide chain, when it is connected to another, you will get this beta pleated structure. Sometimes one polypeptide chain is folded in such a way, you get that pleat like appearance, right? In the case of skirt, in the case of sari, you might have seen that. Okay, that's the point. So when you talk about this alpha helical structure, of course amino acids are placed there. Let's say this is your first, second, third, fourth. So basically your first amino acid is going to form the hydrogen bond with the fourth amino acid. So in the case of alpha helical structure, peptide bond is there. Amino acid will be linked together by a peptide bond. That's why, amino acids will be linked together by a peptide bond. That is why we use the word polypeptide. That is why we use the word polypeptide. Are you getting my point? That is why we use the word polypeptide. Clear bache? Clear, 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 clear. So here, other than that, what will you see? You will see intramolecular hydrogen bonding. What will you see? You will see intramolecular hydrogen bonding. Intramolecular, within the molecule. So it's 1, it's 4, right? It's 1, it's 4. Yes or no? It's 1, it's 4. So obviously hydrogen bonding is there in between, right? Hydrogen bonding is there in between. Right? So when it is the beta pleated, here you will see intermolecular hydrogen bonding, right? Where what will you see? You will see intermolecular hydrogen bonding. Understood? You will see intermolecular hydrogen bonding. Understood? Understood? Sure? Sure? Are you sure? Right? So alpha helical, you know that we have different examples. Jैसे keratin, which is present in our hair, in nails. You know na keratin, it is also sulfur containing. So myosin, tropomyosin, these are the examples. So when you are talking about the beta pleated, here you will see the example of fibroin. So fibroin is present in silk. Fibroin is present in silk. So these are the examples. So primary, secondary, clear. Now let's move to the next part, the tertiary, right? Now let's move to the next part, that is the tertiary protein. And in the case of tertiary protein, the best example, the best example that you can remember is of myoglobin, right? Tertiary protein. Tertiary structure is very important. It is the further enfolding. Let's say something is coiled like this, right? I'm just giving you an idea. Something is coiled like this. Now when you look at its tertiary structure, of course, basic, because amino acid, we have to link them. Amino acid, they will link together with the help of peptide bonds. Okay? Amino acids, they will link together with the help of peptide bonds. So you will see that when they are folded now, Other bonds will also be there, right? Of course the peptide bond will be the one here, it will be the strongest bond here, but other than peptide bond, right, no doubt peptide bond is there, peptide bond is present here in this folding, right, and it is the strongest one, right? So other than that, even disulfide bond is also there. Which bond is also there? Disulfide bond is also there. You will also see ionic interactions here, okay? You will also see hydrogen bonding here. You will also see hydrophobic interactions here. Do you know that? Hydrophobic interactions there. This is what you people are going to see. Are you getting my point? This is what you people are going to see. So peptide, disulfide, ionic, hydrogen bond, even the hydrophobic interactions are there, right, bache? Right? So the strongest bond is your this peptide, and the second strongest is this disulfide only, right? So it is further coiled, it will form the structure like this. So you will see when it is folded now, when it is folded, right, just say it is just like a wool, right, ball of wool. So you will see there will be some sites, we will call them as active sites. This is something that we see in the case of enzymes, active sites, crevices, right? Remember, active site, crevices. So basically when you talk about the tertiary structure, it is considered as the 3D structure, three-dimensional structure, right? It is the structure when the protein is biologically active, right? It is biologically active. So when you talk about the proteins, because they form the enzymes, mostly enzymes are made up of what? Proteins. We have the exception of ribozyme, but otherwise enzymes are made up of proteins. So that enzymes are basically in this tertiary structure, because it is folded in such a way, it is having that active sites. So whenever you talk about the tertiary protein, yes, you take the example of enzymes, yes, you take the examples of myoglobin as well. Okay, so this is the tertiary structure, right? It is the tertiary structure, so biologically active it is. Done, bache? Biologically active it is. Clear? So next is your quaternary protein. Next is your quaternary protein. So quat is 4. So you know that here what is going to happen, 2 or more polypeptide chains, they will come closer, right, bache, and they will form the structure. So best example that we see is of hemoglobin. So hemoglobin mein you will see dissimilar type of protein chains, they will come closer. Do you remember that? Dissimilar type of protein chains that will come closer. Dissimilar types mein what will you get? You remember alpha, beta, 2 alpha chains, 2 beta chains, 2 alpha chains, 2 beta chains. Do you remember that, students? 2 alpha chains, 2 beta chains, right? In the case of hemoglobin, that is what we discussed, right? That is what we discuss in the case of hemoglobin, right? So other than hemoglobin, you have also so here these chains are different, but they can be same as well. They can be same. Just say your lactate dehydrogenase enzyme complex, they are having the similar types of protein chains. Okay, so quaternary structure mein what will be the thing, bache? 2 or more polypeptide chains of tertiary structure, they will join. Okay, they will join. Done. They will join. So this is about the structure, the quaternary structure, which is given in your NCERT. Then bache, what is the denaturation of protein? Just when protein comes to its primary form, just suppose there is a tertiary protein, right? You have increased the temperature, it will reach in its secondary and then in primary form. This is the denaturation, right? So in our day-to-day life also we see many examples. Just when you talk about the egg is having albumin, right? So when you make it, right, the clotting of the egg, that coagulation, it is also the example of denaturation, right? So if the temperature will be very high, the proteins, they will denature, right? They will come to their basic primary structure. They will not be biologically active, right? Tertiary will come to secondary will come to primary. This is the denaturation, right, bache? Now you talk about the curd mein, you know that what do we have? We talk about the curd mein, you know that the bacteria will act on lactose. The lactose will be converted to lactic acid. Do you remember? The lab bacteria, lactobacillus bacteria, will act on the lactose. Lactose will form the lactic acid. Lactic acid will act on the milk protein casein and its coagulation will be there. So that is also a kind of denaturation of the structure of the protein. Are you getting my point? So the pH changes, salts, heavy metal, temperature, right, pressure, they all can do that. Understood? They all can do that. Understood? Right? So now you know na, some organisms, they cannot regulate their internal body temperature. Do you know that? Some organisms, they cannot regulate their internal body temperature. Do you know that? Do you know that? Just say they go for the sleeps. If the temperature is very high, they will, just say if they will go for summer sleep or winter sleep. Winter sleep, hibernation. Summer sleep, estivation. So why? Why is it so? Why is it so? Why? What is the need? They cannot maintain the constant internal condition. So of course, if the temperature will be very high, their proteins that are enzymes, they will denature. The proteins that are enzymes, Samiksha, Rose, right? I am sorry, Etakal, right? So what will happen to it? The enzymes, because the temperature is high, so because of that, what will happen? High temperature, the enzymes will denature. They will not be in their biologically active form. If the temperature will be very low, they will be inactive. That's why they go for the sleeps also. Alright, that's also you can relate. So this is about the proteins. So come to the NCERT, let's fight. So you know that proteins, they play different roles in our body, right? It is acting like an enzyme. It is like acting like a transporter also. Just say GLUT4. It's a transporter present on the cell membrane which will allow the glucose to come in. Okay. They are also acting like a receptors, right? They are also acting like they are also helping in clotting. They are also having the immune response. About what? The proteins. I'm talking about their roles. So see, each protein is a polymer of amino acid. So they are of 20 types, right, bache? Then heteropolymers they are. Why? Because all the proteins are made up of different amino acids, right, bache? So amino acid content is now come to this part. So dietary protein are the source of essential amino acids. So amino acids can be essential or non-essential. This is also we have discussed, isn't it? So proteins, they carry out many functions in living organisms. They carry out many functions in living organism. So some transport nutrients, some can cross cell membrane, some will fight with the infectious organisms. So this is a table which we are not allowed to miss. Okay? Important. Understood? Very important. Okay? So collagen, what is collagen? It is the most abundant protein of animal world. It is the most abundant protein of animal world. Right, bache? It is the most abundant protein of animal world, or you can say that of extracellular matrix. Trypsin, it is present in pancreatic juices. It will help in digestion, of course, right? Insulin is the protein hormone. It is also having the quaternary structure. Antibody, your immunoglobulins, receptors, right? Just say in the case of mechanism of hormone action also, I told you about that, right? Then GLUT4 enables the glucose transport into cell. So it is also a previous year question. Do not underestimate this. Okay? So say collagen is the most abundant protein in the animal world, and your ribulose bisphosphate carboxylase oxygenase, that is your rubisco, it is the most abundant protein in the whole of the biosphere. Understood? So now when it comes to the structure of the proteins, it is given under the different title. वो ये देखो, right? It is given under the different title. ये देखो, structure of protein. So primary, secondary, tertiary, right? You can read it from the NCERT here. जैसे protein is imagined as a line. So left end will be represented by first amino acid. Left end will be represented by first amino acid. So yes, it can be asked as a question. Okay, right hand will be represented by last amino acid. So that is why they go first amino acid, majorly we have L amino acids. So of course we can say that left end, the left side which is representing first amino acid, right, it is having N terminal. Why? Because this amino group is free here. And last amino acid, right side, it will show the C terminal. It is going to show us the C terminal. Understood? It is going to show us the C terminal. Understood? Right? Right. So secondary structure discussed, tertiary structure discussed. So everything here is discussed, bache. So see, primary, secondary, tertiary, beta pleated mein see how are they joining, right? So hydrogen disulfide bond are also there in the tertiary structure. So many tertiary structure, when they are coming closer, they are forming the quaternary. You should know the examples. Any doubt? Any doubt? Any doubt? So A is the secondary structure. As I said, alpha helical. B is the tertiary structure, biologically active. So N chain, C terminal. N side is showing your first amino acid, and your C side is showing last amino acid. It is showing last amino acid. Okay? Any doubt? Clear? Sure? Okay, so now first let's talk about the enzymes first. देखो, now from your syllabus that metabolism वाला part is deleted. ठीक है, that metabolism वाला part is deleted from the biomolecules. If you will check your updated syllabus, right, they have simply specified this enzyme portion, right? So enzymes में से 1 or 2 questions are expected. Let's discuss about the enzymes. So are you ready or not? Hanji, are you ready or not? Feeling energetic, feeling low? Are you feeling energetic? Are you feeling low? From animal kingdom, 4 questions are expected. Take 4 questions are expected. That chapter is done and dusted. From biomolecules, 4 questions are expected that we are going to complete today. So even from the excretory product, minimum 2 questions you can expect. So basically today 4. ठीक है. So basically 10 questions, 40 marks. Right? It's worth it to give the time, isn't it? Isn't it? Sure? Okay. Just a minute, bachcho. Done? Okay, so now let's start. Done, bache? Okay, so enzymes. That's what we need to start. What do you know about enzymes? I think these are the basic things, है ना? कि they are the mostly proteins, and protein in its tertiary form, which will be, arranged in such a way that it will be having active sites. We will call it as crevices, right? Substrate is going to fit in there. I think this is something very basic, isn't it? Isn't it? This is something very basic. So from this topic, what kind of questions can come? From the cofactor topic, one question can come. From the factors topic, one question can come, and one question can also come. Like, I'm just telling you the possibilities, right, from where the question can come. You remember that that points, that how enzyme is working, the activation energy thing. So one question can come from that part. Okay? So I'm going to give this topic a decent amount of time. I will not be very fast. I'm not going to be very slow. So I expect you people to listen to me very carefully. Okay? Right. So when it comes to the enzyme, you know who isolated the enzymes for the first time? Who isolated the enzymes from the first time? Buchner. He isolated enzymes. Or which enzyme? Do you know that? Zymase. He isolated zymase for the first time from yeast. He isolated zymase for the first time from yeast, right? Buchner, he discovered and isolated the enzyme zymase, and that is from the yeast cell. Is that clear? Is that clear? So when you talk about the enzymes, they are going to speed up the rate of the reaction. They are the biocatalyst. In our body, there is no reaction which is without the enzyme. Even that CO2 plus water, you know na, CO2, carbon dioxide and water, their reaction will also be catalyzed by the enzyme carbonic anhydrase. So no reaction in our body is without enzyme. One thing, there are many processes in our body where, you know, which are multi-step, where different types of enzymes are used. You know that glycolysis, you know about the glycolysis, people. So enzymes, they will take part in chemical, they'll speed up the chemical reaction, and after that reaction they will come out as such, right? It's not like that ki enzymes will be the part of that reaction. After the reaction we will not get the enzyme. No, they are the catalyst. They will just speed up. So once their work is done, they will obtained as such, right? So enzymes, they are highly specific. They are very specific. It's not like that they can change any substrate. No, they will. Okay, bache, they are not going to change any substrate, right? They are very specific. They need specific substrate. They will make bonds, they will break bonds, they'll form transition states, and then they will give you the product. So mainly enzymes, they are going to lower down the activation energy. They are going to lower down the activation energy. Now come to the NCERT portion. So here you people can see, almost all enzymes are protein. Again, the word is almost all enzymes are protein. It means not all the enzymes are protein. Okay, bache? Not all the enzymes are protein. This part clear? This part clear? So there are some nucleic acids also which are acting like protein. We use the word ribozyme. And if you know the example, that is from your translation topic, peptidyl transferase. Remember peptidyl transferase, right? 23S ribosomal RNA, that was a ribozyme, right bache? That was a ribozyme. Is that clear? Is that clear? So enzyme, obviously it is also having primary structure, right bache? So an enzyme, like a protein, it is also having secondary and tertiary structure. So when you look at its tertiary structure, you will see that the backbone of protein chain will fold, right? It will form, it will crisscross itself, and it will form crevices or pockets, and these crevices or pockets are nothing but the, yes people, it is nothing but the active site. It is nothing but the active site. It is the site where substrate will fit in. Is that clear? It is the site where substrate can fit in. Is that clear? So active site is nothing, right? It is a site where substrate will fit. So through thus enzymes, through their active sites, they catalyze reactions at a high rate. So enzymes catalysts, they are different from inorganic catalysts. You know that there are many different ways. So enzymes, they are very highly sensitive to temperature. They need optimum temperature and pH changes. But inorganic catalysts, they can even withstand that. Okay, bache? Okay, bache? So these are few points that are given here. Okay, yes or no? So enzymes, they are very specific, right? They are having the catalytic power. They will just speed up the chemical reaction, and here they are also explaining that how are they different from inorganic catalysts, right? And the important difference is the temperature and of the pressure. So inorganic catalysts, they can still work at a very high temperature. They can withstand that high temperature and pressure, but enzymes, they cannot. You know that thermal stability is a very important property. Can you relate it with PCR, right? You know, we talk about the Taq polymerase there. In the case of PCR, we talk about the Taq polymerase, Thermus aquaticus, Thermophilus aquaticus. From that archaebacteria, we will take this enzyme. From that archaebacteria, we will take this enzyme, the Taq polymerase, right? The Taq polymerase, we will take out this enzyme. This enzyme can work under high temperature conditions as well, right? This enzyme can work under very high temperature conditions as well. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point, people? So this is what you people need to understand. Okay, so enzymes, they are isolated from organisms which can live under extremely high temperature, right, जैसे कि hot winds, sulfur springs are stable and retain their catalytic power even at very high temperature, right? So thermal stability is a very important capability of enzymes which are isolated from thermophilic organisms. ठीक है? Now here when you talk about the reactions, they have given you one inorganic reaction as well, right? They have given you one inorganic reaction as well, right? देखो, what are they trying to explain here? They are saying कि physical change. Physical change means a shape is getting changed. जैसे let's say your ice is forming water, या waters are forming vapors. ये देखो physical changes, change in shape without breaking of bonds. Okay, okay. जैसे when ice melts into water, when water becomes vapor, this is the physical process. But when बच्चे, right, we are basically differentiating physical process and the chemical process. Physical process में this, right, there is no bond breaking and making. One state will change into another, but when it is the chemical change, there is the making of the bond, there is the breaking of the bond, there is the making of the bond, there is the breaking of the bond, right बच्चे? Okay, so that will be a chemical reaction. जैसे here they have given one inorganic reaction, not of our concern. Now what is the rate of a reaction? Right, when you talk about the rate, when you are saying rate word, right, rate of a physical or chemical process, it is the amount of product formed per unit time. For an example, you are talking about your productivity. You are saying that in 1 hour I have completed 3 chapters of physics, yeah, 4 chapters of physics, right? That is your productivity. You are specifying that in 1 hour I can manage to finish 3 chapters. Yeah, in 1 hour I can manage to finish, right? I can manage to finish what? I can manage to finish, yes people, I can manage to finish what? 50 numericals, 100 numericals, 200. You are talking about your productivity. So when you are saying the rate word here, how much product is formed in that unit time? How much of that product is formed in that unit time? That is what rate is, right? So rate is called velocity if the direction is specified. If we will consider the direction, then rate is also known as velocity. Rate is also known as velocity. Is that clear? So obviously temperature is going to affect that, and there is general thumb rule which is also given. So please pay attention and please mark it everyone, right? Please mark it everyone. Right, Amrutha, please mark it. So general rule of thumb is saying that rate will double or decrease. It can double or decrease by half. It can double or decrease by half for every 10-degree change in either direction. It can double or it can decrease or double by half for every 10-degree change in either direction. For every 10-degree change in either direction. Understood? Understood? Right? So catalyzed reactions, they proceed at rates higher than that of the uncatalyzed one. We have the best example of this, right? You know na, this reaction will take place in RBC. When you talk about the carbon dioxide ka transport, we discussed this reaction there. We discussed this reaction there, if you people remember. If you people remember, carbon dioxide, water, carbonic anhydrase. So let me tell you, it is the fastest enzyme. Okay, it is the fastest enzyme. And if you people will talk about the slowest enzyme, so your ATPase is the slowest enzyme. Which enzyme is the slowest enzyme? Your ATPase is the slowest enzyme. Your ATPase is the slowest enzyme. Got it? Right? So when this enzyme is not there, in 1 hour, imagine carbonic acid, right, by using the enzyme present within the cytoplasm called carbonic anhydrase, the reaction speeds dramatically increase with 6 lakh molecules being formed every second. So without enzyme, 200 molecules were forming in an hour. After that, in 1 second, 6 lakh. So imagine the rate increased by 10 million times. Imagine that. So how that enzymes are going to speed up the rate? Very simple. They will lower down the activation energy. They will lower down the activation energy. I am repeating this point again, bache. What will they do? They will lower down the activation energy. Is that clear? Is that clear? Yes. Is that clear? They will lower down the activation energy. Will you please repeat? They will lower down the activation energy. Okay? Okay? See, so glucose to 2-pyruvate, you know that it is glycolysis. Okay, so if this pyruvate will get oxygen, it will go for Krebs cycle. If oxygen is absent, it will go for fermentation. It will go for fermentation. Remember this? Yes? Right? So multi-step reactions, maybe you know that there are same enzyme complex or different enzymes complex are there, right? So they have mentioned about it, you know that it is glycolysis, but yeah, here after the pyruvate, when it is not getting in our muscles, when it is not getting the oxygen, pyruvate also forms lactate, you know, lactic acid fermentation. So here it is mentioned it is a 10-step process, but you know that, right? I think you have that clarity. The glucose to pyruvate formation is a 10-step process. Then pyruvate will further get converted into the lactate, bache, right? Right? So yeast, it also forms the ethanol. Ethanol, that is alcohol, alcoholic fermentation, remember? Firstly decarboxylation, then reduction. So when alcohol is formed, CO2 is also released. CO2 is also released. So that is also catalyzed by the enzymes. Understood? Understood? So how is it going to make the change? So you know about active sites also. Baki, you know about the lock and key hypothesis. One is lock and key hypothesis. Just you know that now, if you want to open a particular lock, you should have the key that is meant for that, that is compatible with that lock and key hypothesis. Don't consider the master key here. Don't consider the master key here. Okay? Second is bache induced fit theory. Second is what? Induced fit theory. That it is as per this theory na, your active sites are what? They are static or not static? Anyone in the class? As per the induced fit theory, active sites are what? Are they static or they are not? And I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. I don't know this, that is why I'm asking you. Tell me quickly. As per it, Hanji, as per induced fit theory, active sites are static or not? Tell me quickly. Yes, active sites are, it is not a rigid structure. And active sites are, tell me quickly. Is it rigid or not? Is it static or not? Is it static? Static means something fixed, right? Right. So as per this induced fit theory, when you talk about the active sites, they are not something which are, you know, rigid. They will undergo conformational changes. So as per induced fit hypothesis, when a substrate will reach to that active site, it will cause some conformational changes. That some conformational changes will be there in the active site. Then it will join with that substrate. That is the thing that you need to understand. Okay. So here what are they saying, bache? So they are simply saying, see, look at this. We have already understood the idea of an active site. So for that chemical conversion, right, we have to make the product from that substrate, right, bache? So substrate has to bound to the active site in that pocket. Okay, then substrate has to diffuse towards the active site, and we will have obligatory formation. The word is obligatory. Please focus here. Obligatory formation of enzyme substrate complex will be there, right? The compatibility should be there, right? You cannot bring another substrate and you will think it now enzyme can convert it. No, competitive inhibitors can do that, but otherwise it is not. So what is going to happen? The activation energy will be decreased by enzyme. So the point is, what is that activation energy? Just say, let's take this. Okay, let's take it. This is the rate of the reaction, progress of the reaction, and here you are taking the energy, that potential energy. So if you want to convert the substrate into the product, right, if you want to convert the substrate into the product, again I am repeating, students, if you want to convert, guys, again I am repeating, please pay attention, if you want to convert substrate to the product, then what you need to consider, right? What you need to consider, dekho, there is a minimum amount of energy which is required to break an energy barrier. Like if I want my substrate to form the if I want my substrate to form the product, so I want these reactants to come in that energy state, right? So there is one energy barrier that they have to cross. So it is the minimum amount of energy which is required to convert or to activate the substrate so that it can form the product. Minimum amount of energy which is required, in simple words I am writing right now, to convert the substrate into product. Okay? So let's say if that energy demand will be very high, like my substrate has to form the product. Just say, I always give this example. Let's say you have to cross this wall. If the height of this wall will be too much, you are going to take time to reach there. You are going to take time to reach there, isn't it? You are going to take time to reach there. But my point is, if the height of this wall, if it will be reduced, right, you will reach here immediately. You will reach here immediately. So this height, this wall is nothing but the activation energy. If the high activation energy means that minimum energy demand is more. Just say, let's say for an example, if out of 100 you need to score 90 marks to qualify an exam, that will be something very difficult. If it is 33 marks, then still it is possible. It is not that difficult. It is possible. It is not that difficult. That is also the point here. That is the point here, students, right? So enzymes, they will decrease the activation energy. They will reduce that energy demand, right? So that reactants, they will immediately, get charged up. Yeah, they will get the energy and they will get converted into the product. That's the point. So they will decrease the activation energy. Moreover, now the enzyme, when it will join with substrate, as I said, it will make some bond, it will break some bond. Immediately you are not going to see the product. There comes the transition states also. There comes the transition states also, and that transition states, students, that transition states are quite unstable. That transition states are quite unstable, right? They are unstable, and in nature you know that we have the tendency to reach to the stable state, right bache? Right bache? So transition states, in between this reaction, many unstable stages will form, like transition state, finally they will form the product. So always remember, transition state will be having the highest energy. Now I'll give you one example. Just say, let's say this is the example. This is your substrate, this is your product. So if you are not using the enzyme, let's say this is the activation energy. Without enzyme, it's quite high, it will take time, right? And if this, and let's say this one is the activation energy, this one is this activation energy with enzyme, right? It is with enzyme, right? So obviously when you use the enzyme, it will decrease the activation energy, and here it is the transition state. So when you are not using the enzyme, then also transition state is having very high energy, unstable here also. Okay, now look at this. This is the substrate, this is the product. Substrate is having high energy, product is having lower energy. Means during this chemical conversion, energy, it was released. So it is a endothermic kind of reaction. What kind of reaction it is? It is endothermic kind of reaction. But if this graph will be like this, right? Substrate and product. So it will be exothermic. It will be, okay, sorry, my bad, it is exothermic. Why? Because energy is released. Okay, here substrate is having high energy, product is having less energy, so here energy is released. Exothermic it is. Here substrate is having less energy, product is having more, so energy is absorbed. So this will be your endothermic reaction. Got it? It will be your endothermic reaction. Again, the important point. Okay, again the important point. So you can see this. Okay, so transition state formed is unstable, right bache? It is unstable. So you can see activation energy without enzyme, with enzyme. So this graph is important, and it is of exothermic reaction because energy is released. Understood? Again, it's very important. So nature of enzyme action, ये देखो, enzyme and substrate will join, enzyme and product will form, and enzyme will again be free. When the product is formed, it will catalyze another reaction. So that's how it works. So these 4 steps are very important. So they can even ask you the sequence of that steps. Okay, they can even ask you the sequence of that steps. Are you getting my point? They can even ask you the sequence of that step. So firstly, substrate will bind to the active site of the enzyme, fitting into the active site. Substrate will bind to the active sites of the enzyme, fitting into the active site. So the binding of substrate induces the enzyme to alter its shape, fitting more tightly around the substrate, right? Fitting more tightly around the substrate. Then active site is in close proximity of the substrate. It is going to break and make the bond. Enzyme product complex will form finally. Enzyme will release, right? And the product of the reaction and free enzyme is ready to bind the another enzyme. So these are the biocatalysts. So now let's talk about the factors. Temperature and pH. What of this? Enzymes are highly sensitive to the change in temperature and pH. I told you already, right? Enzymes, they are highly sensitive to the change in temperature and pH, right? They want everything optimum, in that optimum range. If you will increase the temperature, enzyme will denature. If you will decrease the temperature, it will inactive. Same for the pH. So they want optimum. Look at this. Right, so if enzyme activity and pH, you are increasing pH, rate is decreasing, you are decreasing pH, rate is decreasing. So it should be an optimum range. Same is for the temperature. Same is for the temperature. But what about the substrate concentration? What about the substrate concentration? It's very simple, right? What about the substrate concentration? It is very simple. देखो, enzymes, they are always less in comparison to the substrate concentration. In a reaction, substrate concentration is more and the enzyme concentration is always less. First is this thing. I'll give you one example. One very layman kind of example. Let's say you have an enzyme. It's not mandatory that enzyme will bind to only one substrate at a time. It can also bind to two substrates at a time. Let's say this is the enzyme. It is having two active sites. Okay? It is having two active sites. Let's say that. Now, in a reaction, you have used 5 such enzymes. You have used 5 such enzymes. So each enzyme is having 2 active sites, means 5 enzymes will have 10 active sites. Can I say so? 5 enzymes will have 10 active sites. So here initially you have added 3 substrate molecule only. Let's say you have added 3 substrate molecule only. Obviously now you will add more substrate, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. So when you will increase the substrate concentration, initially the rate of the reaction will increase. When you will increase the substrate concentration initially, what is going to happen, people? The substrate concentration will increase. But after some time it is not going to increase. Why? Because all the active sites of the enzyme, right? Because all the active sites of the enzymes, they are occupied. Even if you will increase the substrate concentration, enzymes are not free to change it, right? So there will be a kind of stagnancy at that point of time. Let's say, even if I'll let's say I'm sure I'm an amazing teacher. I'm teaching you people. Okay? I'm teaching you people. Obviously you will enjoy it for 5 hours, for 6 hours. If it will be like, yeah, I will keep teaching you for 2 days, 3 days, you will not be able to grasp anything because you people are saturated, right? Same is the case here. When these active sites, they are saturated, right? When they are what? They are saturated, then nothing is going to happen, right? Nothing is going to happen, as in there will be no increase in the rate, right? So when you look at this graph, this x-axis is telling you, this x-axis is showing the substrate concentration, this y-axis velocity of the reaction, right? Velocity of the reaction. So you will see when substrate concentration is increasing initially the rate is also increasing, the velocity is also increasing, but after some time it will not, right? So what is the Km here? It is the Michaelis-Menten constant. So it is not in detail, it is not there in your syllabus. So it is nothing, it is the Michaelis-Menten constant. It is the Michaelis-Menten constant. Actually, bache, there is an equation, right? Michaelis-Menten equation. So this is the Michaelis-Menten constant. So what is that constant? Actually, it is the substrate concentration. It is the substrate concentration at which the velocity is half maximal. Now what is the meaning of this, ma'am? What is the meaning of half maximal? देखो, let's say if maximum velocity, I'm randomly using one number 100, so half maximal is 50. So let's say the substrate concentration when the velocity is 50, right? That substrate concentration is your Km, that is your Michaelis-Menten constant. That is your Michaelis-Menten constant, and this Michaelis-Menten constant, it tells us a lot about the affinity of substrate and the enzyme. ठीक है? This Michaelis-Menten constant, again students I'm explaining this Michaelis-Menten constant, it tells us a lot about the enzyme का affinity and the substrate concentration, right? Enzyme affinity and substrate, it tells us a lot about it, right? It tells us a lot about it. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Yes or no? Yes or no? Please tell me. Km value. Hanji, Km value. Tell me quickly, everyone in the class. Km value. As I said, it will tell us about the substrate and the enzyme and the substrate affinity. How is it possible? How is it possible? Hanji, how is it possible? I can simply say one thing, that enzyme, catalysis power of an enzyme is inversely, right? Is inversely proportional. It is inversely proportional to Km value. Means if Km value is increasing, its catalyzing activity is decreasing. If Km value is decreasing, the catalytic activity is increasing. So tell me, what is the meaning of the statement? Hanji bache, what is the meaning of the statement? Please try to explain. Please try. Chalo, that is your homework. You will tell it. You will mention the answer in the. Yes, you have to mention the answer in the comment section after the class. Okay? After the class, you have to mention in the comment section. Okay? So this is about the factors which are affecting the rate of the reaction. Right? So here they have also explained the inhibition. Inhibition means to stop a chemical reaction. There are different ways. Sometimes bache competitor inhibitor that are basically, you know, closely resembles the substrate. Just for an example, let's say an enzyme E, it binds with the substrate P. Sorry, it binds with the substrate A. There is another molecule which resembles this A a lot. Let's say V. It resembles the A a lot. Then what is going to happen? There will be a competition in between these two, and V will join with E. So if A will not join to A, a reaction will not occur. So this is the competitive inhibition where the inhibitor that is going to stop the chemical reaction, it closely resembles the substrate in its molecular structure and will inhibit the activity of that enzyme. So very important it is, right? So due to this closer structural proximity, similarity, the inhibitor will compete with the substrate for the substrate binding site for the enzyme. So substrate cannot bind, and as a result, enzyme action decline. So inhibition of succinic dehydrogenase by malonate. You remember succinic dehydrogenase? It is the enzymes of Krebs cycle. It is also something which is linking Krebs cycle and the electron transport chain. So succinic dehydrogenase. So if instead of succinate, if malonate is added, the reaction will not continue. The same thing we also do in the case of HMG-CoA, right? CoA enzyme. You remember HMG-CoA reductase? This is the enzyme that synthesizes cholesterol. So just as statins are used, you know na statins, I think it is given here. No, it is not given. So they see, one example is of this succinic acid, another example is of bacterial pathogen, right? Another example is of bacterial pathogen. So in the case of these bacterial pathogens na bache, right? So they are also controlled by this. Okay? So folic acid synthesis in bacteria will be stopped by sulfa drugs. So it is something like that. Okay, it is something like that, right? So same is the case with the statin also. Do you remember statin? Statin cholesterol. Statin controls the blood cholesterol. You remember statin? They control the blood cholesterol. So statin will basically bind with this HMG CoA reductase. It is the enzyme that synthesizes cholesterol, right? So obviously it is acting like a competitive inhibitor. It will not let the cholesterol to form. That's how it works. Understood? That's how it works. So now before discussing this classification part, let's talk about the cofactors. Dekho, there is a very simple story, right? There is a very simple story. There is a very simple story. What story is there? Dekho, when you talk about the enzymes, they are of two types. One is your simple enzyme. Simple enzyme means it is just only made up of protein. It is only made up of protein, right? It is only made up of protein, जैसे your trypsin, etc. Right? It's like this. Now, the another category is complex enzyme, yeah, conjugate enzyme. These enzymes are having protein part and non-protein part, right? They are not just made up of protein, they are having protein part, and that protein part is known as apoenzyme. It is also having non-protein part. It is also having non-protein part, and that non-protein part is known as cofactor. So of course, if it is a hollow enzyme, so it should have both. It should have apoenzyme. It should have apoenzyme plus cofactor. So when both of them will join, then the enzyme will be catalysis, right? Then you will see that enzyme is active. So protein part is apoenzyme. One question will come from this part. So you please pay attention. Another is non-protein part, that is cofactor. So cofactors are of three types. One is your prosthetic group. Okay. Second is your coenzyme. Third is your metal ion. These two are organic in nature. They are organic in nature. Your prosthetic group will be tightly bound to apoenzyme, right? How will it act? It is tightly bound to apoenzyme. Your coenzyme, it is loosely bound. First of all, you should know about it. Okay, it is loosely bound. One is tightly bound, another is loosely bound. One is tightly bound and another is what? Another is loosely bound. Both are organic but. Okay, both are organic but. Clear बच्चे? Clear? Yes. ठीक है? So this part clear. So जैसे you have one example of peroxidase and enzyme and catalase enzyme where heme is the prosthetic group. Here vitamins, they act like this. So in the case of coenzyme, remember, right, they will only join during the catalysis only. It will only join with the protein part during the catalysis. Now when you are talking about the metal ion, it is inorganic. Just say now in the enzymes of glycolysis, they need magnesium, that is the cofactor, right? Some enzyme they need zinc. That's what you need to remember, and trust me, it is the simplest topic ever. Okay? It is the simplest topic ever. Okay? So let's say, देखो coenzyme. Examples are important. जैसे many coenzymes. The essential chemical component of many coenzymes are vitamins. जैसे there is one coenzyme na NAD, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide. Even nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide phosphate. So for these coenzymes, right, the essential chemical component is this vitamin niacin, which is a vitamin B3, which is a vitamin B complex. ठीक है, niacin. So other than that, if you remember ubiquinone, anyone? Yes, if you know about the ubiquinone, You know na, we discuss it in the plant physiology. So here also, right, जैसे you have the coenzyme Q. Its derivative is ubiquinone. ठीक है, its derivative is ubiquinone. Understood? Understood? Fad, that is also something that we discuss in the case of plant physiology. Fad, right? So here in this case it is the riboflavin. Okay, so I am giving you the example of coenzymes. Understood? I am giving you the examples of coenzymes, right? So there are metal activators also, such as zinc. Zinc is very important for carbonic anhydrase. It is very important for alcohol dehydrogenase. ये देखो, it's a cofactor for enzyme carboxypeptidase. It's a cofactor for enzyme carbonic anhydrase also, right? It is also for enzyme carbonic anhydrase. ठीक है? Carbonic anhydrase. Done? So when this catalytic power is lost when cofactor is removed from the enzyme. Next बच्चे, obviously the classification and the nomenclature. So when it comes to the classification and the nomenclature, okay, classification and the nomenclature, there are 6 main classes. There are 6 main classes. So you need to remember it in a sequence. So for that we have a trick, that is OT, her, lil. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4 array. OT, hill नहीं है, her, lil. I missed something. Okay. HY, LY, IL. हाँ, her, lil. अरे 6 it is 6 only. I was making the mistake. It is 6 only. So the trick is OT, halil. O means oxidoreductase, means dehydrogenation will be there. O means oxidoreductase, dehydrogen will be there. T means transferase, which will transfer the functional group. This is hydrolase. So if the word is देखो, this is class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, class 5, class 6. So if it is hydrolase, so there will be the hydrolysis. In the presence of water there will be the breakdown. This is what you have to remember. In the case of lyase, you will see the double bond will appear, right? That there will be the double bond, and the lysis is there, the breakdown is there without hydrolysis. I means isomerase. I means isomerase. So obviously you know that there are many enzymes that will convert one molecule in its isomeric form. And L means ligase. So ligase is the molecular glue. So it will join that carbon, CPCN like this. So you should remember it in sequence, which one is the first class, which one is the second, which one is third, which one is fourth. That is why the trick is OT, her, lil. OT, her, lil. OT, her, lil. So oxidoreductase, dehydrogenase, right? So oxidation reduction between two substrate. So S is, देखो, S is reduced, S dash is oxidized, but after the reaction S is oxidized, S dash is reduced. Transferase will transfer the functional group. So this functional group from S will pass to S dash. Then hydrolase, as I said, there is the hydrolysis of ester, ether, peptide, glycosidic, CC halide and PN bonds. Lyase में double bond will appear, right? You have to remember it. Double bond will appear, but there is no hydrolysis. Okay, enzymes that catalyze removal of group from the substrate by mechanism other than hydrolysis, leaving the double bonds. Okay, ji, leaving the double bonds. Clear, bache? Clear? Then isomerase, as I said, interconversion of optical, geometric or positional isomerase. Ligase, you know that, joining CO bond, CS, CN, PO bond will be joined. Simple as that. It is the molecular glue. Okay, it is the molecular glue. So we have covered the major portion of this, and yes, moreover, just for your quick revision, you come to this part, right? So you know that living tissue, you have to grind it in trichloroacetic acid. Why trichloroacetic acid? Because it helps in precipitation. It helps in precipitation. Okay? You will get thick slurry. So when you will stain it through cheese cloth, two fractions are involved. So we have the trick fast. What is the meaning of fast? Filtrate, is acid soluble. And here you are going to see biomicromolecules, the one which are having molecular weight less than 1000 Dalton. Now when you people talk about the retentate, if filtrate is acid soluble, retentate is acid insoluble. If filtrate is acid soluble, retentate is acid insoluble. So here you are going to see biomacromolecule, but yeah, there is one exception as well. There is one exception as well. Here you will see that lipids which is not biomacromolecule, still it is in retentate. Why? Because lipid is insoluble. So when you break a cell, right, these lipids, they will form some insoluble vesicles. It will not pass in the filtrate, it will remain there in the retentate. So this flow chart is helpful. Okay, this is about the chemical composition. Baki, you know that if elemental analysis need to be done, then in that case a dry piece of living tissue, that liver will be taken. We have to burn the tissue, ash is left behind. So from that all the carbon compound like carbon dioxide, it will be released, right? It will turn into gaseous form, and this ash will have calcium, magnesium, sulfate, phosphate. So this is the elemental analysis, right? This is the elemental analysis. Got it, bache? Okay. Baki, you know that in my detailed lecture I have explained you the carbohydrates from the detail, but in general you have to remember the type of bonding and type of polysaccharides. Jaise baki primary and secondary metabolite. Again in the batch dream crash course na, I just forgot to explain primary and secondary metabolite. I just realized it. Rest everything I have explained. So students, if you are watching this lecture, just remind me in my next class, we will discuss it there. Okay, we will discuss it there if you students are there. So primary, secondary mein, you know that primary which are taking part in directly in the physiological function. Secondary, like let's say you are getting it from plants and fungus. They are basically for the human welfare. They are not involved in their system directly, right? They are not taking part in their, you know, reactions directly. Just ye dekho, I'll give you one example. So one question will for sure come from this part. See, metabolites, obviously metabolism means chemical reactions are going on. So in between that intermediate compounds, they are the metabolites, right? So they are called primary metabolites, right? Which one are primary metabolites? See, in animal tissue, when we see presence of such categories of compound, they are primary metabolites. So when we analyze plant, fungus and microbial cell, we'll see thousands of other compounds, thousands of compound other than these primary metabolites, just alkaloid, flavonoids, rubber, essential oil. So they are secondary metabolites. So when we define it, so primary metabolites are the one that are having some identifiable function, right? So they are playing normal role in physiological processes. They are having direct role in physiological processes. Take as Samiksha, they are having direct role in physiological processes. They have identifiable function. Okay. So when you talk about secondary metabolite in host organism, right? So they are useful to human welfare, right? They have ecological importance, but we cannot see their direct role there in that particular organism. So yes, you have to remember this table is very important. Question can come from this part. Pigments, जैसे anthocyanin is water soluble, alkaloids में morphine, pain reliever, even your codeine also. Codeine is also there in your cough syrup, right? We have solved the question on the basis of that. Terpenoids, monoterpenes, diterpenes, essential oil, lemongrass, toxins में last year also, last year MCQ was there, heparin and dicin. Lectins, concanavalin. So what are lectins? Define it. What are lectins? Define it. Anyone in the class? What are lectins? Define it. Drugs में vinblastin, obtained from your Vinca rosea. Curcumin, obtained from your turmeric, right? Rubber gum cellulose. So define lectins. That's your homework, right? In the comment section you have to mention it. Fine. In the comment section you have to mention it. Clear, clear, clear. So बाकी बच्चे polysaccharide में glycosidic bond is there, right? Which one is the homopolysaccharide and hetero? जैसे inulin, I'll give you the example of inulin, right? Let me show you that list. Polysaccharides, their molecular weight is above 10,000 Dalton, and you know that they will be in acid soluble fraction, insoluble fraction rather. So homopolysaccharides are there which are made up of same subunit. Hetero means different. So homo में we have many example. जैसे you have the example of cellulose, right? You have the example of starch, okay, you have the example of glycogen, you have the example of inulin, you have the example of chitin. So if you know inulin, very good. If you don't know, let me tell you, because it's a question in NEET 2020, it's a polymer of fructose. So many fructose, when they join with glycosidic bond, they will form it. Your chitin, which is fungal cellulose, also in the exoskeleton of insect, it is made up of NAG, N-acetyl glucosamine. Okay, your cellulose, starch, glycogen, the three are made up of glucose, right? So your cellulose is straight chain, it is unbranched basically, it is not having branching. Starch and glycogen, they are having branching, right? They are having branching. This is starch. May we discuss amylose or amylopectin. Amylose is straight but helical, amylopectin is branched, glycogen is highly branched. So one point that you need to remember is that when there is the straight chain students, so which linkage will be there? 1,4. Right now I am not talking about alpha and beta. 1,4 linkage, and wherever there is the branching point, you will see the linkage is 1,6. Means first carbon of this sugar, fourth carbon of this sugar is making the bond, and wherever there is branching, it is 1,6. So right, sixth carbon of this sugar, first carbon of this sugar is involved in the bond formation. That's important, right? So heteropolysaccharides may you have the example of heparin, you have the example of hemicellulose also, right? So examples are important. So inulin is important. Insulin is a protein hormone. Inulin is the polymer of fructose. Okay? Nucleic acid is clearly discussed in molecular basis of inheritance, right? But lipids mein ester bond is there, very easy, that you can revise by your own. So this is what I am going to cover today. I'll provide you the PDF right after the class. Okay, so if you are thinking about body fluid and circulation, again, breathing and exchange of gases is in detail. In detail I have discussed it. Okay, you can check that lecture. That is also of very less duration, right? These are the most requested chapters, biomolecules or animal kingdom. So I explained it. Countercurrent mechanism is difficult for students, so I explained it. Okay, RAS mechanism is also one of the most important topics, so I explained it. So baki for body fluid and circulation, I'll be sharing the PDF, so you can see important topics. Prothromboplastin, calcium ions are required, it will form thromboplastin, even vitamin K is required. Then thromboplastin will convert prothrombin to thrombin. So thrombin is the one that will convert inactive fibrinogen to fibrin, right? So these are the points that are of quick revision. So tomorrow morning you are having another session of Wasim sir, na? Right? So I don't want you people to get delayed for that session, right? Chemistry, you have to manage chemistry as well, and day after tomorrow again you have class 11th botany. So class 11th botany mein physiology, I am going to start with the anatomy and plant physiology. Then I'll pay attention on plant kingdom, this, that, right? But that 4 chapters are the most important chapters. Okay, Leharika, I'll keep 30-minute quick revision sessions. Okay, I'll keep 30-minute quick revision sessions for all of you. Okay, so I'll share this PDF in the Telegram group, right? You will see the wonderful diagrams there, tricuspid, bicuspid valve and everything, right? See, look at the papillary muscles, caudate tendinae, how are they attached to the flaps. So you will get it. Do not forget to revise ECG. So guys, I'll wait for your comments. Right, I'll wait for your comments in the comment section. If you like the session, do let me know. And see, this is the video section. Here I have added this last 20 days ka biology plan that will help you again. Or okay. So Baki, hope you have seen that, right? The lucky winners, they are getting the lucky winners who are going to buy the Unacademy subscription in coming 2 to 3 days, or you can say I think 1 or 2 days to now, right? They are going to win the Ola EV scooter. So if you want that, in the description box there is a link, you can see that as well, right? So one more video that I have posted is of where is it? Yes, so first is this organism and population ka revision. You can follow that, right? Do not forget to see this dress code wala thing, that is also helpful. But another thing, where is that topic? Just a minute guys. So see cell cycle and cell division in less than 20 minutes. So there is one video where I have shared the most important, right? Most important concepts of the biology that you should not miss. Okay, so do revise it बच्चे. If anything is left ना, ये देखो 60 topics to get 320 plus in last 30 days. So make sure that you complete these topics. Okay, make sure you complete these topics. They are literally very important topics, right? Okay, they are literally very important topics, so please do not miss it. Do not miss it. So 60 most important topics to get 320 plus in last 20 days, right? Make sure you complete all the topics there. Fine, so take care, bye bye. We'll share the PDF with you all, and yeah, do watch it. See, non-cyclic, photophosphorylation, etc., plant hormone. So all the important topics are covered here. All the important topics are covered here, right? So just some students in the comment section, they are asking the ma'am what to do, right? How can we get the 300 marks, 300 plus marks, this and that. So of course you have to read the NCERT, you have to revise it, but there are certain topics which you should not miss at any cost. Okay, so do it. So bye bye, take care, right? See you all, I think, see you all day after tomorrow. So till then, do revise it, and do revise the remaining portion also. So I have completed the majority of the chapters, and only breathing and exchange of gases is there on this channel. A very short session is there. I'll put the videos for the quick revision of body fluid and circulation as well. Rest everything is discussed in detail. Okay, so yeah, these marathons are more than sufficient for you. Okay, these marathons are literally more than sufficient for you, right? So bye bye, take care, thank you so much people, stay tuned.